forgot to change the title. This is an Ibuki story. It's Rose. Oh well, I'm too tired to restart. So we're jumping back into Peregrine Paradox. We have finished everybody's story except for Ro. We couldn't play his before now, so he had to be the last one. I don't have any purple outfits. We found this out when I was doing Karoom, I'm bad with names. The other character who wears purple, and I decided to instead try to look a little bit more like Yuki. So we are Yuki-esque today. Let's see if it is for our benefit. So I'm going to jump into flowcharts and see if I can just get, oh, nope, that's justice. All right, let's start here. Let's see if we can just find it. Attack them head on. I can't save my friend. Yeah, let's go with that one. Go to the academy. There's our new option. Thinking about where I was most likely to find Moravia, I decided to try the courtyard where we first met. There aren't many people at the academy today, and we first met, it was almost deserted, so maybe she'll be here. Moravia, you can come out if you're here. I hadn't really expected a response to my mumbled question, but someone did reply. Who are you looking for? Dun dun, our first sighting. Bro, what are you doing here at the school where you work? I do maintenance. It's my job to be here. The real question is, why are you here? I heard you mention Moavia. Are you looking for her? I broke out in a cold sweat under Rose's sharp glare. He allied with the Bloom, so there's no way he'd let me meet Moravia. I was... I'm not trying to reprimand you, but you look pretty desperate. I'm wondering why you're trying to find Moavia. I didn't expect him to say that. I stared at Ro, but couldn't quite tell what he was thinking. Ro, do you know where my friend is? I don't think she's at the hospital. My guess is that Liz and the others were taken someplace secret, and I'm not supposed to know about it. What makes you think that? Mr. Kuromori won't say which hospital she was at, so I asked around town and heard that none of the injured people were taken to any hospitals. Ro has really low expectations of us. I see. I admit I didn't expect you to figure all that out by yourself. I changed the subject in an attempt to avoid Rose probing any further. Then you know where Liz is. I do. I was also given instructions to help you if you started looking for her. What? You need to come with me if you want to help your friend. So what'll it be? There was only one thing I could say when it was put like this. I understand. I'll go with you. I feel like I had a choice there. I didn't fully trust him, but I wasn't about to lose this valuable lead. The way he said that, is Rose somehow connected with Moravia, but then he'd be allied with the kaiju. And I can't believe Liz would be here. Are you sure Liz and the others were taken to the research district? They need medical treatment. This doesn't make any sense. You'll understand when you see it for yourself. Just go in this room. Gasp. There are injured people, but wait. It looks like all the people were being restrained instead of treated for their injuries. The scene was shocking enough, but then Ro told me something even more astonishing.
害獣化するまで拘束され、眠らされているんだ。
Anybody injured by a kaiju eventually turns into one. These people are being kept unconscious and restrained until they turn. They'll turn into kaiju? What are you even saying?
つまり、お前の予想は当たっていたんだよ。
Sorry, your guess was
人
correct.
間の害獣化というのがまずいことだ。ここでそれを証明してやってもいいが、それはすなわち
People
友
turning
達が害獣になるということだ。
People turning into kaiju isn't exactly convenient. I could prove it to you, but your friend would become one. There was no way I could take what he said at face value. Is he telling the truth? This is all sudden. I just can't believe it. You're not gonna trust Ro. You trust Moavia and Hyuga and like Yukonami instantly. Those guys were inherently more evil than Ro has been. But there were more pressing matters than verifying Ro's claims. I refocused on the task at hand. I'm going to find Liz and get her out of here. I know that at the very least she shouldn't stay here.
ああ、それがいいだろうな。
Yes, that would be for the best. I moved through all the people lying down and soon found who I was looking for. Liz, are you okay?
さっき言った通り、全員眠らされている。無理に起こすよりも、これを打った方がいい。
They're knocked out, remember? Here, to be better to give her this than to wake her. Ro pulled out a syringe when he saw me attempting to wake Liz. Is that medicine?
害獣化を止めるための抗体だ。
It contains antibodies that stop the kaiju transformation. After explaining, he swiftly injected the content of the syringe into
早く
Liz.
しないと人が来る。急いでこいつを連れて行くぞ。お前もここで捕まりたくはないだろう。
We better hurry and move her before someone finds us. I assume you would also intend not to get caught. I still didn't fully trust Ro. Why would he even help me? There were so many things I didn't understand, but I already decided I'd do anything to help Liz. We can't get caught. I'll take Liz out and get out of here. Am I going to take Liz back to my home? My own decisions, Liz's safety, and the fact that I'm going with the enemy, it's a lot to consider. But I can't stay stuck in the same place. Little by little, I began to relax. There's no turning back. I've made my choice and I have to keep moving forward. I feel like I've read that exact words. Ro and I rushed away from the research district, hurrying to the outer wall. He led us skillfully. Ro knew about the cameras, blind spots, and even the security guards' patrol routes. We'd made it this far thanks to him, but who is he exactly? I snuck a glance over at Ro as he carried Liz and wondered about his background.
ここに隠れろ。
Hide over here. Right. Following Ro's directions, I hid myself behind a pillar near the outer wall. Ro took a good look around the area, also hiding himself from sight.
よし。追ってはないな。ひとまずここまで来れば大丈夫だ。
We're not being followed. If you've made it this far, we should be okay. Ro sighed, slid Liz off his shoulder, and placed her gently on the ground. Thanks for carrying Liz this far.
お前が運ぶよりはマシだと判断しただけだ。
It was sensible, better than having you do it. Ro was slightly out of breath. Ro doesn't have any special abilities. He's like a regular guy. No wonder he's so tired from carrying Liz. I was the one who wanted to save Liz, but I couldn't do anything. I felt terrible that someone had to strain themselves for me.
しばらくじっとしていろ。ここで救援を待つ。
Stay here for a bit and we'll wait for the reinforcements. Reinforcements? It appeared we were done running for now, just waiting for someone to show up.
さすがにこの状況で堂々と出ていくってわけにはいかないからな。お前も今のうちに休んでおけ。
We've done all we can for now. If I were you, I'd take this chance to rest. Rose sat down on the ground. I hesitated momentarily, then sat next to Liz. I looked at her. She was still sound asleep. Her face, usually alight with happiness, looked like it belonged to a corpse. She's alive. I had to be thankful for small miracles. I reached out and touched her hand. Rose said if we didn't help her, she'd turn into a kaiju. Is that something that could happen? If so, I wonder if the antibodies Liz got were really okay, will really work. The scene back at the research district had been odd. All I knew was that I couldn't leave Liz there. My gut told me if I did, something bad would happen. But with Ro, what Ro told me was so shocking, I still found it hard to believe. He's supposed to support the balloons, but he's been in contact with the others. Why would he help me out then? He must have some ulterior motive. The more I thought about it, the less sure I became about following him. But right now, he's the only chance I have to save Liz. Rose suddenly snorted with laughter, pulling me away from my thoughts. What's so funny?
いや、お前がいかにも不信感たっぷりって顔でじっと見てくるものだからな。
Nothing, just the sour, distrustful expression on your face when I look at you. It's pretty funny. I hadn't realized I was staring at him. I guiltily looked away. Sorry.
別に俺を信用する必要はない。俺もお前に手を貸すよう頼まれただけだからな。
I don't blame you for not trusting me, but I was asked to help you, so that's what I'll do. Who asked you? But before Ro could answer,
待たせてしまったかな。
sorry to keep you waiting. I heard a familiar voice from above. I looked up in surprise. The figure that leapt down from the building was the same person I'd been looking for earlier. Moravia. I see. It must have been Moravia who asked Ro to help me.
遅いぞ。5分遅れだ。
You're exactly 5 minutes late. Ro glanced at his watch as he spoke. Moravia just shrugged as if asking, so what do you want from me? Ro scowled, but said nothing more. Perhaps he never really expected Moravia to show up on time anyways. Moravia walked towards us wearing her usual smile.
やあ、元気そうだね。
You look well. Yeah. I wasn't sure how to respond, so what? To that. So I just nodded. Then Ro chimed in.
もう分かったと思うが、俺の依頼主はモラビアだ。
You probably guessed by now, but Moravia's who asked me to help. But why would Moravia ask you?
それは後で本人にでも聞いてくれ。とにかく今はシータを離れるのが先だ。
You can ask her later. Right now, we just need to get far from Teta. Ro got to his feet and dusted himself off before looking around and addressing Moravia.
モラビア、その子を早く連れて行け。
Take this girl away, be quick. Ro pointed to Liz, who was still unconscious. It sounds like he expected Moravia to carry Liz. Moravia looked pretty delicate. She was shorter and slighter than Liz, so how was she supposed to carry her? Maybe Ro was too tired to carry Liz any further. Still, Moravia couldn't handle her alone. I'll help. It's a job for two, isn't it? But Moravia shook her head.
ありがとう。でも僕だけで大丈夫だよ。
Thank you, but I'll be fine on my own. Fine, but how? Then Moravia eased my doubts in an
こうやっ
instance.
て。
Like this. Moravia used her psychokinesis to lift Liz's body up in the air and float her over. When Liz landed in Moravia's arms, the weight clearly didn't pose any issue for her. I get it, you're using psychokinesis to hold her up and lighten the load. No doubt that was easier said than done. It likely required serious training and to pull off, but it was easy for Moravia. She was on a different level.
そう難しいことじゃないから、君もやればできるはずだよ。
It's not that difficult. No doubt you could do it if you
それ
tried.
じゃあ行こう。
Alright, good. Let's get going. Cradling Liz in her arms, Moavia jumped over the outer wall in a single leap. I'm going to be left behind. I have to hurry. Before I could transform and follow Moavia, Ro ran up to me and pointed to another route.
お前はこっちだ。
You go that way. Huh? But Moavia and Liz.
お前がモラビアと同じように出ようとすれば、見つかるリスクが高い。俺たちが出るためのルートは別に確保してある。
If you leave the same direction, you'll risk being spotted. I secured us an alternative route for sure. For us, let's go. Okay. Ro began walking off, worried about being left behind. I trotted after him. As we walked, I asked him what was on my mind. You're coming with us?
用があるからな。
I have some business to take care of. It seems obvious given that Moavia summoned him, but is he really on Kaiju's side? There were other things I wanted to know, but right now I was more concerned about Liz. I decided to hold off any further questions. Ro led the way until we reached a trademark route leading through the wall to the outside. Not really a secret passage, but not obvious. I doubt many people know about it. Ro seemed to know all about it, though. Just who is he? Once I knew we were headed outside, I transformed. Moavia was there waiting for us, still holding Liz. She smiled and waved when she saw us.
よし、これでみんな揃ったね。
That's everyone, let's go. Go where? If we're outside, it means Teta was no longer safe for Liz and I. It also meant Moavia and Ro already had an idea for Sanctuary.
僕たちの住処だよ。そこなら安全だ。
We're going to my home. You'll be safe there. Wait, you have a home? Alright,
どういたしまして。
skipping the part where she's surprised they have a home and embarrassed she did it. It's not a problem. So your home isn't far?
そんなに遠くないよ。
Not that far. Ro rolled his eyes at that.
いや、遠いだろ。そんな近所に行くみたいなニュアンスで言うな。
Nah, it's pretty far. Don't make it sound like it's just around the block. Going by Ro's reaction, I'm guessing he knew where Moravi's home was. How long will it take us to get
ほ
there?
ぼ休みなしで歩き通して約半日ってところか。
We're looking at half a day's walk with no rest. That sounds pretty far to me. I never had to walk that kind of distance in Teta. We weren't exactly that many. There weren't that many places to go. I was worried about Liz making the trip. Moravia and Ro glanced at me as they continued the conversation.
もっと早く着くと思うよ。
I don't think it'll take that long though.
それはお前らが走って移動したらの話だろ。一般人を一緒にするな。
Yeah, given how you run like a crazy person, but you got normies in tow now. Half a day's walk won't take that long. She runs like a crazy person, normies. In Ibuki's story, he ran 3 times faster than Yuki does, so that makes perfect sense. Moavia doesn't seem to have a clue about the normal human experience, huh? That's when I noticed something odd about both Ro and Liz. Wait, what is it? Both look like they usually do, so why does something seem off? That's exactly it. I felt the blood drain from my face as the realization hit me. Wait, are Ro and Liz going to be all right?
何を騒いでるんだ。
What are you on about now? I mean, you can't just walk around outside Teta without putting on protective gear.
ああ、そのことか。
Oh, is that all? Before I could have a complete nervous breakdown, Ro and Moavia explained Liz's new vector-like traits, illuminating the need for protection. Kaiju-like traits? That sounds complicated, but as long as things will be okay. But what about Ro? Ro was human, right? When I asked why he wasn't wearing gear
俺な
either,
らこれで十分だ。
this is plenty. He lifted his arm to show me his wristwatch. When I looked closer, I spotted something in its face. It was an object that looked like my crystal. Bum bum. In that case, before I could probe for more answers, Ro dropped his arm as if to signal it was time to change the
それに
subject.
先は長いぞ。急いだ方がいいんじゃないか。
We've got a long journey ahead. Let's move. Ro was clearly done talking, so I just nodded. Let's go. With that, we started the trek to our destination. Bum, 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 bum. Once Teta was a long way behind us, I asked, how much further do we need to go? We're quite a distance from
道
Teta
のり
already.
の半分強ってところかな。
Barely even halfway there, I'd say. So, we still have a long way to go. I glanced at Liz and Moavia's arms and was struck by a thought. Moavia's been carrying her this whole time. She's strong, but surely she's getting tired by now. I bet I could carry Liz. Moavia, let me take over holding Liz. I'll use psychokinesis.
そうじゃあやってみる？
Alright, give it a try. How though? How do I visualize doing this? I just wanted to make sure I did it right, but Moavia looked troubled.
それはもちろん。
Well,
まああれだよ。あまり考えずにふわっと持ち上げる感じかな。
you just kinda do it. Just lift her up a bit. Keep it light, don't overthink it. Your explanation is pretty light.
とにかく相手を浮かせることを考えればいいよ。
Just visualize yourself levitating her into the air. Moavia was clearly mastering using her powers through instinct, and that made it difficult to instruct. Her advice was cryptic and vague. Ro listened to decide to chip
こい
in.
つはこれまで感覚だけでサイコキネシスを使ってきたんだろう。だから言葉ではうまく説明できないんだろうな。
Moavia's powers are instinctive, and that's been good enough so far. It's the kind of thing that's hard to put in words.
今のうまく説明できてなかった？
I thought I explained things clearly.
できてなかっただろ。
No, you absolutely did not. Well, I'll give it a try. I was never officially taught how to use my powers when I was in the blooms. I'm used to being chunked in the deep end and swimming my way out.
それはそれで。そ 組織としては問題なんだけどな。
And therein lies the whole problem with the organization, Ro muttered to himself, but I couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Moavia gently placed Liz on the ground. I concentrated hard and tried to lift her into the air. Lightly, lightly, visualize she's a feather, she's a cloud. Liz's body gradually lifted off the ground bit by bit, but when she stopped ascending,
優しくやろうとしすぎてサイコキネシスの力が足りてないんだよ。
you're
も
being
う少し
too
力を出せ
gentle.
る？
You need to ramp up your powers. Give it a little more oomph. Moavia's suggestion was helpful for a change, so I poured a bit more strength into my attempt. Okay, let's try it now. Whoa! I overdid it. Liz's body shot up like a rocket. I'm gonna kill my best friend. Thankfully, Moavia jumped in and caught Liz with her own psychokinesis, sparing Liz a missy landing. I eventually got the hang of things, even though it involved some trial and error. In the end, I was able to carry Liz by
練
myself.
習は済んだか？
Good. Has the psychokinesis club concluded? Rose sounded tired. Waiting for us had obviously strained his patience. Everything should be fine.
ならそろそろ先に進むぞ。
Let's press on. Sorry for the holdup. We continued walking while I used my psychokinesis to keep Liz afloat. Will she hold her longer this time? We walked and walked some more. Exhaustion hit in halfway through the journey, so Moavia picked up Liz again. Ro managed to keep a steady pace. To my surprise, he was barely winded. It's just walking. I'm not surprised Moavia's fine, but Ro is keeping up without a problem. He is a lot stronger than I thought. I don't think that requires a lot of strength. Maybe he has done this kind of physical training. I felt like I could learn a thing or two from him. You probably couldn't. The world outside seemed endless. I thought Teta was big, but I realized now that it was actually tiny. All this terrain is new to me. I lost my way out here. I'll be toast. What's the code people used when they got lost in the mountains? We never used it in Teta, so I can't remember the acronym. That's it, SOS.
遭難がどうしたって？
What are you calling SOS for? Huh? I thought Ro was talking up ahead, but no, he was actually right beside me.
疲れた顔でぼーっと歩いてるかと思えば、いきなり何を物騒な言葉をつぶやいてるんだ。
You've been zoned out for a while. I was just wanted to know why you'd blurt out an ancient acronym. I felt flustered. I wasn't sure what to say. It's so vast out here.
広い？
Vast? I was just thinking what a big world we live in. I mean, we've walked so far from Teta, but everything's just gone on and on. If I got lost, I'd be in big trouble. I was just thinking I'd probably have to call out SOS eventually. I didn't mean to speak it out loud.
なるほどな。
I see. Rose squinted as if looking into the distance.
確かに、この世界は広い。お前が今感じているよりも、はるかにな。
The world is pretty huge, but however big your imagination imagine it, it's far bigger. Something about Rose's choice of words made my brain hurt. Ro, what did you?
ねえ、二人とも。
Hey, you two. We looked up and it's Moavia's who's calling out to us. She had stopped some way ahead and had turned back towards us.
歩くの早かった？もっと遅くしようか？
Am I walking too fast? Should I slow down? Moavia was concerned about us. I raised my voice and answered, No, we're fine. We're right behind you. Moavia started walking again, and I tried to focus on keeping a steady pace. Ro gave me a sideways glance and resumed
本
speaking.
当は疲れてるんじゃないのか？
Aren't you tired? Yes, but complaining won't do anything. I need to get Liz somewhere she can rest, so I'll do everything I can to push through. I tried to sound tough, but I was worried. The antibody shot Liz was given, will it really work?
疑っているのか？
Do you doubt it? I'm just worried.
安心しろ。効果がなければ、もうとっくに害獣化が始まっている頃だ。そうじゃないんだから、聞いたってことだ。
Which resumes my previous complaint that she turned real quick in the other thing. If she wasn't working, she wouldn't really start. She would have started vectorizing by now, but she hasn't shifted. She's good. That's great. Dread washed over me when I heard the word vectorizing. I shook it off.
それはそうと、また歩くペースが落ちてるぞ。
You're slowing down your pace again? Sorry. It was hard to keep a fast pace when we're distracted. I tried to focus on my steps.
こまめに止まるな。
You're all over the place. Stop it. Huh?
あまり止まらず、一定のペースを守って歩いた方が疲れにくい。舗装されていないような場所は特にな。
It's especially important when the terrain is rough like how it is here. He's worried I'm going to wear myself out, so he's giving me advice. Rose seems to be showing kindness in his own rough way. I smiled. Thanks for the advice. I'll keep that. Give that a try. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. We walked on as the days slipped by. Though we stopped for small breaks here and there, I took on Liz carrying duty again. Thanks to Rose's advice, I kept my pace steady and didn't exhaust myself. Finally, our destination appeared on the horizon.
ほら、あれが僕たちの住処だよ。
That's where we live. Moavia pointed. I looked ahead and saw a colony's Duma roof. Is that... Even from far away, it looked pretty run down. It clearly hadn't been populated in decades and had fallen into ruin.
静かだし、結構住み心地はいいんだよ。
It's quiet, comfortable too.
コロニーの元々の浄水排水システムや一部だが発電システムも生きている。最低限の生活ができるだけの環境は整っているぞ。
The water treatment and sewer systems are still operational. It has electricity too. It's not fancy, but it's enough to sustain life. I never could have pictured what Moavia's home would look like. I was relieved to see it was normal and not some far
あそこには僕たちしか住んでないけど、きっと君も気に入ってくれると思うよ。
We're the ones living here, but I think you'll like it. Moavia uses her words we made me clutch reflectively at Liz. When you say we, do you mean Hyuga and Yukanami live here
も
too?
ちろん。他にもたくさんの害獣たちが一緒に暮らしているよ。
Of course, and kaiju. Lots and lots of kaiju. That's nice. Kaiju too. My stomach flipped. We're faced off against kaiju just hours ago. Moravia began me with a reassured smiling gesture to
せっ
head.
かくここに来たからには、君にもいろんなことを知ってほしいな。
Now that you're here, there's so much I want to tell you. Right. I suddenly recalled when Moravia said that when she attacked Teta.
君はまだな。
You're in the dark. I'm gonna open your eyes. That's not what she said. Maybe she was right, and Liz was the one who paid the price. I can't keep pretending I'm not involved in any of this going forward. I have to make sure I know everything. I pressed my lips together in determination and hugged Liz close to my chest. I brought Liz all the way out here. I'm responsible for her. Feeling somewhat more courageous, I was about to follow Moravia and when Ro muttered behind me.
知ることが幸せとは限らないけどな。
Sometimes the truth brings more pain than satisfaction. Don't forget that. Huh?
いや、気にするな。
Really should stop talking out loud to myself. Nothing. With that, Ro walked on ahead. The truth brings more pain than satisfaction. What does that mean? When I worked with the Blooms, I never really got to speak with him. So this was our first real chance to talk. I still don't know what his deal is. At least he doesn't seem like a bad guy. That said, he seems to be in the know of all things Moavia wants to tell me. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and hurried after the others before they left me behind. We entered the ruined colony of Tau, which bristled and with crumbling buildings. It looked nothing like my home colony Teta. I hadn't realized that even the tallest, fanciest building would decay if they are not maintained. Everything humankind made was ultimately tiny and fragile against time and entropy. The realization shocked me a little. But not all of this falling to the ground. Not all of this is falling to the ground. One thing stands out. There were kaiju here, everywhere, but they're not hostile. They're quiet as kittens. It felt weird to see them like this. I knew them as violent beasts. I wasn't sure if they weren't attacking because Moavia was near or because they were a more docile breed. I relaxed a little. I looked over at Ro. He didn't seem very interested in our surroundings. It made me think again about how odd he was.
うおー、本当に来たんだね。
Wow, they're really here. I looked over to the source of the voice and saw two figures walking towards us. Their names were Yukanami and Hyuga, right? Yukinami seemed unimpressed and Hyuga just looked sour. They both walked up to me. My body tensed, already aware of what they were capable of. Then a hand came down on my
大
shoulder.
丈夫だよ。
It's all right. Moavia gave me a reassuring smile. Right, I trust Moavia. That's why I came here. I have to continue to trust
モ
her.
ラビア、こいつらをどうする気だ？
What are you planning with
彼
them?
女とリーゼはこれからここで暮らす。
They're going to live here
ヒュー
now.
ガ、雪並、君たちもこの二人を攻撃してはダメだよ。
Hyuga, Yukinami, don't attack them. You hear me?
仕方ね
Fine.
僕は全然いいよ。
Yeah, got it. Both of them agreed with Moravia's orders. It was the best anticlimactic really. I was expecting more of a protest on their part. I guess Moravia really is someone they look up to and respect. But I only felt a moment of relief. For some reason, Hyuga had started to glare at
え。おい
Ro.
お前は用が済んだらさっさと出ていけよ。
You, once your business is done, get out.
元からそのつもりだ。言われなくてもすぐに消える。
That's a plan. That's the plan. Don't blow a fuse. I'll be gone before you know it.
ここにはついでがあって寄っただけなんでな。
I only dropped by for a quick visit. Ro turned on his heels and walked off. That's some hostility from Ro, and Moavia didn't even stop Hyuga from threatening him. Then I realized something. I didn't properly thank Ro for his help. I need to grab him before he leaves. Can you handle Liz for a moment?
別にいいけど。
Sure. Thanks, I'll be right back. I handed Liz over to Moavia, then ran after Ro as fast as I possibly could. He should still be close by. There he is. I spotted Ro from behind, walking between some buildings. I called out as I dashed over. Ro, wait a minute, please.
なんだ
What do you
まだ
want?
何か用か
Erase Hyuga from our mind. Like he erased me. Alright, let's see. I appreciate your help today. I really appreciate your help today. Rose slowly blinked at me. If you hadn't helped me, I never could have gotten Liz out of there. Thank you. I'm glad I caught you in time. I realized that I forgot to thank you, so I just kind of rushed after you. I'm in a panic. Ro looked away in response to my heartfelt
別
appreciation.
に礼なんて必要ない。今回は気が向いたから手を貸しただけだ。
No need to thank me. I only helped because I felt like it. Something about his attitude was curious. He seems more than standoffish. Like maybe he's resigned or something. I wasn't sure why I got that impression. Maybe the casual way Ro dismissed my thanks was because he was embarrassed. He's genuinely apathetic and about the world as if he's disconnected from what's going on, and yet he's always helping behind the scenes. Rose supported the Blooms, and at the same time, he acted as a spy for the kaiju. There was no way he wasn't deeply involved. I continued to stare, appraising him until he
いつま
sighed.
で見ている気だ。俺の顔なんてそんなに見ても面白いものじゃないだろ。
Are you trying to burn a hole in me, or is my face just so interesting that you're compelled to study every angle? Sorry.
話が終わったならもう行くからな。
If you're done talking, I'll leave. Ro turned to leave as if he decided for himself that I was done. I still had things I wanted to ask him. I wanted to call him back, but I wasn't sure I had what it took to convince him.
りょう、ちょっと待って。
Ro, hold on a moment. Someone called from behind me. Ro stopped. Who's that? A beautiful man. I turned to the voice thinking it belonged to Hyuga or Yuganami, but it was neither. I feel like I've seen this person's face before. I flipped through my memory. That's right, I met him in Teta, and... Ibuki! It's you, isn't it? The young man Ibuki nodded with a
そうだよ。
smile.
覚えていてくれたんだ。
It is. I'm happy you remembered me. What are you doing here? His presence made no sense. Last time I met him, he was all the way back in Teta.
うん。今からは僕だから。
This is me for now. What do you mean? Ibuki's word made no sense, but in the next moment I was treated to a
つ
revelation.
まり、僕は息吹であり、
In other words, I'm Ibuki.
モラビアでもあるんだよ。
And I'm Moavia. I'm both. Why didn't he do this in his story? Or in, was it Yukonami's? I think it was Yukonami's story, where he basically said, "This is me now." Oh my god. What? I blinked, stunned. I was definitely a few steps behind. Moavia had shifted into Ibuki right before my eyes. Speechless, I turned to look at Ro, who was watching us silently. Seeing the question in my eyes, he nodded.
知っていた。
Yeah, I know.
驚いたみたいだね。
Bit of a shock, isn't it? Why would you say that? You didn't say this in your own story, and this game knows I had to play that story to get to this story, so why would you do this to me? How is it even
体
possible?
質というか副作用のようなものだよ。もともとは超能力を使おうとするとモラビアの姿になってしまっていたんだ。
Bit of a quirk. Whenever I was younger, I used my powers, I'd turn into Moavia. Moavia shifted back to Ibuki as she spoke, not missing a
あえ
beat.
て言うなら本来の姿はこっち。今は息吹の姿でも普通に超能力を使えるよ。
This is my original form, though. I've learned how to use my powers as Ibuki, too. I see. I was pretty shocked, but at the same time, I could roll win with Ibuki's gender swap. Ibuki and Moavia were simply one and the same. And when Ibuki smiled at me, I realized how alike he and Moavia are. Moavia, I mean Ibuki, always seem a little different. Guess it makes sense. That's when I realized Ibuki was empty-handed. Where's Liz?
一旦雪並みに任せてきたよ。ちゃんと丁寧に扱うように言っておいたから安心して。
I handed her over to Yukonami. I told him to treat her with the utmost care. Thank you. Ibuki waved as if to say it's not a problem before shifting his gaze from me to Ro.
さて、りょう、ちょっと君に頼みたいことがあるんだけど。
I have a small favor to ask of you.
わかった。歩きながら要件を言ってくれ。
Okay, we can talk while we walk. Ro and Ibuki began their discussion and headed off. I wasn't sure if I should follow, so I just stood and watched them go. They're
ねえ
gone.
ね
Hey, you! I nearly jumped out of my skin when a voice came from behind me. I turned to see Yukonami with a Cheshire grin. Well, Yukonami, was it?
え。さんなんていらないよ。
Huh, Mister, talk about
息
excessive.
吹から君を案内するように頼まれたんだ。あと、この子のことも。
Ibuki asked me to show you around. Oh, and he gave me something to hold too. Yukonami nodded down at Liz in his arms. You brought Liz, thank you. I told him I'd take over and asked him to pass Liz to
じ
me.
ゃあ一緒に来て。君たちの案内も頼まれてるんだ。
All right, if we're set, come with me. I'll give you both the grand tour. Thank you. I followed Yukonami, holding Liz in my arms. Please take me somewhere to put this body down. Yukonami brought us to a building that was in surprisingly good condition compared to the others. The interior was patched up and livable, and much cleaner than any of the other
君たちはここに住むんだって息吹が言って
from the
た。
outside.
部屋はいくつもあるから好きなとこを使って。
Ibuki said you two are going to live here. There's no shortage in rooms, so you pick one. I really want to give Liz a chance to rest. I asked Yukonami for his opinion on the best room, and he led us to one in particular.
それならこの部屋でも使えば。
How about this? Terrible. The room was sparsely furnished, but it looked clean, so I carried Liz and laid her down on the bed. Now Liz can finally rest. During the long journey here, Liz never once opened her eyes. Her condition was pretty dire. But now that she was lying on a bed, I could tell at least she wasn't in pain. In fact, she was snoring faintly. She's got the kaiju antibody, so hopefully the worst is over. I left Liz on the bed and asked Yukonami to continue the tour. Yukonami said he was showing me around on orders from Ibuki, but he seemed to enjoy himself. He smiled as he answered my
こ
questions.
こにあるものは全部好きに使っていいってさ。
What's ours is yours, take whatever you need. The building had the essential amenities, everything necessary to live a slightly rugged life. At least nothing felt like it was missing. That reminded me, on the way over, Rose said that this colony still has clean water and electricity.
他に必要なものがあったら、とりあえずヒューガかイブキにでも言えばいいんじゃないかな。
If you need anything else, you should probably ask Hugo or Ibuki. Got it. If I need anything, I'll ask.
じゃあ次は食事かな。ついてきて。
Next, it's time for grub. Let's go. Yukinami led me out the building again. It's dark outside, but it really doesn't feel like the day was already gone. The sky is just the colony's dome ceiling, right? And it's barely anything but ruins, but it really is completely functional.
ぼーっと空なんか眺めちゃってどうしたの？
Why? What you staring at the sky for? I was just thinking how unusual it is.
ん？変なの。空なんてどこのコロニーも変わらないのに。
I think so. It's the same as the sky in any other colony. Yukinami looked at me curiously, and we chatted about Tao as we walked. I was initially scared of the kaiju wandering around, but they were all quite docile. I got used to them pretty quickly. Hard to believe these things used to hack in Teta. Same goes for Yukinami and Hyuga. They seem very different from the people we fought. Suddenly I thought of Ro. Can I ask you something?
え？何？僕のこと聞きたいの？
Curious about me? I don't blame you. Yikes. Don't sound so excited. A little curious maybe, but I was wondering why Ro is so mysterious. Yukinami's shoulders slumped ever so slightly when he realized I wasn't asking about him, but he responded anyways.
なんだ寮のことか。まあいいけどさ。
What's Ro got that I don't find? What you want to know? Does Ro come here often? Is he friends with the kaiju or something?
よく来るけど別に仲間ってわけじゃないよ。僕はあんまり話さないし、ヒューガもあいつのこと好きじゃないし。
He comes often, but he's not a friend. I don't even really talk to him, and Hyuga can't stand the guy. That's the impression I got from their confrontation back there.
っていうかさ、あいつってもともと君と知り合いだったの？
Hold on, wasn't he originally a pal of yours? I hesitated for a second, wondering if I should reveal exactly how Ro and I knew each other. No, if Ibuki knows, then there's no point in hiding it. Yeah, Ro helped the blooms out back in Teta. Yukinami didn't seem particularly surprised to hear how we were connected. He simply nodded.
そんなことしてたんだ。あっちにもこっちにも顔出してるって前にヒューガが言ってたの。本当だったんだ。
Hyuga always says how Ro just keeps popping in like a weed. Guess he's right about
詳
that.
しくは知らないけどさ、そっちの情報をイブキに流してたのはあいつだよ。
I don't know the details, but I do know he brought Ibuki intel. He did. Now Yukinami mentioned it. I could imagine Ibuki asking Ro to help with Liz and I out of Teta. If that were the case, it would make sense to believe that he had been in secret contact with Ibuki for a
あい
while.
つが何考えてるのかなんて興味ないけどね。どうせこっちの情報も流してたんじゃないの？
He's probably fed you all plenty of intel too. I don't know what his game is, but meh, who cares? I don't know either. I often saw Ro with the commander, but could their meetings have been anything to do with sharing enemy information? In that case, he's infiltrated both groups, so whose side is he really on? I wasn't even sure if Yukinami was telling the truth, but I felt like I'd swallow a bug nonetheless. If Ro is working both sides at once, what possible motivation could he have for taking that
ね
risk?
え、そんなことよりお腹すいた。ヒューガが用意してるから早く行こう。
Hey, this kind of talk's boring. Hyuga got dinner ready. Let's go over and eat. Okay. I guess he had done talking about Ro already. More importantly, Yukinami did just say that Hyuga has dinner ready. Yukinami blinked at me as if I had no idea why I'd asked something so painfully
言ったけ
obvious.
ど？
So, Hyuga cooks?
そうだよ。いつもヒューガが作ってくれてるんだ。
Yeah, he always cooks the meals. I thought about Hyuga in battle and remembered how fearsome he's handled his guns. He's always cooks. You don't take turns?
ヒューガは料理上手なんだ。なんかたまに妙に凝った料理とかも作ったりするよ。
No, Hyuga's a great cook, although once in a while he makes something that tastes like it's from another planet. Hyuga's cooking, I still couldn't picture it.
でもヒューガって結構口うるさいんだよね。ちゃんと片付けしろとかさ。
The trade-off is Hyuga's a pain to eat around. He's like, sit down, don't talk with your mouth full. There really are all kinds of people in this world. Hearing about the others' everyday lives made it easier to relate to them. Yukinami took me by the arm and guided me to the dinner area. I'm back. After eating, I returned to Liz's room. I announced my return out of habit. It wasn't like Liz would respond to me. Dinner was really good. As Nami promised, Yuka cooked over an open fire for some reason. I'd never eaten outdoors before, but it was pretty fun. Ikibuki, Yukonami, Hyuga, and I ate together. Ro must have left the colony. At any rate, he wasn't at the table. I was shocked at how good the meal was. Hyuga was better cooked than I had imagined. The soup's good. Hyuga's the best. This is literally a
美味しいって
conversation.
言って
いつも食べ
Uh-huh.
美味しいものは美味しいんだから。
Duh.
へりくつ
This is my talk. Until now. Rose said this world is huge. No doubt, still tons of things to learn. Seeing just part of the world. Hey, Ibuki, earlier you said I know nothing. I have to wonder how much I'll learn from being
それも
here.
君次第だよ
That depends on you. Ikibuki paired his response with a warm
時間はある
smile.
んだここで過ごしながらゆっくり考えるといい
Think it about it when you're leisure. I nodded firmly. I'll live here for a while and see what I can see. Then I'll draw my own conclusions. Okay. Most of that conversation was from literally Buki's story. I checked out Liz as soon as I got back, but she was still fast asleep. She hadn't even woken up. This can't be good. I'd come this far hoping Liz could be saved, but worry gnawed at me. Liz, I called out her name quietly. There was no response. I had no idea what else to do, so I kept calling her name softly. Hey, Liz. After repeating her name several times, Liz finally stirred. Her eyelids fluttered. Liz? I held my breath and watched as Liz slowly opened her eyes and groggily looked around the room.
ここ
Where am I? Liz, you're awake. Ooh, I feel like I was gonna sneeze. I might sneeze again. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. I could hear Liz's voice and see her eyes focus on mine. That was everything. She was still woozy, probably not fit for an exposition dump. I decided to explain everything later. You can relax. This is a safe place. I brought you dinner. The soup is very good. Please try to eat some. With my encouragement, Liz decided to eat. She drank the soup very slowly and ate one small piece of bread at a time. Liz seemed to only vaguely remember what happened when the kaiju attacked her, so I promised I'd explain everything tomorrow. After eating, Liz laid down and went back to sleep. Phew! Now that I know Liz is okay, I'm exhausted. The walk from Teta to Tao wasn't exactly a stroll. I'd traveled a very long distance today. My body felt like a sack of bricks. I should probably turn in for the night, too. Probably. I headed to the room I was using and flopped down on the bed. Sleep crept up on me straight away. That night, I slept deeply and dreamlessly. The next few days were uneventful but quite enjoyable. In time, I not only got to know Ibuki, but Hyuga and Yukonami too. I began seeking them out to have conversations. Yukonami was definitely a people person, so he always enjoyed chatting with me. Hyuga's stony face never softened, but he always responded to me when I spoke to him, and the food he made was delicious. Not that I should drop my guard entirely, but they don't seem like bad guys. I'm used to the sight of kaiju roaming around freely too. They never showed a bit of aggression when I walked outside, so I stopped fearing them. My whole perception of the kaiju changed. A big part of that shift immediately came from me discovering that the kaiju who lived in Tao were once human. The day after we came to Tao, Ibuki explained Liz's
リ
condition
ーゼ
to
が
me.
害獣になりかけていたの
She's not
So?
human. She's no longer
No.
purely
抗体を
human.
打つのがあと
If
少
the
しでも
shot
遅
had
け
been
れば
initiated later, she would have turned into a kaiju. Nothing new. But she's not a mindless kaiju, which means that shot Ro gave her worked. I need to thank him when I see him next. After hearing the story from Ibuki, I told Liz what happened. Of course, it shook her up. Let me check the flow on this, actually. What's his flow chart look like? So his is like a lot of stuff. Just a lot. Okay. If it's stuff I've heard before, I'm gonna skip it because I know everything there is at this point to know about kaiju. The attack in Teta made her wary around Tao's kaijus, even though they were tame, so I tried to stay by her side as much as possible. Liz's naturally bubbly personality soon won over both Yukonami and Ibuki, and even Hyuga seemed okay with her. For the first time in ages, I felt like I was at peace. My point of view had undergone rapid changes in just a few days. I feel like maybe I'm no longer as clueless as Moabia said. I found out that kaiju are once humans. I've seen that human side of Ibuki's group. I was already a huge shift from before. But I wonder if Ibuki meant something else when he said I didn't know anything. Maybe I'll ask Ibuki to tell me more tomorrow. Liz knocked on my door and peeked in. I was going over my thoughts. Hey. Hi Liz, what's up?
今日はヒューガの料理を手伝いに行こうと思うんだ。いつも作ってもらってるだけじゃ悪いしね。
I was thinking of helping Hyuga with today's meal. I feel bad that he's stuck with the cooking. That's perfect for Liz. She loves cooking.
ユキナミも誘いに行こうと思うんだ。
I was thinking of asking Yukonami to join us. Yukonami, huh? He probably hates cooking.
昨日誘ったら逃げられちゃった。でも今日も誘う。それでヒューガを手伝うよ。
I asked him yesterday and he took off. I'll try again today either way. I'll help Hyuga. Interesting. Glad to see you're getting along. You seem like you're having fun. I'm so glad you're getting along with everyone.
君がいてくれたおかげだよ。
It's all thanks to you. What did I do? I couldn't think of anything, but Liz shook her head at my blank stare.
新しい環境に慣れるのとか、知らない誰かと仲良くなろうとするのってすごく大変なことだよね。
It's hard warming up to into a new place and getting along with strangers, like really hard, you
で
know?
も私は君がそばにいてくれたから心に余裕があったんだ。だから伊吹たちにも積極的に話しかけたりできたんだよ。
She said Kabuki, but that wasn't there. I can do anything if you're with me, so I had the courage to make friends here. You're my security blanket. I see. Well, I'm glad I helped you out. Liz's smile made me blush a little. But wow, this is amazing. Not everyone can make friends with strangers in such short time.
君
That
は
takes
どう
talent.
する？一緒に料理のお手伝いする？
What about you? Want to help cook? I'm going to go and talk to Ibuki for a little bit.
そっか、わかった。
All right. I didn't have to worry about Liz if she was with Hyuga and Yukonami, so we decided we'd split up and do different things today. Now, where could Ibuki be? I had no idea how Ibuki spent his time, nor did I know where he went after our meals. As I looked around, a kaiju wandered up to me. I stroked its neck and mumbled softly to it. I don't suppose you can tell me where Ibuki is, or Moabia. Either one is fine. Yeah, kaiju aren't exactly talkative. The kaiju couldn't answer, but it still seemed glad that I even asked. That's weird. I looked for Ibuki without success. Soon I found myself turned completely around in an unfamiliar area. This isn't good. I don't remember this area. I should turn back. I was nervously scanning for a way back when I caught sight of a human figure. Who's over there? Is that Ro?
ああ、今のところは問題ないようだ。
That shouldn't be a problem at this stage. Ro walked out of one of the buildings talking to someone still inside. Who's he talking to? Doesn't seem like Ibuki or one of the others. Ro wrapped up his conversation and noticed me as soon as the door closed behind him. Our eyes connected. He knew he couldn't ignore me. He sighed and started to walk in my direction.
そこで何をしている？
What are you doing here? I was looking for Ibuki. Then I suddenly remembered I had something to say to Ro. I clasped my hands together. Ah, but more importantly, thank you.
いきなり何を？
What are you? Liz is doing well. She won't turn into a kaiju thanks to this shot you gave her. I really wanted to see you again so I could thank you one more time. Ro looked at me, surprised, and then heaved an exasperated sigh.
気が向いたから手を貸しただけだって言っただろう。礼はいらない。
I already told you, I only helped because I felt like it. You can save your things.
それより、息吹を探していると言ったな。ここにはいないぞ。探すなら他を当たれ。
You said something about finding Ibuki. Well, he's not here. Go look elsewhere. With that, Ro turned and started to walk off. Wait,
まだ
please?
何かあるのか
Do you not have an off switch? Who lives in that building? You were talking to someone, right?
興味があるなら自分で訪ねてみればいい。
If you want to know, knock on the door yourself. I wanted to, but it seemed a little abrupt. Ro passed in thought for a moment before continuing. Paused in thought.
ここで得たものはあるか
Look, it's me. I did it. Except my hair is the wrong color. Whatever, I did it. Gotten anything out of your visit? Let's see. Piece by piece, Hyuga goes away. A few things. I think I figured a few things out. Yeah. My perspective has changed a lot since coming here. On the kaijus and on
それは
Ibuki.
よかった
How nice for you. From the way he answered, it was obvious my response didn't align with his question. What am I supposed to get from this experience aside from the broader perspective? What's he asking? It seems like Ibuki wasn't the only person filled with secrets I wasn't privy to. Bro, do you know that I don't? Ro remained silent as he turned his back and left. At this point, I think Ro's a bigger mystery to me than Ibuki and the others. Disagree. He seems to know something, but he's just making cryptic remarks instead of telling me anything. I guess Ibuki's the same way. But is Ro on Ibuki's side, or is he an ally to the Blooms? I can't figure it out. Ro wouldn't tell me anything. He just responded to my question with more questions. It was supremely frustrating. Since you're not going to cough anything up, I'll just have to follow him. I'm sure I'll find something if I do. What's that? I've decided on my first ever stealth mission? Stalking Ro quietly. I tailed Ro from the shadows, but before long, he exited the colony. Where's he going? Based on the direction, I don't think he's headed towards Teta. The more time I wasted hesitating, the further Ro got. Moving carefully so I wouldn't be spotted, I snuck along behind him. He sure walks fast, surprising considering the rough terrain. I had to be careful with my own footing, which meant I was always in danger of losing sight of Ro. He's such a big chunk of... How does such a big chunk of rubble get here? That's dangerous. I realized Ro had vanished while I was being distracted by the debris. Where'd he go? I only took my eyes off of him for a second. I glanced around and panicked when...
Oi.
Hey. Ro called out to me from behind and I almost shrieked in surprise. I felt a bit guilty for following him. I kept my eyes lowered as I turned around.
それでどこまでついてくるつもりなんだ
How long are you going to tell me? Ro raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. He figured my game out ages ago. Well, you see, what do? I have to say something. I feel like that's the right answer. I want to know more about you. I just want to know more about you. Ro hesitated, taken aback for a moment. His reaction. I never thought I'd see such a look on his face, but his expression changed back in a blink of an eye.
へえ俺のことを知りたいね
You want to know about me? His tone was mocking, which prompted me to snap back. Something wrong with what I said?
いやただ好奇心旺盛なものだと感心しただけだ
You're just a curious little thing, that's all. He is mocking me, talking down to me like I'm a kid, but I really need to know. I had come this far, I couldn't back down now. I looked at Ro with a serious expression. Then I unloaded all the suspicions I built up since arriving at Tao. What's your deal? I don't think you're on the kaiju side, but you don't seem to be with the Blooms either. You keep making it sound like you know something I don't. That's why I was stalking you.
後をつけてみる
Stalking? There was an odd pause. I wasn't sure what to say next. What do you mean, Puff? Oh my god, he laughed. He's laughing! I was more shocked to hear Ro laugh than I was about being the target of his amusement. Up until now, Ro had only displayed two moods, apathy and mockery. If it had any other setting, I didn't know about them. Yet here he was, blatantly showing his emotions, and by laughing out loud, no less. He can laugh. Seeing Ro laugh made me feel like I was actually meeting him for the first time. I felt happy.
ああ、笑った笑った。予想の斜め上の回答だったから油断してた。
That was hilarious. That's on me for letting my guard down. I wasn't expecting
後を
that.
つけてみることにしたなんてはっきり言うやつがいるとはな。
A 16-year-old who has no sense of like there's no beacon around her. She's just stumbling through life. Who actually admits that they're stalking someone. You already caught me doing it.
不器用なくらい正直だな。断言するが、お前は探偵には向かないぞ。
Your honesty's enduring, but man, you'd make a lousy detective. Good thing I never planned on being one. Ro grinned at me as I huffed angrily, but there was no longer any mockery behind his gaze.
後をつけたいなら、勝手にすればいい。
You want to stalk me? Go nuts. Huh? Really? I was so surprised that I actually took the offer at face value. Well, that's a relief now that we're caught up. Now that you've caught me, I can take my time and trail you at my pace. I knew what I was saying was weird, but Ro just kept grinning and let me run my mouth.
それはすでに尾行じゃないけどな。
But that's not stalking anymore, is it? Then Ro started walking again, but his pace was noticeably slower. I had already been spotted, but I still didn't want to lose sight of my target. I hurried after him. So where are you going?
世界の果てまでって言ったらどうする？
What if I said I was heading to the edge of the world? I don't think I can travel that far. I'll go as far as I can, but after that I'll have to watch from a distance. Ro smiled at that, a different smile from his familiar wary grin.
なるほど。やっぱり正直だな。
I see you're honest, all right. So where are you really
今日は
going?
もう少し進んだあたりまでにしておく。
I'll just go a little further today. Ro glanced back as he continued walking.
余計なお荷物も増えたしな。
Gotta do something about this extra baggage. I think he means me. I felt bad for inconveniencing Ro, but I was also happy he was letting me tag along. Conflicting emotions rolled in my mind. But I think he changed his original plan because of me. I mean, probably? I can't let my guard down, but I think I've seen a softer side of him.
何をにやけてるんだ？
What are you smirking about? I quickly composed myself, embarrassed that Ro could read my expression. I wasn't smirking. I wasn't smirking at all. Ro rolled his eyes as if to say whatever. I trotted along, determined not to let him tease me. We walked for a while longer, then we stopped. Ro looked around as if sweeping the
よ
area.
し。この辺りでいいだろ
This place looks fine. I don't know what you're dipped to, but let me know if I can help. It looked like Ro was constructing something, so I offered to give him a hand. He had to change his plans because of me. The least I could do is be useful.
う。キャンプの準備を手伝
And help me set up camp. Camp? You're camping here?
え。だから、そう言っただろ。
That's what I said, right? I knew how to camp, but I couldn't process the idea of camping outside a colony. For a second, I thought I'd misheard. I was told people die if they spend too much time outside a colony. Are you sure it's okay for you to camp here? And there might be kaiju wandering around. I was pretty used to kaiju by now, but after so many fights against them, I still regarded them with caution.
害獣のことなら心配いらない。対害獣用の武器を持っているからな。
Yeah, I'm hiding these weapons in my suit, bro. No need to worry about kaiju. I have weapons if it comes to that.
コロニーの外での活動には慣れている。俺ならキャンプも問題ない。
I'm used to living outside the colony. Camping's no issue for me. With that said, Roper produced a backpack that he had hidden in advance. It looks like he regularly stops by this site, so he left the necessary equipment nearby. He started unloading tools as I watched. Why are you camping here? Why this spot specifically? Everything he was doing was just odd.
お前は俺が何者か知りたがっていたな。簡単に言えば、ここの環境を調査する人間だ。
You want to know who I am, right? Simply put, I survey the region. You survey the region? So he was a researcher. It was true the commander and the Bloom's worker worked out of the research district, but I saw Ro come and go from there too. It's hard to believe that the researchers would be cool with Ro being in contact with kaiju sympathizers. Is Ro acting alone, or is he under someone's orders? What a situation. As soon as I got an answer to one mystery, another took its place. How much does the commander know about what you do?
はっきりと話したことはない。だが、半分くらいは気づいているだろうな。あの人は、あれでいて切れ者だ。
We don't talk about it directly, but he knows the gist of what's going on. He's sharper than you'd give him credit for. He just admitted that with no problem. I was expecting Ro to get defensive, but no, it was a bit anticlimactic, really. At least he was open to talking. He continued talking as he continued to set up
まさきさん
camp.
は、俺が環境調査をしている目的などは知らない。
Masaki doesn't know about my motives behind surveying the
伊
region.
吹たちとつながっていることは、うすうす感づいていたと思うが、特に聞いては来なかった。
I don't doubt he'd figure it out that I'm in contact with Ibuki and the others, but he's never brought it up around me. So that means Ro is acting independently. He is in touch with the kaiju side on his own volition. Why don't the commander even question you? Why does the commander even question
最
you?
初は、泳がされているのかとも思ったが、それも違ったようだ。
At first I thought he was just turning a blind eye. That's probably not it though.
まあ、あの人も人には言えない事情みたいなものがあるからな。
My guess is he has secret plans of his own, stuff he can't talk about either. Stuff he can't talk about? You mean... Ro looked right at me for a moment before quickly looking away.
話はここまでだ。早くしないと日が暮れる。
That's enough talk for now. We have to finish setting up before sunset. That was apparently all Ro planned on telling me today. He remained silent as he continued to make camp. I still had questions, lots of them, but I know I wouldn't get anything out of Ro tonight, even if I pressed him. I looked up. The sky was gray and hazy. It never changed thanks to the terrible air outside the colony. It's definitely a good idea to get everything set up before sunset. Is there anything I can do to help speed this along?
燃料を集めてこい。
Gather some fuel for the fire? Fuel. The first thing that came to mind were hydrogen electricity. Surely that wasn't what Ro meant by fuel. Ro noticed my confusion and threw me a bone.
その辺の枯れ枝を集めてくればいい。
I mean wood. Grab those broken branches. Broken branches, check. Of course, branches were the perfect fuel. I only knew the bare basics of camping, so even that simple fact hadn't registered with me. I scouted around the area for broken branches as instructed. Broken branches here, broken branches. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find so much as a useful splinter of wood. What little I found wasn't suitable for kindling. That's when I remembered something important. The poor environment means the plants can't grow outside the colonies. I don't even see any live trees in the vicinity. How can I go around like this? We'll burn through little wood I've gathered in minutes. I looked up and saw a dead tree not too far from me. It was tall and bristly with withered branches. There's one. I dashed over to the dead tree with the energy of someone who'd just spotted a treasure chest. The tree's dry. The branches should make nice fire. I used my psychokinesis on the tree and it collapsed with no effort at all. Pieces of dead wood littered to the ground. Now I had all the fuel I needed. I gathered up a bundle of wood and used my powers to float everything back over to the campsite. Look, I found fuel, tons of it.
たくさん手に入ったって。そんなホクホク顔でな。
Tons of it. Don't you look pleased with yourself? Huh? What's wrong? Ro grinned as if I told him a good joke.
そういうのは手に入れたって言うんじゃない。強引に取ってきたって言うんだ。
I had a find the tree, Ro. That's not fair. That's your choice, your words. You didn't find anything. You just blasted it off the tree. Clearly, he had been watching me rip down the tree. But his smile wasn't nasty, nor was his tone sarcastic. He was honestly amused by the fact that I'd gone a bit overkill. Still, I pouted a bit as I dropped the
そう
branches.
だ。確認しておくが、お前はどれくらい外にいられる？
That's good. Incidentally, how long can you hang outside for? How long? I don't really know, actually. I wasn't sure how long I could survive outside the colony in my transformed state. To be honest, I'd never even thought about it.
考えたことがないって顔だな。
Looks like the question hasn't crossed your
少
mind.
なくともシータからこっちまでの移動時間くらいは問題ないと証明されているわけだが。
It's already obvious you can handle the distance from Teta to here without issue. Come here a sec. Okay. As I walked over to Ro, I noticed a splendid tent sits up nearby. It was the size of a cabin. It's 2 tents. He set up a tent that big in a few minutes? It was evident Ro had access to other fancy tools in addition to the watch that protected him.
変身した状態とはいえ、急に体調を崩されても困るからな。お前はあそこに入っていろ。
Is this little baby biodomes? You might be transformed. That doesn't mean we should risk you getting sick. Go in and get inside the tent. Interesting. We're just gonna go inside the tent. That's fine. Alright, if you say
素
so.
直なのはいいことだ。あのテントの中はコロニー内と同じように正常な空気が保たれているから安心しろ。
The enclosed environment inside the tent will keep you safe. It has the same oxygen circulation system set up as the colonies. Technology is amazing. What's that? I spied a small machine with propellers close to the tent. It honestly looked more like a toy than a tool, but I couldn't picture Ro ever playing around with
あ
anything.
れは遠隔操作で空を飛ばせる小型探査機だ。カメラが搭載されていて上空からの景色を撮影することができる。
It's a small scale remote controlled airborne drone. It's equipped with a camera so I can record footage of the
他に
landscape.
も自分では登れないような高さにある鉱物や植物、土壌を採取してきたりと環境調査には欠かせない機械だ。
I can use it to scope out wildlife, minerals, patches of fertile ground, all the stuff I need to find and record for my research. His exclamation was scrutinant, but I still couldn't quite grasp what he was saying. That's pretty neat.
お前、よくわかってないだろ。
You have no idea what I said. Ro clearly wasn't fooled by my bluff. I get it, kinda. I just can't picture you actually playing with that little drone thingy. Are you going to use it now? I'd be interested to see how it works.
お前はテントの中にいろ。見たいなら窓から覗けばいい。
Go ahead and get in the tent. You can watch me from the window. I'd like to see it work up close, though. I won't get it that
意
way.
外とグイグイ食い下がるな。でもダメなものはダメだ。とにかくさ
No,
っさとテントの中に入れ。
no still means no. Go on and get in the tent. Reluctantly, I did as I was told. Ooh, whoa. I wasn't expecting the tents to be so well equipped. It had nearly everything we could need, and it appeared to be super comfortable. There was a bed, as well as a table, a chair, and a small shelf. The shelf was stacked with jars of dirt, plants, and water samples, each categorized according to where they had been collected. Seems he's telling the truth about being a surveyor. All the machines sure look the part. You got your own little research lab here.
ああ、土壌や水質の簡易検査くらいならここ
It
でも
has
できるから
everything
な。
I need to analyze soil and water samples.
じゃあ、俺は外で探査機を飛ばしてくる。おとなしくしていろよ。
And now I don't like his tone. I'll be operating the drone outside. Stay here and behave. With that, Ro exited the tent and left me alone inside. Man, I really wanted to see it up close. Pouting, I peeked out the tent window. I watched Ro walk up to the drone, which was lying on the ground. He moved it so I can get a better view of what he's doing. He sounded dismissive at my curiosity, but he was actually doing something nice. I smiled a little as I focused on what Ro was doing. He began fiddling around with some tools that looked like a controller. The drone propeller started to spin and it lifted into the air. It's really flying. It seems to be seeking something from its high vantage point, like Ro had suggested. Ro's eyes followed it into the sky as it ascended. I could tell he looked rather excited. He definitely seems like he's enjoying himself. I'd never seen Ro look so carefree before. It was a real change from his usual poker face. Maybe Ro was some type of person who only expressed emotion when he was alone. He was always taciturn when he worked with the Blooms. I figured he just was playing a role of sorts. He likely hid his true self when he was with us. He always kept himself at arm's length. I guess he never let his guard down in Teta. Maybe he only feels like he can relax and be himself outside the colony. This row was a bright spot against the overcasted skies outside the colony. The scene made my heart race. Why? Ooh. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon and we were enveloped in darkness. The light was pitch black compared to nights in the colony. Thick clouds obscured the moon and stars, blocking whatever light that shed. The only light came from the campfire Rose set up outside, as well as the lamps inside the tent. His work done, Ro joined me inside. His hands were full with hot drinks and food.
これでも食べるといい。レーションだが味は悪くないぞ。
I have something for you to eat. It's just rations, but it tastes alright. Thanks for sharing with me. I accepted the food and drink and began eating. The drink was hot tea, and the food Ro called rations was actually very tasty. I'd never had anything like it. We ate in silence for a while before I decided to ask Ro about the machine he used. What were you looking for with the drone?
あっちの建物の外壁の割れ目に珍しい植物が自生していた。その一部を採取したが、見るか?
Turns out there's a new species of plant life growing in between the cracks in the buildings out there. Want to see a sample? Ro lifted a bottle from the desk and showed me the plants inside. It looked like moss. Is this really something rare? I don't know a lot about plants, so I can't tell. I assume someone as knowledgeable as Ro knew what he was looking at, unlike myself. Ro, doing this survey stuff revs you up, huh? He looked away when I pointed out the change I noticed in him.
そうか? どうなんだろうな。
Really? I don't know about that. I decided to ask him something that's been on my mind since I first saw the drone, and even though I already knew what the answer was going to be. Can I try to fly the drone? As expected, Rose shot me down.
ダメだ。おもちゃじゃないんだぞ。墜落させて壊されたらたまらん。
Not a toy. It'll be a major problem if you crash and break it. I promise I won't crash it. If it looks like it's about to fall, I'll just lift it back up with my
そ
psychokinesis.
して力加減を間違えて、さっきの枯れ木のように粉砕するわけか。
No
ますます焦
doubt
る
you'll
な。
overdo it, like how you turn those tree branches into matchsticks. No way I'm letting you touch it. I thought he'd mentioned how she threw her best friend into the air. But he was onto something. I still lacked control. I wouldn't overdo it. I'll be fine, I think. I knew I didn't sound convincing even as the words left my mouth. I felt quiet and sipped my tea. He did a great job preparing this tea and meal. He must do it all the time. And he had this tent hidden out here all ready to go well in advance. Do you come here often?
そうだな。ここだけじゃなく、他にもいくつか似たような拠点を持っているから、日によって行く場所は違う。
Not just here. There are other similar spots that I visit. I switch locations based on the day. I was surprised to learn that he had multiple hidden base camps outside the colony, but if he had all this stuff prepared in advance, he'll always have a safe spot to squirrel away in. When I thought about it in that way, it didn't seem strange that he had so many hiding spots. Roex activities weren't officially sanctioned, however. Was it alright for him to have these little base camps hidden around everywhere? Would it be bad news if the hires up from Teta found about your
そん
tents?
なヘマはしない。仮に見つかりそうになれば、すぐに場所を変えて痕跡も消している。
I'm not careless. If I get wind that we're about to be spotted, we can just head to another camp and make this one disappear. He spoke with complete confidence. No doubt he had lots of hands-on experience at keeping a low profile. He's opened up way more than I thought he would, but he's still so mysterious. All I knew for sure was that Ro wasn't siding with the Blooms or the Kaiju. That, and he was surveying the landscape outside the colonies for one reason or another. I had no idea what he hoped to accomplish with his survey. Maybe if I dug up that much, I'd unlock some of Ro's deeper truths. Would he tell me if I asked? As of right now, I don't think he would.
おい、ぼーっとしてるところ悪いが、
Sorry to interrupt your daydreaming. Ro was speaking to me. I looked over. He was done eating, but I had been spacing out, my fork suspended in midair. I just love the idea that she's just sitting there, just having these thoughts. I know it looks like I'm spaced out, but I was just doing some deep thinking.
どっちでもいいが、今日はここに泊まっていった方がいい。外はもう
I don't know if she needs to bunker down. She could just head home. She's fine. She can live with the kaiju out in the forest. She is magic. She's a magical girl, if you will. We should bunk down for the night. It's already pretty dark outside. Oh. I had followed Ro on a whim, not thinking about what I'd face on the outside. Now the terrain was cloaked in deep darkness, and there was little chance I could find my way back to Tao safely. Is it really okay if I
い
stay?
いも悪いも、この暗闇の中でコロニーまで帰るのは自殺行為だぞ。
It's not a matter of okay. Trying to get back to the colony in the darkness would be suicide. I think you're right. I was actually just thinking the same thing. Were you? I came all this way and never even planned ahead for nightfall. How embarrassing. After that, I helped Ro clean up. By the time we were done, it was quite late. When I was hit with another thought, Rose said I could sleep here. But where am I supposed to sleep? The tent only had one coat. He probably figured I'd sleep on the floor since I joined his expedition without an
今日は
invitation.
もう寝る。ベッドはお前が使え。
Let's get some sleep. You can use the bed. Whoa! When Ro announced opposite arrangements, I panicked. I can't take the bed. I followed you here. I should be the one to sleep on the floor. Ro began walking towards me, fixing me with a hard gaze that indicated I should stop
礼
talking.
ならもらうから遠慮するな。
One bed's all I need to collect your gratitude? What? Oh, wow. Why are you transformed? He said you could be safe in here. I assumed she wasn't supposed to be transformed in this area. Excuse me, I wore this cloak for a reason. Before I knew what was happening, Ro backed me up against the wall of the tent. He leaned forward, putting his lips up by my
男のと
ear.
ころに一人でのこのこついてきて。こうなるとは想像しなかったのか。
Seriously, haven't you given a single thought of what might happen if you follow a man back to his place? What does he mean? He certainly had no regard for my personal space. My heart began pounding in my chest. The vibrations echoed loudly in my ears. Collect my gratitude? No, he can't possibly be mean. Not that. I'd never imagined being in this scenario. My mind went white with
前
panic.
から思っていたが、髪変身すると伸びるの可愛いな。
Hey, I look great with short hair. I can't deny you look pretty cute when you're transformed. I like how your hair grows out. I could feel myself blushing, but Rose chose to ignore it. He reached out and quietly played with the ends of my hair. Cute. Endless possibilities fitted through my mind, feeding me into my panic. What should I do? Rose suddenly brought his face right up to
いい
mine.
機会だ。少しは警戒しないとどうなるか。お前の体に教えてやろう。
Am I supposed to be excited about this storyline? This is the perfect opportunity to school you on what happens when you let your guard down. You're about to learn a hard lesson. I froze with a mixture of confusion, shame, and fear. I felt my body tense
なん
up.
てな。
Just kidding. Huh? I was utterly lost. Ro looked at me my wide-eyed face with amusement.
顔を赤くしたり青くしたり、お前も忙しいやつだな。面
This
白いものを
isn't
見せてもら
funny.
った。
This would never be funny. I would die in the desert because I would leave. First you blush and now you're pale. Your emotions sure change on the fly, don't they? It's funny to watch, that's for
子
sure.
供には興味がないから安心しろ。
I have no interest in a kid like you. That's right, she's 16. What are you, 29?
俺は寝袋を持っているから、それを使う。
I have a sleeping bag. I'll sleep in that. Then Ro pulled himself away from me and started getting ready for bed. I stood frozen against a wall for a few more moments. He had a sleeping bag the whole time, but that's not the issue here. What the heck was that all about? And what does he mean by calling me a kid? As I started to calm down, I realized that he had been teasing me. Now I was red in the face for a different reason. Maybe I really am a child. I mean, if something happened, that'd be bad news, but there was no reason for him to tease me like that. If something happened, that would be bad news? But he shouldn't tease me. I'm sorry, that would be worse news than being teased. As I calmed down enough to ruminate over what had just happened, I got mad, really mad. You'll see, I'll put everything I've got into sleeping in this stupid bed, I huffed with anger as I climbed into the cot. I could feel Ro grinning at my back.
ランプ
Lamp. Ro extinguished the lamp, and the tent was plunged into darkness. The night hung heavily and utterly silent. I was still seething with anger and could hear my heart pounding in the darkness. I should be glad nothing actually happened, but instead I feel, how do I describe this? The more I examined my feelings, the less sure I felt about my actual state of mind. I'd had a big day though, and exhaustion took me soon. I felt my eyelids drop despite still being angry. The gentle sound of the wind accompanied me as I gradually drifted off to sleep. Girl, no. No, 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 no. No. Huh? I woke up feeling groggy. Everything around me was unfamiliar. It took me a few moments to sort out my memory. Right. I followed Ro out here. He pitched a tent, and that's where I stayed the night. I looked around. There was no signs of Ro. He must have woken up without my realization. I was sure I wouldn't sleep a wink all night, but I slept like a baby until morning. My anger over last night's teasing had cooled down thanks to the good night's rest. I got up and looked out the window cautiously. Ro was concentrating on the sky, clearly working on something. I had no idea what he was up to, but I decided to transform and join him outside. You were transformed in the cutscene. Oh, he took his jacket off. Okay, hang on, Ro. Good morning.
ああ起きたのか
You're awake. Ro never stopped fiddling with the drone remote controller even as I greeted him. His eyes were fixed to the sky. He looked serious, not at all like his demeanor last night. That's the remote for the drone you used yesterday, right? What's wrong with that? He glanced at me before quickly sweeping his gaze back to the
コ
sky.
ントロールが効かなくなった
Stopped responding. Huh?
多分どこかに引っかかったな朝になったら別の植物も見つけたから採取しようとした
It must
そ
be
う
hung
した
up
ら
on
このざ
something.
まだ
I found another plant-like specimen this morning, and I tried to get a sample, then this happened. I followed Ro's eyes and saw the ruins on the once impressive building. The drone seemed to be stuck on its roof.
取りに行きたいところだが階段や床が崩れ落ちてしまっている登るのは不可能だな
I want to get it, obviously, but those crumbling stairs are a death trap. I don't know how to climb up
あれ
there.
を失うのは結構な痛手だがここは諦めるしか
It'll be a major blow to lose it, but I know when to throw in the towel. I recalled the expression on Ro's face last night as we flew the drone and found myself speaking before I knew it. Would you like me to get it for you? That's a new face. That was just, the words just automatically poured out of me.
What?
You? Ro looked surprised. I remembered how he mocked me last night, and I felt my resolve grow stronger. I'll do it as a thanks for letting me stay. Really, he had only given me a place to crash, and he had treated me like I was a child. Still, I wanted to even the score between us. Ro gave me a slight grin, as if I'd reminded him of the teasing he had done the night before.
それならやってもらおうかどうするつもりだ
You can try, but what's your plan? I'll use my psychokinesis to hold the structure together and then jump my way up there. That way I can get to the roof without crossing the
自
floor.
分が踏む部分を強化してジャンプかなるほど
So you're strengthening your landing area, then jump from the roof. I see. Here goes. I began to focus my power, but Rose stopped
い
me.
や待てせっかくだから俺も連れて行ってくれ
Bring me along if you're going to do this. I wasn't expecting him to say that. I looked at him confused. Why does he want to hitch along? Is there something he needs to do on the roof? You said something about plant life nearby. Do you want to get the sample?
別にそんなのなくたって行ってみたくなっただけだ。上からの景色ってやつをこの目で見たい。
Nothing like that. I just want to get up there and look at the land from up high.
俺がそう思っちゃおかしいか。
Is that weird to ask? So in other words, he was just curious, inquisitive even. The whimsical nature of his request caught me by surprise, and I remembered how excited he looked last night. Maybe he did have an innocent streak. My lips curled into a smile as I thought that over. It's not weird, at least. But how was I supposed to carry Ro up onto the roof with me? I guess I can lift him the way I lifted Liz, but Ro's much bigger than I am. Looks like this isn't going to be easy. I thought for a moment before I spoke again. I don't know what answers he wants. I don't think we're becoming friends. We're in 2-2 already. When's my near death option? 3-2. Okay. Let's go. All right, let's go together. Really? Yeah. Thinking about it, my powers made it so Ro's size relative to mine wasn't really an issue. Besides, Rose struck me as the type who never asked for favors. I couldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. If I showed him how useful I actually am, maybe he'll stop calling me a kid. I was still salty about Ro comparing me to a child last night. Now I have to figure out how I'm supposed to get Ro up there. Based on Ro's size, it would be difficult to transport him the same way I carried Liz. Also, this is less about logistics, but is it okay for me to carry Ro in my arms? I mean, won't it look kind of, you know?
何を考え込んでいるんだ。上に連れて行ってくれるんだろ。
Why are you spacing out? How do you feel about me carrying you?
は？
What? Ro's jaw hung open in a charming, un-Ro-like way. This is to be fair, my question came out weird. I rephrased it to explain that I was trying to figure out the best way to carry him to the roof. Ro nodded in
それで
understanding.
さっきの質問になったわけか。確かに、俺がお前に抱きかかえられるのは絵面的に嫌だな。
I have to be honest, I'm not wild about it.
だが、それならこうすれば解決だろう。
I think I have a better way. Ro reached out and grabbed my hand. I immediately understood his intent. Holding hands like this should work just fine. Just like that, the problem I'd been so worried about was solved. I just assumed I'd carry Ro after having done the same with Liz. I took a deep breath to calm down, then I focused on gathering the energy I needed to use my psychokinesis power. I don't think you should talk to him. Go for it, I guess. All right, here we go.
ああ、頼む。
Counting on you. I activated my psychokinesis. I imagined that Ro and I were one body connected by our hands. I kicked off the ground lightly and my body started to lift in the air alongside Ro.
すごいな。
This is amazing. Oh, good. It seems to be working. We landed on the ledge that was quite high up. Turns out it wasn't too tough to visualize my goal. Carrie and Liz had given me lots of practice. Let's try jumping at the same time. I figure we can get even more height that way.
わかった。やってみよ
Let's give it a try. Ro and I floated upwards again. Beyond. Bonded by, what is this one? By the psychokinesis, we climbed even higher than any of our previous attempts. We did
う。
it!
おお。
Yeah. Ro was seemingly surprised by our success, but he also clearly enjoyed himself. His face lit up with something like wonder. It was a reaction he had usually kept buried deep inside, but I was seeing his true nature. I almost giggled. It's strange though, holding hands like this with Ro. It honestly feels kind of nice. Really nice. It's kind of exciting too. We landed on an even higher ledge. Whoops, the footing's getting tricky. Ro wobbled a little as we made our jump. It seems like he needed some time to get used to having his body manipulated by my powers. Listen up. Just trust my psychokinesis. I swear I won't drop you.
サイコキネシスに身を任せるか。よし、やってみる。
Trust in your psychokinesis. Ah, what do I have to lose besides my life? Let's aim for the ledge over there. We synced our breathing, then jumped. Ro was a quick learner, and his jumps were strong and true. We still had some distance to cover, but I didn't think Ro would mind. He just seemed thrilled about having the chance to share my powers. He held my hand tightly so we wouldn't get separated. His grip felt strong and reliable, enveloping me. Come to think of it, this is the first time I'd ever held hands with a man. The realization was only hitting me now. Suddenly, I felt weirdly nervous. I squeezed Ro's hand reflectively, and he turned to me with a playful grin.
どうした？緊張してるのか？
What's wrong? Nervous? What makes you say that?
手が若干汗ばんで。
Your palm's an ocean of sweat. What? No, and I let him go, and he fell to his death because he decided to embarrass me. What kind of guy even says something like that to a girl? Shaken, I tried to yank my hand away out of reflex.
あんなに軽い冗談を真に受けるな。
You're gonna take a joke that seriously? It didn't sound like a joke. Look, let's just get to the next ledge, all right? We crept towards the roof, ledge by ledge, lightly bickering the entire way. I'm actually having fun. It felt like everything to do with kaiju, the blooms, and the rest of it belonged to another time, another place. I glanced to my side and saw Ro there, smiling. His eyes met
お前
mine.
はいいな。
You're great. What? His words surprised me. My heart pounded. Does he mean he envies me because of my superpowers? That makes sense, right? It was my best guess based on the situation. I just have to make sure I don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing romantically attached to that comment. Is there? Heck, just the other night he made that clever crack about not liking kids. If I got the wrong idea about his intentions, he'd mock me forever. But those two simple words from Ro had me all shook up. Just like a kid, frankly. I am a kid. What? We finally made it to the top of the building. We located the drone, retrieved it, and returned safely to the ground. To be honest, I would have loved to stay a bit longer and taken the view from the rooftop, but Ro wanted to check out the drone ASP. Ro started tinkering with it immediately, assessing it for damage. I stood and watched him quietly. Is it okay? Is it broken?
どこも異常はない。落ち方によっては壊れていてもおかしくなかったから。
Nothing's broken, thankfully. We're lucky it could have smashed on impact. Rose seemed greatly relieved. I couldn't help feeling the same. I see. I'm so
お
glad.
前のおかげだ。恩に切る。
I owe you one. Oh, he said my name. As if I knew that was the first time Ro had ever called me by my first name. Maybe I'd started to squeeze some respect out of him. That makes me very happy. I thought about last night again, then feelings a little smug, I grinned at Ro. No need to thank me, but now we're even for shelter you gave me last night.
まだ引きずってるのか。
You're still hung up on that? Heh. Just glad to be of service. Something between us seemed to lighten up. The mood was relaxed, almost friendly. Our conversation continued. Is there anything else you need to do? Let me know how I can help. But then Ro... No. His face suddenly hardened. He shook his head.
お前はもう戻れ。
I don't need any more. You can go back now.
これ以上はここにいない方がいい。俺にはもう構うな。
You shouldn't linger here anymore. Don't bother me or my affairs. His words cut straight to my core. Rose's tense mood swing was as hurtful as it was baffling. We were laughing together only moments before. I thought we were warming up to one another. Was I reading too far into things? Why are you being so all of a sudden?
こんなところにいたんだね。
I didn't expect to find you all the way out here. I rolled around to face an unexpected voice. It belonged to Ibuki, who should have been back in Tao. Huh? Ibuki? Ibuki ignored Ro's death glare as he walked up to us calmly.
探したよ。
I've been looking for you. I froze up for a moment. I hadn't expected to encounter Ibuki here. He said he was looking for me, but how did he track me here? I tried to get over my shock as Ibuki shifted his gaze between Ro and I. He seemed amused.
それにしてもまさか亮がこの子と一緒にいるとは思わなかったよ。珍しいね。
Ah, isn't this interesting? Ro keeping company with the girl. Never thought I'd see that day. The way he said that, it seems like he's surprised by Ro's actions, not mine. Ibuki's words suggest he was surprised to see Ro in the company of another person, period. My presence was irrelevant. Was it that weird for Ro to have company? I tried to think of why that'd be the case.
勘違いするな、伊吹。こいつが勝手についてきただけだ。
Don't get the wrong idea, Ibuki. She just followed me here on her own
追い返
accord.
さなかったのなら同じことだよ。
And yet you didn't chase her away. Ibuki casually dismissed Ro's denial before turning to me, concerned written on his face.
君が無事でよかった。リーゼが僕のところに泣きついてきた時は驚いたよ。
I'm glad you're alright. I was worried when Liz came to me in tears. I tensed up before I heard Liz's name. I thought about how I just left her in Tao without so much as a goodbye. I was away all night and I didn't even tell Liz where I was
君
going.
が帰ってこないって心配していたよ。僕も何かあったのかもしれないと思って探しに来たんだ。
Ibuki, I'm so sorry. I made you worry. She was beside herself when you didn't return. I began to worry about you too, so I went looking for you. I'm not only upset Liz, but also inconvenienced Ibuki. I felt terrible about all this. I'm so sorry. What I did to Liz was horrible. I'll head back immediately.
それがいいよ。
I think that's a good idea. Ibuki nodded slightly, then he shot a pointed look at Ro.
それに、亮とはあまり一緒にはいない方がいいんじゃないかと思う。
It might be best for you to stop hanging around Ro in the future. Why?
亮は誰にとっても敵ということだよ。
Because Ro is everyone's enemy. Everyone's enemy. Ibuki's choice of words made me shiver a little. I know Ro's not really on the Blooms or the Kaiju side, but why go as far as to call him everyone's enemy? It can't be true, can it? I turned to Ro, hoping to see he'd adamantly denied the accusation. Ro? My hopes withered. Ro neither confirmed nor denied what Ibuki said. He simply frowned, his face dark. I fell silent at Ro's non-response. I was filled with restless unease. Aren't you going to shoot back at him? Please say something. Anything. This time, my prayers seemed to reach him. After a long silent Ro opened his
伊
mouth.
吹の言ったことは間違っていない。お前はもうここには来るな。
Ibuki's not lying. You shouldn't come around here anymore. There was a piercing finality to Ro's words. When Ro told me not to come back, I suddenly realized I really enjoyed spending time with him. I couldn't see why it was enjoyable. Say why. Maybe it was because everything was so new and exciting. Ro's tools and machinery, sleeping in a tent. Yeah, that new experience was part of it. But spending time with Ro is what really made it fun. My memory recalled the boyish smile Ro let me slip when we flew the drone earlier. I want more. With Ro, I want...
さあ、
Come along. My thoughts evaporated when Ibuki called out to me. Same. I wasn't even sure how the thought would have finished.
亮も帰れと言っていることだし、早く行こう。
Ro also asked you to leave. Let's get moving. Ibuki took my hand and tugged at me with surprisingly force. I couldn't stop him, but I turned back to Ro. He looked like his old reserved self, but when he made eye contact, I could sense an inner conflict. Are you really our enemy? If that's the case, what are you trying to do? I wanted to stay, but Ibuki was pulling me and Ro was pushing. I couldn't stick around. I let Ibuki lead me away from Ro as regret ate at my core. Will I ever see him again? A deep loneliness filled my chest with pain. Ibuki continued to hold my hand as we walked back to the colony. Ibuki, can you let go of my hand now?
でも、話さなくても大丈夫だよね。
Is there a reason to let go? I guess not, but I'm not a kid, you know?
僕からすれば十分子供なんだけどな。
In my eyes, you're a child. Indignation flared in me as I recalled Ro's words. So now you're treating me like a kid
その
too?
言い方だと、亮からも子供扱いされたみたいだね。
Sounds like Ro did the same. I frowned, annoyed. He was spot on. Ibuki shrugged with a dry
分か
chuckle.
ったよ。だから機嫌を直して。
All right, you've made your point. Cheer up. He finally let go of my hand. If I hadn't spoken up, I think he would have held it all the way back to Tao, and it would have been a treat. How dare you? By the way, how did you know where to find Rose 10? I was curious how Ibuki knew exactly where to find
以
me.
前から彼には用心していたんだ。だから、念のために居場所はある程度把握しておいた。
I always have my eye on him. I keep track of his whereabouts just in case
ち
anything
なみにあ
happens.
そこはタウから最寄りの拠点。亮は他にも拠点を持っているみたいだけど、僕が場所を把握しているのはあそこだけだよ。
That's the nearest base he has to Tao. Ro has other bases apparently, but that's the only one I keep close eye on. Ro had switched his original destination because I'd been shadowing him. It was clear he did in fact have multiple bases. You weren't certain that's where I'd be? Ibuki nodded. I'd hit the mark.
うん、本当に偶然だったよ。君がコロニー内にいないようだったから、外に出たんだろうと思って探しに行った。
It was a total coincidence, but I figured if you weren't in the colony, you were somewhere outside, so it came
目
lucky.
撃情報くらい聞けるかもしれないと期待して、亮の最寄りの拠点を訪ねてみたんだ。まさか、君がいるとは思わなかったけど。
I had it out there because I thought I could ask Ro if he had seen you around. Imagine my surprise when I found you. Apparently, Buki had only came out this way to gather an eyewitness report of my whereabouts, but he found exactly what he was looking for.
僕からも聞いていい？どうして君は亮と一緒にいたの？
Why were you with Ro? I felt embarrassed talking about it. After all, I was with Ro because I had been stalking him. I responded reluctantly. He's a mysterious guy. He made me curious. I just had to follow him. It didn't take him long to notice me. But then he let me tag along. When it got dark, he let me stay the night in his tent. My explanation seemed to give Ibuki pause. He looked upset for a moment.
ん？気づかれた状態で尾行を続けたの？それって尾行っていうのかな？
He noticed you, but let you keep following him. I don't think that fits the definition of stalking. Can we maybe drop the stalking thing? Come to think of it though, Ro really is odd. He let me follow him, even talked with me. Even the half day I spent with Ro made me feel like I understood him a little more. He wasn't one to give up his secrets that easily though. After all, Ibuki made it sound like he knows Ro's true nature. Just how well do you know Ro, anyways?
どれくらいっていうと？
How well do I know? What do you mean? Like, what's he working towards? You know, things like
亮
that?
からはっきり聞いたわけじゃないけど、なんとなくはわかるよ。
He hasn't told me his goal directly, but I'm pretty confident I know what he's up to.
さっきは亮のことを敵だって言ったけれど、僕は彼がどんな立場であっても役に立つなら構わないんだ。
I said back there that Ro's an enemy, but regardless of his loyalties, he's useful to me. So I don't really care if he's not on my side.
でもね、君があのまま亮と一緒にいたら、きっと悲しむことになる気がする。
I'll say this much though, if you keep hanging out around Ro, I promise you'll wind up very sad. Something made it hard to deny what Ibuki was saying. My response was defiant, but felt flat. You don't know that for sure.
そうかな。現に今君はすでに浮かない顔をしているよね。
Don't I? You're already looking pretty glum. I was shocked when Ro told me to stay away. I really enjoyed spending time together and helping him with his work.
君はこれ以上亮に関わらない方がいい。
Shouldn't get involved with Ro any further.
彼もそれを望んでいるはずだよ。
I think he'd agree with me. Ibuki gazed off into the distance. Was he suggesting he could take on Ro if it was ever necessary to do so? Or was he saying he didn't care about Ro's activities and their consequences? I wasn't really sure. I'll wind up very sad, will I? Ibuki's casual tone couldn't hit the note of concern in his voice. Maybe he was saying that one day Ro's activities will result in a future that's at odd with any kind of future I want. I looked up. A thick screen of gray, gloomy clouds blotted the sky as usual. Every breath I took burned in my chest. Gray and gloomy, that's exactly how I feel right now. When we got back to Tao, I left Ibuki and went straight to find Liz. I'm back. Liz barreled over to me at the first sound of my tentative greeting.
やっと帰ってきた。
You're finally back? Liz's face was tight with exhaustion. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I'm so sorry I didn't come back last night. You must have been out of your mind with worry.
本当だよ。フラッといなくなっちゃって、まるっと一晩帰ってこなかったんだから。すっごく心配したんだからね。
You bet I was. You just up and disappeared into thin air, and then you didn't come back at night. I was beside myself. I know. I'm so sorry. I should have told you, but something came up. I left the
どん
colony.
な事情があれば、黙ってコロニーの外に行って一晩留守にしちゃうことになるのか、ちゃんと話してもらうからね。
Now you're going to explain your thought process. Tell me why you left and what possessed you to stay out all night. Is that clear? Crystal. Liz's reaction was fair enough. It was my actions that caused her to worry, and of course I'd explained everything to her.
まったくもう。でも、怪我してなくてほっとしたよ。
I'm glad you're back in one piece. Are you hungry? That's when I realized I was running on empty. I placed my hand on my stomach. Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten since dinner. I'm
私は君
starving.
がいなくなってから全然食べてないけどね。
Well, I haven't been able to eat either, not since you vanished. You haven't?
君のことが心配で心配で、ちっとも食欲が湧かなかったんだよ。
That's how much you worried me. I couldn't even muster up an appetite. Suddenly, I was very cognizant about how my actions affected Liz. I'm sorry, I won't keep secrets from you. Finally, Liz stopped frowning. Her face softened.
ぜひそうしてね。
I'm holding you to that promise.
君の顔見て安心したら、なんだか私もお腹空いてきたな。
I admit my appetite's been roaring back now that you're safe and sound. It's a bit late, but let's have some
君が
lunch.
帰ってきたらお腹空かせてるかもって思って食事を用意しておいたんだ。
I thought you might be hungry when you came back, so I had lunch made in advance. Thank you. Liz grabbed some plates from the back of the room and placed them on the table with a proud
じゃーん、
grin.
こんなの作ってみたよ。パンケーキもどき。
Look what I made. I called them mock pancakes. Wow. I was amazed at how good the pancakes looked. I never thought I'd taste anything pancake again, not as long as I was in
あ
Tao.
くまでももどきだけどね。ここではあんまり材料も手に入らないんだけど。
They're
どうに
mock
それは
because I
作って
couldn't get
みた
most of the
よ。
ingredients, but I did my best. Let's eat. Let's dig in. I took a bite. The pancake was sweet as syrup and fluffy as... The pancakes were sweet as syrup and fluffy as a cloud. So good. This is incredible.
喜んでもらえると作った甲斐があるよ。私も
Your
食べ
reaction
よう。
makes all the toiling worthwhile. I think I'll have some too. I couldn't remember the last time I gorged on sweets. We polished off the pancakes in no time. Once our meal was done, we got to discussing everything that happened yesterday. After I left, I hung out with Ro. Who's that? Remember the fairy guy? His name's Ro. I'd forgotten Liz had been asleep since we left Teta and only woke up when we reached Tao. She hadn't yet met Ro face to face. She just thinks of him as some fae who comes and goes for academy maintenance projects.
妖精さんってよく学園とかで見かけた。
I mean, the maintenance guy, it's kind of a long story. I explained that Ro, blah da 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 da. I also threw in the part about Ro's mysterious heir.
なるほど。そ
Crazy, right? At first, I was like, really? The maintenance guy? Talk about a
そ
surprise.
れで何
Then what happened? Well, a lot, actually. Ro still has secrets he's hiding. As I gave voice to my thoughts, Liz looked at me with a vexed expression.
もうそういうことじゃなくて男の人と一晩二人きりで過ごしたんでしょ
You spent the night with a man? Something must have happened. Something like what? I thought about how Ro pushed me off as a kid and my cheeks started to burn. Of course, Liz saw my face.
何その反応本当に何かあったの
Did something happen? Nothing happened. Nothing. I had triggered Liz's insatiable appetite for boy-related gossip. I'd never got her off the subject now. I gave her a few minutes to simmer down, then put her in a better state. Oh my goodness, that put her in a better state to consider what I was actually
それ
saying.
にしても あの妖精さんにそんな裏の顔があったなんて驚きだよ。
Surprised he has a whole nother side to him.
妖精さんが何者なのかはわ
I
から
have
な
no
い
idea
ね。
what that guy is. Based on what Ibuki said, I think you're right. My response sounded more like a sigh.
なんだか悲し
Seemed down. You think so too? Am I feeling down? Am I sad? Why? The only reason that added up was that I was hurt by Rose's harsh words. I guess I'm still a bit shocked. We're gonna skip some of this. I figured Ro was the type of people who can't blah da da. He smiled when I helped him. I saw the real Ro.
君はそれが嬉しかったんだね。
You felt happy, huh? Yeah, maybe you're right. But then Ibuki came back and he held my hand, and I liked that a little bit, but we don't have love triangles in this game. In other words, Ro wanted me to know the goodwill between us and was totally one-sided. I guess if I'm feeling this sad, it means I'm disappointed I couldn't get close. Talking to Liz helped me sort out my feelings.
うん
I don't know why I'd pick Ro over
それじ
Ibuki.
ゃあさ、もう一度妖精さんに会いに
Spend time with a fairy, but he told me not to come
そん
back.
なの関
Who
係ないよ。
cares?
一方的にもう来るなって言われたからって
He doesn't get to boss you
そ
around.
んなに気になるんならもう一度会って話をしてくればいいよ。
Go
伊
find
吹
him.
は妖精さんのことを敵って言ったらしいけど、
You have to draw your own
彼がどう
conclusions.
して君にとって敵なのかは本人に聞
You
い
won't
てみ
find out unless you talk to him. Liz's advice was sound. Yeah, Liz is right. I'll get my answers directly. Thanks, Liz. That's the spirit. Liz smiled at me, clearly happy I had my mojo back. Interesting. And then I trotted off into the wilderness. When morning arrived, Liz saw me off. I headed back to where I last saw Ro. I wonder if he's at the same location as yesterday. He might have moved on now that I know where he is. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I'll head to the old camp and gather my thoughts. I was feeling more positive about a good night's sleep. I tried not to take many steps ahead. I left Hal, scanned my memories, and chose my direction based on what I remember. Soon a familiar tent appeared in the horizon. There's 2 tents. It's still here. I was relieved to see it was intact. I hurried over. Was Rose still here? There was no sign of him through the tent windows, even though the campfire had been snuffed out. I was disappointed to see he wasn't home, but I knew he could still be nearby. I roused myself and started scouting around. After a bit of walking, I spotted the familiar figure of someone a little ways off. It's Ro. Ro stood alone, gazing up at the sky. Is he flying the drone again? No, I don't think he's holding the remote. I followed Ro's gaze, but only saw the heavy gray clouds overhead. Ro didn't pick up on my presence as he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object. What's that? Is that a pendant of some kind? Oh goodness, I didn't even register this picture. Ro lifted the pendant to the sky, then stood still. He appeared to be deep in thought, or maybe he was praying. Either way, his face looked so sad, I felt my chest tighten. Then I suddenly felt a jolt of alarm, as if Ro would vanish forever if I didn't retreat. Maybe I knew what I was doing. Before I knew what I was doing, I ran over to him. Ro? I shouted his name with abandon. He turned, and when he saw me, his face grew stricken. You. A severe frown overtook his
ここに
features.
はもう来るなと言ったはずだぞ。
I thought I told you not to come back. I recall you saying something to that effect. My response was, oh my goodness, belligerent, but I felt like he needed to be, or Ro would win our emotional struggle. And after seeing how sad and lonely he was, I was determined to stay by his side. I pointedly ignored Ro's glare as I approached him.
なぜ来た？
Why are you here? I wanted to talk to you again. You agreed. You agreed when Ibuki said you're everyone's enemy, but I need to hear it straight from you. What makes you a bad guy? Tell me. Once I've heard what you have to say, then I'll decide if you are or not, but not before. Ro needed to know I was determined to stand my ground, so I matched his glare without ever diverting my eyes. The stare down seemed to last for eternity, but it was Ro who cracked first.
お前は見た目よりも
That's
強
right.
情だな。
I'm a master at staring contest. I grew up in an orphanage. We had nothing to do all day. Hearing him say that made me smile. Heck yeah, you finally figured that out.
強情なのは結構だが、俺の話を聞いたら後悔すると思うぞ。
Better hang on to that gumption. You're going to regret hearing what I have to say. No, I won't. And I meant it. I believed that, however ugly the truth turned out to be, I would regret turning away from it
な
more.
らついてこい。話をするならテントに入るぞ。
Then come with me. If we're going to talk, let's settle down in the tent. Fine. I tried to keep my excitement over my victory inside, but Ro likely heard the joyous notes that slipped into my voice. I was just glad he hadn't outright turned me away. I followed him to the tent, resisting the urge to strut. We entered the tent and Ro pulled out 2 bottles of water. He handed me one.
飲め。備蓄の保存水だが、まずくはない。
It's from my stock. It should taste okay. Thank you. I took the bottle of water, unsure of what to do next. I parked myself on the bed. Ro retrieved some kind of device from the desk, and sat on the chair as he fiddled with it.
さて、問題だ。
What do you think this is? He showed me the device to me. I gazed at the screen. It looks like some kind of map, maybe? The map displayed oceans and shorelines. I knew what those were in the academic sense, but I'd never seen anything like what he was showing me before. What is a map of it? What's the map
お
of
前
though?
が知らないことは、まずそれだ。この地図を見て、これが何なのか答えられる者はあまりいない。
That's just one of the issues you're in the dark about. But then again, there aren't many folks who can look at this map and describe what it shows. Ro tapped his finger on the screen.
少なくとも、ここ、第三プラントにはな。
See here, the third plant. Third plant. My brows knitted together as I repeated the phrase.
お前はそもそも自分が暮らしていたシータのことくらいしか知らないだろうが、
I guess you don't know
他
much
にも
about the
コロ
world
ニーは
outside
たくさんあ
Teta,
る。
but there are a lot of other colonies. I know that much. I mean, we learned about it at the academy. Teta is the largest populated colony, right? But if I recall correctly, there are smaller colonies in different regions. Everybody in Teta had basic knowledge of the colonies, but traveling between them was forbidden, so regular folks rarely contacted the outside.
だがその小規模なコロニー群やシータを含め、すべてのコロニーですら、
What do
第
you
三プラ
know
ントの中のものに過ぎない。
Teta and all the other small colonies on the outside of the third planet?
第三プラントとは、この地図でいう、ここのことだ。
And this map shows the third plant right here. Ro pointed to a specific area on the map. I could see a small island located beside a larger mass. I held my breath as I studied the map. I stunned by what I was seeing. All the colonies are contained within this third plant, and the third plant is this tiny island. So this is a map of the entire world.
ああ、大きな大陸がいくつもあるだろう。それを見れば、第三プラントがどれほど小さいかがよくわかるはずだ。
There are several large continents. When you look at the map, you get an idea of how tiny the third plant is in the grand scheme of things. The third plant, it's...
信じられないかもしれないが、事実だ。
This is a lot to take in, but it's
俺は
all true.
第三プラントの人間ではなく、外から来た人間なんだからな。
I'm not from the third plant. I'm from the outside world. The outside world. I mumbled in disbelief. I heard what Ro was saying, but the words just didn't sink in. This reality he was pitching was so far removed from everything I knew. I couldn't process
驚
it.
くのも当然だ。俺は、外から第三プラントに送り込まれたスパイだ。
I'm a spy sent from the outside to infiltrate the third plant. A spy? It was a loaded word, and Ro was freely labeling himself with it.
ブルームズ側と害獣側について二重スパイをしていただけでなく、実際は三重スパイだったってことだ。
I'm not exactly a double agent. I'm more of a triple
第
agent.
三プラントで二重スパイをしていたのも、外からのある使命のためだった。
Infiltrate the third plant. Those are my orders. Orders. My voice was trembling, but I managed to squeak the words past my shaking
使命の
lips.
内容までは明かせない。ただ、
Was he a baby when this happened? Why would they just trust this guy? I can't let you in on the nature of my orders. However, Rose's hard gaze softened for a
俺
moment.
のしようとしていることは、第三プラントの人間にとって、いいことじゃないのは確かだ。
Truth is, what I'm trying to do won't end well for the third plant or any of its people.
伊吹の言っていた、誰にとっても敵という表現は正しい。ここに生きるすべての人間にとって、俺は敵なんだ。
Ibuki wasn't being dramatic. I am an enemy. I'm a threat to you, to everyone living on this island. My heart made a cry that I couldn't voice. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't form words. All I could do was sit, lip quivering. Rose seemed suddenly nervous. He took a deep, deep breath and drank from his water bottle.
さあ、話はこれで終わりだ。納得しただろ。
We better wrap up the discussion. I guess you understand now? Rose's question was almost comical. I understood nothing. I was Jon Snow. I had no idea what to think. So that's a map of the whole world. And the colony I was born and raised in is just a tiny dot on a tiny island. When I first left Teta, the world seems to be sprawling on forever, but I had only seen a speck of what it offered. The world I knew didn't seem the least bit tiny to me. My mind simply wouldn't accept that the world, actual world, was so much bigger.
確かに。
I remember. I thought back to what Rose said when we left Teta and traveled to the Kaiju colony. The full weight of his words started to sink in. Rose said he's from the outside world, so it's weird that he doesn't look much different from us. I mean, he looks like a normal human. He claims he's essentially an enemy from a totally foreign land, but Rose seems completely normal. I couldn't picture him as anything but normal. As I stared at him, Ro narrowed his eyes in irritation.
いつまで見ている気だ。
There, I'm thrilled to be your sideshow. Are you human?
お前はまた突拍子もない質問をするな。見ての通り、俺は普通の人間だ。化け物かアンドロイドだとでも思ったのか。
You sure love your weird questions. I'm a normal human being. As you can see, you're disappointed I'm not a monster or a robot. I'm sorry, so you're human. I guess I'm having trouble grasping the idea of humans living outside of the colony. How many people live in the outside world?
第三プラントよりもはるかに多いとだけ言っておこう。土地が広ければ、それだけ人口も多くなるさ。
Wait. Is Japan maybe the only place living like this? Way more than there are on third plant. Wherever there's land, there's people on it, right? That's all I can say. I guess people will settle wherever they can. Wow, there must be countless people out there. I was honestly shocked. I felt like too much new information was being stuffed into my head at one time and my brain was about to burst. But if Ro is really our enemy, why hasn't he done anything that makes him seem like a bad guy? Nothing that Ro's done up until this point, including the time we spent yesterday and today, indicated that he wanted to harm us. Nothing. Not even the near assault. Ibuki said he was bad. Ro even said it himself. But I just couldn't regard him as a threat. Maybe that's was the reason why. Let's use a big word, because then he won't think we're a child. Oh wait, does this have a bad ending in it? It do have a bad ending. Hang on. You're contradicting yourself.
ほう？
If you're really my enemy, then why tell me all this stuff? And you've never said or done anything that makes me feel like you're mean. You mean me harm. I don't believe you have it
敵
in
意のある
you.
なしだけでは敵かどうかなんてわからない。そんなことじゃすぐ騙されるぞ。
Don't assume you can always detect hostility from the people who want to hurt you. That's a good way to land yourself in hot water. For an enemy, you sure are concerned about me. Ro dropped his gaze, avoiding my
心配
eyes.
して言ったわけじゃない。
I never said I was concerned. I suddenly felt sure that even if Ro was our enemy, he didn't necessarily want to be. Maybe he's conflicted. I had a feeling I shouldn't ask him right then. I decided to change the subject instead. I thought back to what I saw Ro doing before I called him out. That's right, he was looking at that pendant. He seemed so sad. Maybe it was something important to him. I saw you looking at something earlier. What's that pendant? I have a pendant too, a memory of my parents. It's really precious to me. Does that one you were looking at mean a lot to you? Rose seemed surprised for a moment before he awkwardly looked away.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a pretty dismissive response, but I'm gonna persist. Maybe I'd better let the topic— What? No, persist! I thought about asking a question might change the subject, but I guess that's not the good one. I felt quite bad about Rose's reaction, so I decided not to press the issue any further. Press it! Rose also seemed to be done with the conversation. He went to the tent's entrance and
どう
opened
せ
it
いぶ
up.
きに黙って出てきたんだろう。夜になる前に帰れ。
No doubt you never told Ibuki where you were going. Better head back before nightfall. Rose's tone was cold and final. Resigned. I nodded. Okay. I started to head out the tent, shoulders slumped. If I leave now, I got a feeling that we'll never meet again. I remember how I thought the same thing yesterday. I was scared we wouldn't meet again, but look, we're together here and now because Ro is in the same spot I left him yesterday. I came to a stop as the realization washed over me. Why are you still here?
環境調査のためだと言ったはずだ。
I told you I'm doing survey. That's not what I mean. I already knew about this space, so I figured you probably wouldn't be here when I came looking for you today. But here you are. You never moved on. Ro stood frozen with one hand on the tent flap. Ro? I examined his face, which had taken on a confused, conflicted expression. His gaze wavered slightly, as if he was suddenly uncertain about everything he believed. This is one possibility, but could Ro have stayed behind because he hoped he had got to talk to me one last time? Is that why he's still in this spot? If that's the case, it meant we still had common ground that we could use to understand one another.
明日には移動する。
I'm moving on tomorrow. Rose sensed where I was heading and cut me off with a curt
俺は
denial.
今後、お前たちの前に姿を現すつもりはない。
I have no intention of ever seeing you again. You still haven't answered me.
いいから早く出て行け。
Just take off, would you? My options were dwindling. If I left now, I knew Ro would be gone for good. I don't want that. I have to say something. But what's left to say? I'm gonna start erasing Yukonami now. I didn't like Yukonami anyways. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm not capable of seeing him as an enemy, but telling that to Ro over and over again doesn't seem to get me anything. Maybe it's that I can't see him as an enemy. Maybe I just want to. My thoughts spiraled around in my mind, but I couldn't come up with the right words. Sadness, no hopelessness. I couldn't pin down what I was feeling. I gazed at Ro. His eyes were clouded with sadness and resignation. Maybe his eyes mirrored my eyes mirrored his. Just hurry. I couldn't bring myself to say goodbye. I silently lowered my head and left the tent. I'm trying to see if this is the bad ending. Do I die now? I headed back to Tao, my feet as heavy as lead. This is for the best, right? What can I possibly hope to do on my own? Doubt gnawed at my heart. Oh, is this not the bad ending? My bad. A few days later, death came out of nowhere. The sky above cracked like an egg, and all the buildings were blasted to rubble. Everything burned. Most of the victims never even knew the attack came from the world outside our own. I was going to die, yet all I could think about was Ro. I never found out what he had been working towards, but I knew he had a hand in this destruction. And the underlying cause of it had been the choice I made. No, I don't like this. I don't like this because it doesn't happen in any of the other stories.
ど
No.
こか
No. But I got the bad ending. All right, other option. This is bad. If there's two options and one is going to lead to a terrible ending, that's messed up, right? Because now I only have this one option. He destroyed my life. I have another option for a bad ending. Okay. You're not my enemy. He likes that. Nice. I just can't see you as my enemy. I can't do it. In the end, I just repeated the feelings that burned
お前
brightest.
はまだそんなことを。いつまでもダダをこねるな。そういうところが子供だって言うんだ。
You're still on about that? You really need to grow up. See, stuff like this makes it obvious that you're still a child. I'm just saying what I feel. If that makes me a kid, then I'm a
お
kid.
前がどう思うが、俺は敵にしかなれない。すでに決まっていることだ。
Doesn't matter what you feel or don't feel. Fact is, I'm a danger to you, and I'll never be anything more. That's all there is to it. Ro flung open the tent's entry flap, signaling the conversation was well and truly
出て
over.
いけ。
Get out. He pushed my back to hurry me out. I was dumped unceremoniously outside the tent. I wanted to talk longer, but I don't think Ro will say another word to me no matter how long I hung around. I guess that's it. Ro and I will never see each other again. It was a sad realization, but I didn't have the luxury of standing around to mope. The sun would be setting before much longer. I finished my drink. I will be right back. All right. I actually didn't open my new soda, but I grabbed it. I didn't have the luxury of standing around to mope. The sun would be setting before much longer. The outer world. I looked up at the sky distractedly. I was quiet. I was quite away from Teta, but then I realized I wasn't very far if the third planet really was so small. When you look at the world as a whole, it wasn't much of a distance at all. The enormity of the world suddenly weighed down on me, and I trembled from the pressure of it. I felt an insignificant as an insect against the vastness of the world outside. A nameless fear started rising up inside me. It's terrifying to even think about, and yet I wasn't sure what I was terrified of. My spirit's heavy. I began to make the trip back to Tao and tell Ibuki that I love him. Every step felt like a chore, but I forced one foot in front of the other. I managed to make it back to the colony before it got dark.
おかえり。
Welcome back. Ibuki appeared to greet me upon my return. Apparently had been waiting for me. Thank you.
外に行っていたみたいだね。もしかしてまた寮に会ってきたの？
Seems you went outside again. Did you perhaps try to meet up with Ro?
会わない方がいいって注意したのに。困った子だね。
I'm sorry, Ibuki. I thought I warned you not to see him. You certainly are a troublesome child. First round, now Ibuki. Why does everyone feel like they have to treat me like some idiot kid? Do I really come across as that childish? I know I've been naive about the truth behind this world, but still. Then I paused. What was Ibuki's deal anyways? Before Ibuki, when he was Imovia, told me he didn't know I didn't know anything. But by telling me to avoid Ro, was that an unspoken admission that he knew something? Do you know anything about the third plant?
もちろん。僕たちがいるここのことだよ。
We do. We're living in it right now. Buki answered casually as if I just asked him about the weather. I felt like I'd been mocked. So then you also know that Ro is from the outside
寮
world?
から直接聞いたわけじゃないけど、多分そうなんだろうなと思っていたよ。
Ro hasn't told me so much himself, but I pretty much figured it out. Nice. Sounds like what he told me yesterday. Yesterday you said that you had a good idea about what Ro is up to. I want you to tell me what you think it is.
Huh?
Ibuki looked conflicted for a second, as if unsure he should proceed. Please tell me. I can't stand being kept in the dark a second longer. I gazed into Ibuki's eyes, hoping he'd see how upset I was becoming from having the truth withheld from me. He hesitated, then
わかっ
nodded.
た。君が望むなら話すよ。寮もそこまで君に話しているんだしね。
If you want, I'll talk. I'm sure Ro already told you a lot, alright?
彼の今までの言動から考えると、おそらく第三プラントを滅ぼすつもりなんだと思うよ。
Based on his actions up until now, I guess his plan is to destroy the third plant. Ibuki's calm tone clashed with his terrible suggestion. At first, I couldn't fully process what he was telling me. Then the weight behind his words started to sink in. My heart thumped painfully at the implications. Destroy it? What makes you believe that? How did Ibuki reach that conclusion? I wasn't sure how well he and Ro knew each other, but he sounded so sure I
彼は
shivered.
環境のデータ収集の他に、害獣側とシータの内部情報も集めていたんだ。
Oh, all those little data clips. Okay. He's gathering data on the environment, including insider intel on Teta and those of us who sided with the kaiju.
僕たちは特に隠すようなこともないけど、シータの上層部は自分たちが調べられているなんて夢にも思わなかっただろうね。
It's not as if we have a whole lot to hide. Still, I bet Teta's higher ups would never imagine they're under investigation.
こちらの情報を提供する見返りとして、僕たちはシータ上層部の動向を寮から得ていた。
In
あの情報は
exchange,
助かったよ。
in exchange for information about us, Ro's been feeding us invaluable insider intel on Teta's higher up.
こればかりは外から調べようとしたら、なかなか手間がかかるからね。
Of course, it would be very hard for us to try and get that kind of information ourselves from outside, but not impossible apparently. Once again, I was awestruck by Ibuki's capabilities. Ibuki can probably do anything he wants. He seems lost in his thoughts for a moment.
外の人間がそうやってここの情報を集めて回る理由として考えられる可能性はそう多くない。
But when you ask yourself why an outsider is gathering data on all of us, there's only one of a few
第
possibilities.
三プラントを利用しようとしているという理由が妥当なところだと思うよ。
The most obvious reason that comes to my mind is that people from the outer world want to use the third planet for their own aim. But you just said Ro wants to destroy it. What kind of opposite? That's kind of the opposite of what Ibuki was suggesting. He just shrugged.
利用するために侵略されれば滅ぼされるも同然だよ。
Invading our lands and using it for their own goals is essentially
た
destroying
だ
it.
し、それは第三プラントに利用価値がある場合だけだ。
Well, that's assuming the third plant has resources worth going after in the first
利
place.
用価値がないと判断されれば、文字通り滅ぼそうとしてくるだろうね。
If the outside decides the land is no use to them, they'll probably just wipe it all out. It was too terrible to think about. Still, I couldn't dismiss what Ibuki was suggesting. If that's true, they have no
僕の
right.
話は推理で保管しているところもあるから、本当に正解かどうかははっきりしないけど。
It's just guesswork on my part. I can't say it's fact. I raised an eyebrow, so this was Ibuki's guesswork? You don't know the real truth then?
ほとんど正解と変わらない答えにはたどり着いているはずだから、知ってるのと同じようなものだよ。
I'm just coming to conclusions a bit more slowly than I would if I heard the truth flat firsthand. It's the same thing in my opinion. That made sense, sort of. My mind felt like it was being twisted into a
それ
pretzel.
で、リョウは他に何か言っていた？
Did Rose say anything else? My chest constricted, painfully again as I recalled my conversation. He said he had no intention of seeing any of us ever
うー
again.
ん。それじゃあリョウから情報を得るのはもう無理か。
Means no
残念。
more intel from Ro. What a shame. Ibuki's tone suggested that he didn't really care about Ro's presence one way or the other. But then he paused and looked thoughtfully far into the
彼が
distance.
そんなことを言ったってことは、そろそろなのかな。
But if he's saying that, then it's probably time. Time for what?
考えても見てごらん。姿を現すつもりはないってことは、情報集めは終わったってことだから。
If he doesn't plan to see any of us again, that likely means he's done
い
gathering
つ行動を
intel.
始めてもおかしくないと思うよ。
I wouldn't be shocked if he was preparing to make his move. You mean destroy the third plant? Ibuki understood everything as usual, but if he was right, then something terrible was coming. So things are about to get pretty bad, right? How can you stay so calm at a time like this? We have to do something otherwise. I was starting to panic, but Ibuki just let out a confident chuckle.
慌ててるの？
I'm gonna freak out. Duh. Who wouldn't be freaking out? I don't get why you think this is funny. Ibuki seemed more interested in making fun of my freak out than he was at the danger looming over the third planet.
前にも言った通り、僕はリョウがどんな立場であっても役に立つなら構わないんだ。
Like I already
だから
said,
好きにさせておいたんだしね。
I don't care what what side Rose on, as long as he's useful. That's why I let him do whatever he wanted.
逆に、役に立たなくなるなら、もう用はない。
He's no longer useful, then I'm done with him. But if the third plant is destroyed, it'll affect you too.
いや、別に。それが運命なら、僕は構わないよ。
If it is, oh god, it is what it is. If that's my fate, so be it. I don't particularly care. Ibuki shrugged. His apathy left me speechless. If that was his viewpoint, he'd be, oh no help. Even if you don't care, what about Hyuga and Yukinami? What'll happen to them if the third plant is destroyed? Doesn't that bother
それ
you?
も含めての運命を僕は受け入れてるんだ。あの二人だって僕がそういう選択をしたなら
Fate
一緒
is
に受け入れ
fate.
てく
I
れる
can
はずだよ。
accept that. Those two, they'll go along with whatever I tell them. If I let the inevitable happen, they'll follow my lead. You don't mean that. But Ibuki's expression gave no sign that he was joking. I knew I never considered him to care. This is terrible. I was counting on Ibuki's help to stop whatever Ro was planning, but it looks like I won't get a thing out of him. But I have to do something. Even if I need to act alone, I won't sit here and do nothing. I had no idea how far I'd get by myself, but I knew I had to stop Ro at all costs. If that's how you feel, then I'll just stop Ro myself. Ibuki chuckled at my declaration.
君は優しいね。そんなに第三プラントを救いたいんだ。
You have a big heart. You're really that concerned about the fate of the third planet? I blinked. I hadn't thought about it that way. At least not in such a grand term. I do, though. I want to save the third planet and everyone who lives here, but I also want to. My lips started to move. In a second, a realization hit me. I want to save Ro. Ibuki raised an eyebrow in surprise. I had spent a lot of time with Ro. Have you? But it was. Oh, I haven't. Okay. I hadn't spent a lot of time with Ro, but it was still more than I had in Teta. And I couldn't forget his smile. I'm sure that Ro is suffering. I'm sure that deep down he doesn't want to destroy the third planet. If he really does bring the end to this place, I'm sure it'll torture him afterwards. I don't want him to go through that. I couldn't name to the feeling that overwhelmed me. I just didn't want Ro to suffer. If I stood by, nothing would have ever changed, but if I acted, maybe I could act fate. What? Maybe I could alter fate. I have to go and find Ro. I can decide what to do after that. But where should I start looking for him? I can't even begin to imagine where he might be now. The location of Ro's tent was embedded in my mind, but he likely would have moved on by now. It didn't seem likely he'd visit that spot again. I was suddenly aware of the distance between us. I felt so lost I had nowhere to turn. Ibuki watched me, smiling. It was frustrating beyond belief. Ibuki, are you
どう
enjoying
なん
this?
だろう。でも、君がいろんな表情をするのを見ているのは楽しいかな。
I just enjoy the idea that she's just sitting here going, yes, that could work. And everyone's just accepting it. In a way, I suppose it's just fun watching your face stretch and squish as you cycle through your emotions. I know I wear my feelings on my sleeves, but now's not the time to point it out. I resolved to ignore Ibuki, so I tried once more to think about my options. I need to think about another point of contact with Ro. The first time we met in this colony, I saw him come out of a certain building.
興味があるなら自分
Knock on the door. That's what he said. I had no real clue where Ro was. So far, the mysterious building was my only lead. I vaguely recalled which direction the building was in, so I decided to head to
ど
that
こに行く
one.
の？
Where are you going? Some house with a guy in it. No idea who. I called over my shoulder as I ran off.
あの人の家かな。
Ah, his place. Which building was it again? I'm sure it was around here somewhere. The colony was filled with crumbling buildings, but one small house seemed well maintained. No doubt someone was living there. Not sure of myself, I hurried over to the structure. I paused at the front door and double-checked this was the place. The person Ro was talking to definitely lives here. I couldn't imagine who was behind the door. This is the only lead I have. I can't waste. I nervously knocked on the door. Someone answer. I don't care who is at this point, please. I waited, but no one emerges. Maybe they're outside. Flustered, I was about to knock again when the door suddenly opened and a strange man emerged. My hand froze mid-knock. The man and I stared at each other for a few moments.
君は
You're... The man looked surprised to see my face. I snapped out of my trance and lowered my hand. Sorry. I just was about to knock again. Hello. If it was the most awkward greeting ever conducted, I was just desperate to show that I was friendly. I recently moved to the area. Sorry to drop in like this out of the blue, but I was hoping to talk to you. What'll I do if he turns me away for being suspicious? Anyone who lives in a place like this would have their guard up around strangers. I was trembling inside, but the man
こ
expressed
れは
and
珍
softened.
しい客人だ。ここに何の用だい？
A rare guest indeed. How can I help you? He doesn't seem wary of me. The man was pleasant and calm despite my sudden arrival. It was surprising, but I wasn't going to question my good fortune. Do you know Ro Tomitsuka? I mean, I saw him coming out of this house once. I'm looking for him. Do you have any
そう
idea?
か富塚君のことを
You're here about Ro. I see.
いいだ
Why don't
こ
you
んな
come
と
in?
ころで立ち話もなんだろ
The doorstep's not a comfortable place to chat. Normally, I'd at least hesitate before entering a stranger's house, but the man's way of speaking felt oddly nostalgic to me. My defenses lowered. I just got the feeling I don't need to be on high alert around this man. I wonder why. And besides, he seems to have some idea who Ro was. Okay, thank you very much. I stepped inside the house. It was nice and tidy. Inside and well stocked with amenities and everyday life. Ro's tent had been nice and tidy too, but it didn't feel very home-like. It was a base camp after all. The house was cozy by comparisons. It felt clear that the man had been living here for a long
そこの
time.
椅子にでもかけなさい。今お茶でも入れよ
You can sit on that chair. I'll pour you some tea. Please don't trouble yourself. I really just wanted to get some information of Ro and then head on out after him. I didn't have time to sit around and drink tea, but I didn't want to reject the man's hospitality either, so I sat down obediently on the chair. I waited, feeling wound up. The man returned and placed a cup of tea in front of me. Thank you. I took a sip of the fragranted tea. This is really good. I felt the tension drain from my shoulders, and the stiffness in my face seemed to melt away. Being with this man felt strangely relaxing. How weird. We had never even met before. The man watched me sip my tea for a moment before resuming our conversation.
君は富塚君を探していると言ったね。
So you say you're looking for Ro, why come to me? I really have to find him, but I don't know much about him. I have no idea where he might be. Then I remembered I saw Ro at this house. I once asked him who lived here, and he said if I wanted to know, I should see myself. I thought if I came here, I might find some kind of clue about where Ro went. The man listened, then let out a small sigh.
興味があるならとは。彼はどういうつもりでそんなことを言ったのやら。
If you want to know, huh? I wonder what he intended by that.
いや、これは時が来たということなのかもしれないな。
Perhaps I should take this as a sign. Perhaps it's time I came out. Time for what? The man closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his expression was
ま
nervous.
さかお前とこうして会うことになるとはね。
I never thought I'd encounter you under circumstances such as these. The man's tone was subdued, but I immediately noticed something odd. You said my name. The man slowly shook his head.
だが私はお前のことをよく知っているよ。
I know
そ
about
れが
you.
なぜだかわかるかな？
I wonder if you know why. I tried to think. I'd never met this man in my life, but there's something soothing. A new name flashed. It couldn't be. It hardly seemed possible. Are you Uncle Yoshima? I am, Uncle Yoshima answered. I never heard him speak. Then the man smiled
大きく
gently.
なったね。お前に会えて嬉しいよ。
You really grown. I'm delighted to meet you. I'm so happy. My excitement over meeting Uncle Yoshima bubbled over. Geez, I've been dying to speak to you. I thought for sure you were somewhere in
黙ってい
Tada.
たようですまなかった。いろいろと事情があ
I
ったん
never
だ
meant to
が、
mess with you. It's all a very
だが
long
今
story.
はお前の問題を優先しよ
You're looking for
う。お
Ro.
前が富塚君を探
Surely you have an important reason. Let's focus on Ro for now, but promise me you'll tell me everything later.
ああ約束しよ
It's a promise. Absolutely. I was overjoyed to have met Uncle Yoshima, but we would have time to catch up later. For now, I had to rein myself in. There was something else to focus on, and I needed to get serious about it. Do you know anything about the third planet? Uncle Yoshima's eyes widened a little, as if he was surprised to hear me
う。
say
第
those
三プラ
words.
ントのことはもちろん知っている。
If you know about it,
お前
then you
がその
know
話を知っているということ
where
は
Ro is from as well. He told me that he was here from the outside world. He said he had orders of some
やはり
sort.
な。私も本人からは
This made da. Ibuki said that Ro's everyone's enemy. It appears he's wrapped up in his
お前は
work,
それを
and you want to stop that. Yeah, let me help
So-
Ro. I see. Fell silent. Then he cleared his throat.
私はもともと
I was a researcher. You were. I heard that my parents were researchers.
富塚君がし
Ro
ばし
visited
ば
my
私
house
のとこ
because
ろ
of
に
an
訪れ
arrangement
て
we
いた
made,
のは
wherein his
こまごまとした用事を頼まれてくれたり
we
し
facilitate
いた
communication
そ
with
してそ
Tada.
の見返りというわけではないが研究者としての立場から第三プラン
I
ト
told him
しか
about
し
all
それ
the
だけだ
stuff.
彼が第三プラント内を転々としていることは知っているが拠点の場所までは知らない
I don't know where he goes. I see.
力
My
にな
heart
れな
felt
くてす
heavy.
まないだが富塚君の居場所について私よりも助言できそうな人間に心当たりがある
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, but I know someone might be on the task of locating Ro. Masaki. I wasn't sure I knew that name. I had to stop and let it sink in for a moment. Masaki. Wait, Commander? I'd never called him by his first name, but you've heard his first name. He was watching over me. This nugget of info was a bit too
あ
much.
いつはひょうひょうとしてつかみどころがないように思えるか
He seems like a weasel, but he's great. Admittedly, some time had passed since I met the commander. Initially, I hadn't trusted him, but I guess he had his reasons for acting the way he
さて
does.
お前も聞きたいことはたくさんあるだろうが今は
I know you have
まさきは
questions.
私よ
Masaki
りも
knows Ro. Come to think of it, I often saw Ro and the commander together. If Uncle Yashima didn't know where Ro was, then I was left with a dead end. I needed to pursue a different course. I had no choice but to move on. I'm going to go see the commander. I was determined to
わ
chase
かった
a
私もまさきに連絡をつけておこうその方がシータに戻ってからのコンタクトがスムーズに
I'll
いくだろう
contact
からな
Masaki. That should make it a bit smoother. Or you could just let me contact Masaki.
それ
Thanks.
からもう一つ言っておこう富塚君のしようとしていることを止めたい
If
と
you
思う
intend
の
to
だ
stop him, you better
仲間の
enlist the
力を
help of your friends. You mean the balloons? That's what I mean. With everything going on, I'd forgotten that I'd left Teta without saying a word. I'm probably considered a missing person. In either case, the first order of business was to explain myself and win back everyone's trust. It was going to be tough, but Uncle Yashima's advice was worth following. I'll do my best to get everyone to help me. If I wanted their help, I had to act fast.
お前にばかり重荷を負わせてしまってすまないお前が無事に目的を果たせるよう
I'm
祈って
sorry
い
that
る
you're having to shoulder this burden. Thank you. Thank you so much. I left his house. I needed to tell Liz what I was doing, so I decided to head back to my room. Time was
お
precious.
かえりなさい
Sort of. You were right. Going to go talk to him was the correct thing to do, but the thing is, kind of went awry. I surmised. Summarized. So that's where things stand. I feel like I need to return to Teta.
そっか
I get it. If that's what you need to do, I'll wait right here for you. Oh, Liz. A part of me had expected Liz to say that if I was going back to Teta, then she'd go too, but Liz understood the situation she was in and accepted it without complaint. She was a background character, and her character didn't deserve to follow me around. She was just a plot point in the story that died in 4 out of the 8 stories. She was so strong and determined more than I'd given her credit for.
見かけはあんまり変わってないけどやっぱり私
I
は
don't
もう
look very different on the outside, but I think it's obvious that I'm no longer a normal
シータに
human.
戻ることも家族に会うこともできな
I
い
can't see my family if I go with you. Yils was resolved about her fate. I wanted to cry, I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded.
私はここで生きていくここで居場所を見つけてみせるから
I think you'd do great if you dated Hyuga. Hyuga would probably be well with you. Go for Hyuga. He's older, but it's fine. Thank you, Liz. Once everything's over, I'll come right back. I swear the promise was as much for me as it was for Liz. I've made her cry before. I don't want to do that again. When I went outside, the dome over the colony had already shifted to the night sky projection. I guess it's night outside the colony too. Inside the colony, it was easy enough to see by the light of the projected stars. Outside, however, it was a different story. The night I stayed at Rose tent, the darkness was so absolute that I could feel it looming over me. I know I have to hurry, but I should wait until morning. But I'll lose so much time. I felt someone approach me from
もしか
behind.
して外に行くの？寮の居場所の手がかりでも
Are you
掴
planning
ん
to
だ
go
のかな？
out? I'm still gathering intel, but you're right, I'm planning to go outside. I talked to Uncle Yoshima. He said the commander will probably know where to
じゃ
find
あこ
Ro.
れからシータに戻ろうとしてたんだ。
You're off to Teta then. Exactly, but it's so dark I'm thinking it might be a better idea to wait until morning. No sense in going out and just getting hurt.
ああ、君は読めが効かないんだよね。意外と慎重なんだ。
I suppose you don't have night vision. I have no idea if that's a compliment or an insult.
確かに君一人なら遭難するかもしれないけど、僕がいればそんなことにならないよ。
If you're with
僕
me,
は
that
読
would
めが効
happen.
くから、シータに行きたいなら僕が連れて行ってあげる。
I can see quite well in the dark. If you want to go to Teta, you better have me tag along. His offer was quite unexpected. I'm sure that would be a huge help. Thanks, but why? You know I intend to stop Ro and to save the third plant, right? Didn't you say you don't care about what happens to the third plant?
うん、それは変わらないよ。だけど、君には興味があるんだ。
I haven't. That hasn't changed, but I've developed something of a personal interest in you.
君がどんな行動を起こして、その結果がどうなるのか、 それを見てみたいと思う。
Your choices and actions, I want to see them and what transpires after myself. Ibuki really goes his own sweet way of life. Still, whatever his reasons were, was glad for the help. Ibuki, if you wouldn't mind, please guide me back to Teta.
任せて。
You can count on me. Ibuki nodded and changed into Moavia in an instant.
超特急で連れて行くよ。
I'll guide you there with the utmost haste. And Moravia meant it. We hurried through the night. I planned to run alongside Moravia, but I couldn't hope to match her speed. In the end, she would wound up carrying me part of the way. Sorry, I hope I'm not too heavy.
全然平気だよ。
Not at all, you're fine. I put my arms around Moravia's neck in hopes that I made me a little easier to carry.
それいいね。走りやすいかも。
That's better. Now I can really let go. Moavia suddenly kicked into high gear and we flew across the terrain at breakneck speeds. Before much time had passed, we arrived at outer Teta's
は
wall.
い、到着。思った以上に早く着けたな。
We're here earlier than expected to. You're amazing. Thank you.
なんかちょっと疲れてる？
You seem a touch out of breath. I'm fine. I'm not exhausted, just slightly terrified by how fast Moravia can book it. Jeez, my heart's still pounding. But if Moravia hadn't offered to help bring me, I'd still be stuck back in Tao waiting for morning. I'm glad to have arrived at Teta so fast. But how are we supposed to get inside Teta? Even when we left, we used a secret service tunnel Ro knew about, but no one's here to guide us this time. I'll try to find the tunnel again. I can't think of any other way to get into the colony. Moravia walked forward and gestured this way.
シー
What's
タ
over
の
there?
中に入るんでしょ？まずはドームの防御が薄いところを探さないと。
We're going inside Teta, right? We just need to find a spot where the dome's defenses are weakened. Moravia matter-of-fact tone jolted my memory. That's right, Moravia always breaches Teta's dome to enter the colony. Getting in should be a piece of cake with her. A spot where the dome's defenses are weak. Is that how you get in and
やり
out?
方さえ知っていれば簡単だよ。
It's easy
コロ
once
ニ
you
ー
get
の
the
外
trick.
側がドームと呼ばれる膜のようなもので覆われていることは知って
You already
る？
know the dome protects the colony, right? Of course, the shell keeps the bad air out of the colony and keeps the good air
そ
inside,
のド
right?
ームは普通の人間には通過できないけれど、害獣や君たちブルームズのように特殊な能力を持つ者なら通り抜けられるんだ。
Normal people can't pass through the dome, but people with superpowers, kaiju, you blooms, and so on, we can do it easily. Normally people can't, but people like us with superpowers
通り抜
can.
けるときに少し抵抗は感じるけどね。ドームの正常な厚みの箇所はその分抵抗力が強くなって通り抜けづらい。
There's still some resistance when you pass through, though, so we can't get in where the dome is
だ
reinforced.
からドームが薄くなっている箇所を探すんだ。周囲を歩いていると結構見つかるものだよ。
That's why we need to find a spot where the dome's weak. We'll find one if we walk the perimeter. I've never learned so much about the dome's structure in my life, and what I know now had me nervous. But if the dome has thinner, weaker spots, does that mean bad air can seep in?
定期的にメンテナンスはしてるみたいだよ。そのあたりは大丈夫じゃないかな。あ、ほら、見つけた。
They do maintenance pretty regularly. I don't think you need to lose sleep over the matter. Ah, there's a spot. Moravia pointed to a particular area of the dome. I looked, but it didn't seem any different from the rest of it. Really? Moravia took my hand and gently tugged me along.
こうすればすり抜けられるよ。
This is how we do it. Whoa. The sensation of passing through something's membrane, like something membrane-like swept over me, and then I felt my body burst past it. I heard an indescribable sound behind me, and somehow I knew I made it. We just walked through the dome. Are we actually inside Teta
そう
now?
だよ。簡単。 外
easy,
壁の方が入るのは簡単だよ。飛び越えればいいだけなんだから。
Getting past the outer wall is even easier. One great big jump will do it.
もともとは外との環境を区切る目的で作られたから、外敵の侵入を想定していないんだ。
The wall was originally set up to be a border for the colony's environment. It's not designed to repel enemies. I recalled an argument among the Blooms that touched on the subject. Kaori and the others had aligned, angrily asked why the wall still wasn't reinforced. The higher-ups probably figured we were the only defense necessary against the kaiju. Moravia grabbed my hand, started walking, and continued her train of thought, snapping me out of my
これまで
daydream.
だって外壁を破壊して侵入することもできたのにしなかったんだから。僕って紳士的だよね。
I could have torn down the wall ages ago, but I never did. Am I not the consummate gentleman? Consummate? I was glad Moravia wanted to break the tension with some comic relief, but I declined to comment. We made it past the outer wall with Moravia leading the way. Tada was also dark inside, but unlike the outside, the sky was dotted with bright stars. I'm back. I knew it wasn't a good time to get mushy, but being back in Tada after believing I'd never see it again, it made me shiver.
それでこれからどうするつもり？
What do you plan to do now? First, I'm going to see the commander. Uncle Yoshima said he'd contact him ahead of my arrival, so I should find him in the command center.
それなら僕は一緒にいない方が良さそうだね。
In that case, it's probably best I make myself scarce. Of course, Moravia was our enemy once, and as far as the Blooms were concerned, she still was. We've become so friendly, I completely forgot Moravia is the Bloom's enemy, and now I guess I am
君
too.
が僕の助けを必要とするようであれば、また会いに来るよ。じゃあね。
I'll be back if it looks like you need help. Until then, goodbye and good luck. Moravia leaped into the air and vanished. As usual, her speed was something to behold. I forced myself to refocus and began to make way over to the research district. That's when I remembered something important. That's right, it's about time for Teta's curfew, isn't it? As long as the curfew was in effect, the shuttered districts would be closed. No one would be in or out about. Simply being out during curfew was enough to make me pretty conspicuous. The streets are monitored by cameras connected to the command center. I better move or...
待ちなさい。
Hold on. Kaori? Then Haruka, Sina, Mocha ran up, joining Kaori. The reunion is far too abrupt for my liking. I was too overwhelmed to move. Haruka peered at me and raised her voice.
そこにいるのは
Is that you?
今までどこにいたんですの？心配しましたのよ。
We've been terribly worried.
きっちり説明してもらおうやないの。
You've got some explaining to do. Judging by the tones of their voice, they clearly were worried about me. I felt guilty, but I was also relieved. I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. Of course, I'll explain everything, but first, where do I even begin? It appeared that none of the Blooms had any idea of what was going on. Everyone, please listen. There's a good reason why I've been missing. Could I please speak to the commander first? I'm sure he'll understand what I have to say.
その前に、
First things first. She cut me
私
off.
たちは侵入者がいるって一報を受けて出動してきたの。そして現場に到着してみたら、そこにあんたがいた。
We received reports about an intruder, and we came here to investigate. We found you.
侵入者って君のことじゃない？
That means you're the intruder, right? My shoulders twitched. It was true. I was sneaking in just a minute before. It was impossible to deny the fact that I was the intruder. My odd demeanor only seemed to make the Blooms even more
外部か
suspicious.
ら簡単に入り込むなんて、害獣の手口とまるっきり同じ。
You got in pretty easily, kind of like the
仮
kaiju
に
do.
君が害獣側に寝返ったというのなら、
We found your allied. I won't run or hide, but please let me say this piece first. Sina and Mocha said nothing, but they shot harsh, accusatory glares at me.
答えなさい。あんたはどこで何をしていたの？どうして外から侵入してきたの？
Where have you been? How did you get back in? My plans were quickly going south. I started to panic. Oh, geez. And even if I got a chance to talk, I doubt they'll believe me. But my silence was taken as guilt.
答えられへんってことは、やっぱり害獣側についたんやな。
That means you sided with the kaiju. Mocha dropped into an attack stance that followed suit. Wait, please hear me out.
私たちの役目を。
We have a duty we intend to carry out. I flung myself to one side, narrowly avoiding Sina's attack. Haruka and Mocha followed Sina's lead and showered me with attacks. Then a realization hit me. This is just a warning. If the four of them combined were serious about taking me down, there was no way I'd still be alive. They didn't intend their attacks to land. They all doubted me, yes, but they were hesitant to actually hurt me. I don't want to hurt the others either, but I'm not getting anything done this way. There was only one choice. For the first time since I returned, I went on the offense. I lifted some nearby stones with my psychokinesis and sent them flying. They exploded nearby. Nearby the girl's feet. Not yet. I intended to draw the girl's attention by being flashy and hoped they'd look down at their feet alarmed. Now's my chance. With the glurs distracted, I fled as fast as I could. Stop! If I manage to shake them off, no doubt they'll go straight to the commander. The commander can explain everything and clear it up. But my escape attempt was short-lived. Leave her to me! An attack struck the ground in front of me and sent debris flying towards me. I was trapped and Haruka was closing in. Might as well give up. Now I was surrounded by all four of them. I won't run anymore. Let me go. Haruka hesitated for a moment, then she did as I asked. It didn't seem likely they'd attack again. I knew they weren't aiming to really hurt me. Start talking. That was my plan all along, to be honest. But you didn't answer our question. That answer was mighty suspicious. And you have mischief written on your face. My shoulders slumped. I wasn't anywhere near completing my goal. Like I said before, I want to see the commander. I'm sure he can explain everything. Is that your comm? Haruka was right. The comm was making an insistent sound. He says bring her in. Goodness, so this whole kerfuffle was for nothing. Would have been nice if the commander made his call a few minutes earlier. In any case, it looked like I finally had clearance to see the commander. Dun dun dun. We went and entered the command center. The commander came to greet us, beaming. Oh, good to see you in one piece. I'm sorry for causing such a headache. I bowed my head, but the commander waved away my apology, and then his face grew stern. Nishima told me everything. There's trouble afoot, isn't there? Big trouble, but I don't think it's too late to fix everything. The commander nodded and then turned to the Blooms. Listen up. She'll explain everything soon enough, but there's something else that's going to take top priority, so everyone... Here's your new orders. Find Ro. None of the others were wild about being given such an abrupt order without a single explanation. Hold on. I haven't seen him in a while. When he stopped showing up, I just figured he was pulled elsewhere. It's not like he ever was the type to touch base with us. Why are we looking for Ro? To put it bluntly, I guess it's to save Teta from annihilation. The word annihilation landed on the others like a weight, and they all stiffened up. The commander's tone was light, but it was obvious he wasn't joking. I don't have much time, so I'll just tell you what you need to know so you can get some context for the severity of the situation. The commander went on to explain. Kaori and the others seemed to have a hard time believing it. I also explained that it's been necessary to leave Teta to save my friend who was attacked by kaiju. I skimmed over the part about Ibuki and the shelter and the kaiju colony. Right now, we need to find Ro and convince him to stop destructing the third planet. That was what mattered most. I know this is a lot to take in, but I need everyone to help find Ro. It's an unbelievable tale, to be sure, but it's not in your nature to lie about something like this. Everything that comes out of the commander's mouth, however, that's a different matter. Why are you so quick to doubt me? Put aside the commander's theatrics, find Ro. It's the utmost priority, right? I actually came here because I was hoping the commander might clue me in on where to look. If he's not at the base you stayed at, it's possible he's here inside Teta. Yeah, he has stuff at his bases, so it's possible he's returned here or he's still at the base. Here's all the bases I know about. The commander's tone was so casual as someone relaying the weather report. The rest of us were shocked. How do you know about all of these?
それだけ僕ができる男だってことさ。見直した
Because
かな
I'm the epitome of competence and capability. What do you think of me now? The commander grinned. The others just narrowed their eyes.
さすが司令、尊敬する。
Not bad, Commander. There. That's all you get.
ああ、棒読みの称賛だけど嬉しいな。
I sense some reluctance, but I'll take
す
it.
ぐそういうおちゃらけた態度を取るから素直に尊敬されないんですわよ。
It'd be far easier to respect you if you weren't goofing off every 5 minutes. I really respect you, Commander.
フォローありがとう。
Thanks for going to bat for me.
まあできる男は置いとくとして、富塚君の行動はいろいろあれだったから。
This erratic movement caused me to track
シータ
him.
の外となる。
Hearing that made me start to despair, but the commanders
もし
continued.
かしたら。
I have a hunch. I looked up at him, hope blooming. You do?
うん。
Previously, I spoke to Ro about transporting material between colonies.
今思えば、あれも第三プラントの調査の一環だったんだろうね。
Thinking about it, he was most likely asking for reasons about his surveying
で
work.
その時に彼がコロニー間の輸送経路について妙に詳しく地形を把握しているみたいな
At
の
the
が
time, I was
役に
surprised how much he knew, so to think the reason he knew the routes.
その輸送経路付近に富塚君の拠点の一つがあるんじゃないかって思うんだ。
I'm assuming he has a location around the trade routes. That makes perfect sense, does it? My spirit soared with renewed hope. He might not be actually there. I'm going to head there right
頼む
now.
よ。
The Blooms will handle the search inside Teta.
簡単に言うてくれる
Easy
けど
for you, Sadie. It's the dead of night and we're barely had a wink of sleep.
私たちのことを酷使しすぎですわね。まあ今は状況が状況
I
で
guess
す
this
し
is emergency. I guess we'll do what we
み
can.
んな偉いね。よっ、さすがはヒーロ
They don't call you superheroes for nothing.
そういうのはいらへん。
Walk it back. It's not necessary. The girls complained but didn't refuse. I was delighted to have this skill on my
こっち
side.
のことは私たちに任せておいて。
Leave everything here to you thinks. I don't know what I would have done without you all here to help.
はい、ストップ。そういうのは全部無事に終わってから言うものでしょ。
Hold the thinks until everything's done,
yeah.
okay? You're right, let's go. I started to leave. Sir, there's something else I heard from Uncle Yoshima. I didn't say what it was, but it was clear the commander understood. I still didn't know. Thank you. I gave him a smile and left the command center. Thanks for, protecting me and sending me to an orphanage. I immediately started searching for Rose Base, and the trade route was long, and the base must have been well hidden, so I couldn't find any trace of it. Once the Blooms finished searching Teta without any luck, they helped me scour the outside too, but in the end, 2 days passed with no progress. It must be around here somewhere. Why can't we find it? The commander's suggestion had been a good one, but we consistently came up empty-handed. Rose's tent was huge. I should be able to see it from a long way off, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I'm all out of ideas. I guess this is it. It felt as though a heavy weight had fallen on my shoulders. I'm tired. Come to think of it, I haven't had a good rest in days. My body had almost reached its physical limits. Kaori and the others must be tired too. They're still out looking for likely spots. I wonder how they're doing. There was no communication indicating anyone had found a trace of Rose Camp. Everyone's doing their best, but the search, I have to keep doing the best too. I don't have time to complain how tired I am. I tried to tap into the trudge of my adrenaline, but really was running on empty. I could barely move, and my mind was in a daze. This isn't good. If I keep going, I might not be able to stay transformed. If that happens, I'll probably wind up dying in the inhabitable wasteland long before the third planet was destroyed. I'm gonna keep calling it planet instead of plant. I'll take one more look around. If I can't find Ro, then I'll head back to Teta. Suddenly I thought I caught sight of something familiar on the horizon. I started to run. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I needed to get closer to make sure, but my legs turned wobbly with exhaustion and sent me sprawling into the dirt. I picked myself up and kept going. It's Ro's tent. It looked just like the tent I spent the night in. It blended in well with the landscape, but it was a miracle I spotted it at all. Even so, there was no guarantee Ro was home. I crept up to the tent, trying to not make a sound when I peeked in the window. The window blocked from the inside. I can't see a thing. I listened closely. I could hear noises within. Someone was definitely in the tent. I knew it. Ro's here, just as the commander predicted. Confirmation in hand. That's not confirmation. I left the tent, pulled out my comms, and called back.
Yeah. 何か進展はあった。
I found it.
本当に
For real.
褒められると照れちゃうな。なん
You did great. I don't have eyes directly on him, but there is definitely someone inside the tent, I'm pretty sure. Whoever's there, I'm going to talk to them.
でも何があるかわからないよ。今からブルームズをそっちに急行させるから。それまで
I'll
待機してい
dispatch
て
the
ほしいね
blooms to your location. Sit tight. I knew the commander had the right idea, but what should I do? This is 4-2. Hang on. Flowchart me. We got a bad ending coming up. We have, I'm gonna assume a good and a bad and an okay ending after that. Let's see. Talk to Ro. Let's go talk to him. I'm gonna talk to him. I announced my decision after a moment of thought.
危険があるかもしれないよ
That's dangerous. Maybe, but I just feel like things will go better if I talk to him myself. I'll save calling the others as a last-ish option. Ro would understandably feel threatened if all the blooms converged on his face. He might get the idea that I didn't trust him, and if he felt like that, he was less likely to talk. My main priority was to talk Ro down, and save the third plant from
君
destruction.
は度胸があるね
You got
わかったよ
guts? Okay, thanks.
じゃあ
Be careful. When the call was done, I approached Ro's tent once again. I could feel my nerves worsen with every step I took. I paused by the entrance, took a few deep breaths, and called out. Are you in there? I sensed movement within the tent. I'm coming in. I called out and called out a warning before slowly opening the tent's entrance. There he was, the man I nearly killed myself looking
ま
for.
さかここまで来るなんてな。
Of all the places for you to show up. Ro didn't seem flustered or surprised. No, he simply seemed annoyed.
よくここにたどり着けたな。
I'm surprised you found your way here. The commander clued me in. He suspected you had a camp out here based on your past movements.
あの人か。さすがだな。
Should have covered my tracks better. Now Rose sounded annoyed with himself too. He glanced over my
と
shoulder.
ころで、お前一人なのか。
Did you come alone? I thought it'd be better than having all the blooms swoop in
俺
here.
を脅すようで、卑怯だとでも思ったか。
Didn't want to make me feel cornered. That's
相
right.
変わらずお人よしだな。敵だと言っている相手を単独で訪ねるなんて、危険だとは思わなかったのか。
Softer than a pillow. Some guy says he's your enemy and you confront him without backup. Don't you realize how foolish that is? I felt like it was the best for me to come alone. I stepped forward. I was desperate for him to accept the fact I didn't regard him as an enemy.
わかったわかった。そうムキになるな。
Why'd you come here? I talked to Ibuki. He said you're probably planning to destroy the third plant. And if that's the case, I can't turn away and just let it happen. Ro, is what Ibuki's saying about you actually true? He raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. He nodded.
そこまで読んでいたのか。確かに、伊吹の考えは合っている。
Ibuki figured that out. That pretty much sums it
だ
up.
がそこまで分かっているなら、なおさらよく一人で来たな。
That makes it even more impressive that despite knowing that much, you still came
お前
alone.
も見た目に反して、大概無謀というか、無駄に度胸があるというか。
You're a reckless one, but you got guts. Clearly more than what's good for you. The commander also said I have guts, although he left out the more than what's good for you part. I shook my head, refocused, and explained, I'm here alone because I refuse to think of you as an enemy. I won't do it. If you carry through with your plan to destroy the third plant, that's when I know for sure you're bad. But in my heart, I just know you have no real desire to harm it.
その根拠は。
What are you basing this on exactly? Something inside you is causing a lot of turmoil, I can tell. Ro seemed surprised. So it's true. You really don't want to do this. Started laughing, I blinked. What's so funny?
あまりにもお前が甘いものでな。
You're just so
仮に
naive.
俺が望まない使命を背負っていたとして、嫌だからといって簡単に放棄できると思うのか。それが許されるなら、誰も苦しんだりしない。
Suppose I am tasked with an order I don't want to carry out. You think simply turning it down will get me out of it? If only things were that simple. Ro's face suddenly hardened and his demeanor turned ice cold.
それがわからないお前は、やはり子供だ。
Just like a kid to think that way. Ro pulled out a gun and pointed it at me.
お
Why?
前たちのように特殊な能力を持たない俺が、これくらいの準備をしていないわけがないだろう。
I don't have any special powers like all of you. It makes sense for me to arm myself,
こい
right?
つは使いたくなかったが、お前がどうしても邪魔をするというのなら仕方がない。
I don't want to use this, but since you're intent on getting in my way, I have no other choice.
これなら、お前がサイコキネシスを使う前に仕留めることができるぞ。
I can fire this before you even try to use your psychokinesis on me. He had a gun aimed straight at me. My heart was gripped with terror. I clenched my trembling hands into fists. Let's get shot. I can do that. I was bluffing, of course. I wasn't that confident. But of course, I couldn't show weakness.
なら、試してみるか。
You want to test the theory? Oh no. I racked my brain. Not again. Turns out exhaustion and adrenaline-filled blood were a bad mix. My knees
Oi.
buckled. Are you okay? Ro clearly noticed something was wrong. He lowered the gun and held out his hand instead. I knew it. I knew he was a kind person. My energy hit rock bottom. I started to kneel over. But Ro was there to catch me before I could
ま
fall.
ったく、倒れるまで無茶をするな。
You pushed yourself past the point of collapse.
とりあえ
Sorry.
ず、今は休め。
You need a rest for now. Okay. It was embarrassing to surrender after making my bluff, but I was too weak to protest. Ro lifted me in his arms. It felt really sleepy. He laid me down in a bed and I immediately felt my consciousness slip away. Oops. I went unconscious. Huh? As soon as I awoke, I remembered that I was in Ro's tent. Yikes, I just passed out. I sat up, panicked, but my head hurt so bad that I was immediately forced to lie
目
back
が覚め
down.
たのか。
So you're awake. Oh, I was relieved to see he was still there, watching me. Good, he stuck
疲労
around.
で倒れたんだ。もう少し休んだ方がいいぞ。
You passed out from exhaustion. You should rest longer. Judging by the way Rose spoke, I could tell not much time had passed. I sat up, feeling more than a bit relieved. I feel a lot better after that nap. I think I'm okay.
そうか。とりあえず、これでも飲め。
Drink this. Ro handed me a cup of tea. Thanks. I took the tea and brought it to my lips. I gasped in surprise. It was very hot. Ro just let a slow
お
sigh.
前の頑固さには参ったよ。
You're unbearably stubborn. I'm at a loss. Ro spoke frankly.
俺を敵だと思えないと言い張って、こんなところまで追いかけてきて。
Refusing to see the danger I pose, stalking me all the way
本
out
当の
here.
ことを話さなければ、それこそ地の果てまでも追ってきそうだな。
I have a feeling you'll chase me to the end of the earth if I don't level with you. Then level with me. He's finally going to talk. Ro looked at me, my beaming face, and
お前
nodded.
が納得するかはわからないが、仕方がないから話してやる。
I guess my only choice is to give you it straight. Thanks. Finally, we were getting somewhere. Ro looked at me with a softness and resumed
こ
talking.
こ、第三プラントは、かつてある目的のための実験場として作られた、いわば箱庭だ。
The third plant was created as a test site for a certain objective, an experiment, in other words. It's essentially a
そして
terrarium.
第三プラントを作った張本人は、
This is Prometheus, a terrarium that was made by my ancestors. It was an interesting word, one whose meaning I couldn't quite grasp.
実験の目的は、人類の繁栄の先にある未来についての観察。
The third plant objective was to observe how humans adapt to continuous adverse advances in prosperity.
要するに、文明が進歩しまくったら人間はどうなるかを見てみようって話だ。
They wanted to learn what would happen to people in a rapidly advancing
人類が
civilization.
滅びずに繁栄し続けていくために第三プラントでデータを取っていたのさ。
The data was to help help humans prosper forever. He shot me a look that said, "With me so far." I
第三プラ
nodded.
ントは最初から科学の粋意を集めて最高峰のプラントとして建設された。
It was designed with the highest tech. It was to showcase humanity's greatest
衣
achievement.
食住生きるのに必要な全てがプラント内で賄えるシステムが構築され、何不自由ない環境が整っていた。
It was set up to meet all of the necessities of life, a self-sustaining environment that offered food, material, and
そ
shelter.
こに住む人間は外界との接触を断ち、第三プラントの中だけで繁栄した。やがて人々は外のことを忘れていった。
People living inside were completely cut off from the outside world. They only knew of the third plant. Soon, they entirely forgot the
だ
outside.
が繁栄を極めた代償なのか。
But as they chased greater
滅びの道をたどるのも早かった。
prosperity and level of comfort, things took a dark
第
turn.
三プラントの環境は徐々に汚染され、人間の住めない区域が広がっていった。
The third plant's environment began to break down. Pockets of inhabitable land started to
そ
spread.
してお前も知っている通り、最終的にはコロニー内でしか生きていけない現在の環境になってしまったんだ。
That's when we were all forced into colonies and the rest of the land gradually became barren, but you know that much. Rose's words felt too enormous to be real, but the reason did he have to lie now? Somehow I sensed that he was telling the truth. So the people on the outside would have been watching the third plant all this time.
ああ、第三プラントを反面教師に自分たちは滅びないように気をつけながら今日まで繁栄してきた。
We took the events as a lesson on how to avoid our own destruction, and honestly, we've prospered to this day. We're an example of what not to do. So we only existed as a guide on how to avoid doom for the people on the outside. I felt conflicted, to say the
だ
least.
が近年になって第三プラントの環境は持ち直すことが不可能なほど衰退しているのではないかという意見が
This is the
外で
day
出
the
始
earth
めた。
stood still. He's Keanu Reeves. In recent years, it's been decided that the third plant is declining too rapidly. Its environment is beyond salvageable because we can't live anywhere except inside the colonies.
ああ、外の人間にとっての第三プラントは実験場としての価値があるかどうかだけだ。
Those of us outside evaluating the third plant is to see if you still have any merit as a testing
それ
site.
にいつ第三プラントの環境汚染が外にまで広がるかわからないと不安視する声もある。
There's
価値が
even
ない
some
なら
concern that the
害
rot
しかない。
inside the third plant might spread to the outside. So if it's no use to us anymore, it can be destroyed.
価値があれば引き続き観察を続けていくが、価値がないと判断されれば廃棄すべきだという議論が持ち上がっている。
If there's still something for us to be found within the third plant, we'll continue to deserve it, but there's those calling for its eradication. Rage bubbled up inside me. How dare they? That's horrible. They have the gall to think of us as nothing more than
そう
lab
思う
rats.
のは当然だ。だが、俺や一部の穏健派にはどうしようもなかった。
I understand. We cannot sway their
そして
opinions.
その判断の是非は、査定員が第三プラントに潜入して決めることになった。
The decision was made for an assessment officer to infiltrate the third plant and decide what needs to be done. That's you?
かつて第三プラントを作った人間の子孫。俺たちの一族に白羽の矢が立った。
I was specifically chosen for the task since I'm a descendant of the people who constructed it. It's a lineage
こう見
thing.
えて、俺は大家族の中で育ったんだ。ガキの頃は家族がう
He's
ざったい時期があったが、
bragging that he's from a
今はかけがえ
dynasty.
のないものだと
I'm
実
from a
感している。
major dynasty. When I was a kid, I hated being from a famous family. Now, though, I appreciate it. Something in Rose's eyes softened. It was clear he thought a lot of his family's background. It sounds like your family's
そ
wonderful.
うだな。
They
写
are.
真
Want to see a photo? Ro pulled out a pendant, opened it up, and showed me what was inside. The picture was of children, a mom and a dad. Everyone's faces were lit with
俺
smiles.
はこの大事な家族に査定員という 重い役割を押し付けたくなかった。
It's a heavy responsibility. I didn't want to fall on the shoulders of anyone else, so I volunteered. So he decided to come here in order to protect his family. He was certainly a loyal son, that much was clear. When I thought about the burden placed on him, I don't think I'd ever given much thought to my ancestry. Maybe it's because I'm an orphan, who knows? But then again, I guess most people don't think too hard about it. But not you. You've never met these distant ancestors of yours, but even now, years later, you're carrying on their work.
なぜお前がそんな
Why do you
悲し
look
そうに
upset? Because I finally understand. I know why you always seem so sad. Dun dun dun. Why are you telling me all this? Why did you go ahead and tell me?
お前があまりにもまっすぐだったから、もう隠してはおけないと思った。
You're persistent to a fault. I felt like I couldn't hide it from you any longer. Ro reached out his hand and gently stroked my cheek.
それにいい加減、俺自身が楽になりたかったんだ。
I wanted to get it out, to finally feel some semblance of inner peace. Rose said earlier that it was easier to be my enemy, but the Ro I saw now seemed so different. His expression changed. He looked tired and resigned. He'd been holding on to a heartbreaking story all this
俺を
time.
殺したければ殺せばいい。お前にはその権利がある。
You have the right to kill me.
だが俺を殺したところで何も変わらない。次の査定員が派遣されてくるだけだ。
Killing me won't change anything, though. Another assessment officer will take my place. I could never kill you. Objectively, it made sense for some authority to determine the third plant, with its damaged environment, rampant kaiju, and social decay, needed to be cleansed. But it wasn't a simple task for Ro to carry out. He had been wrestling with guilt this entire time. I could never kill him. I felt a fresh wave of anger wash over me. I couldn't just lay down and accept the end. I took a deep breath and steadied myself. Please lend me your assistance. I couldn't hurt Ro, but if he was just going to give up, I'd have to take the reins myself. If you're willing to face death, that means there's nothing left to be scared of, right? I gave him a challenging grin. In that case, help me. Help us.
怖いものなんてないか。
Nothing left to be afraid of. You might be right about
だ
that.
が残念ながら俺に貸せるような力なんて
Except
ない。
I'm not capable of helping you. I shook my head. Nope, you're wrong. If you want to save the third plant, you'll need to do it our own. Giving up now is the same as lying down and waiting to die. Even if the situation is hopeless, I want to go down fighting till the last second. Let's put our heads together. We'll find a way. I leaned in, determined, and Ro's eyes widened with surprise. I won't give up without even trying. I set my jaw firmly and stared down Ro with the most intimidating gaze I could muster. Finally, his shoulders slumped in surrender, and he flashed me a weary
わ
smile.
かった。
All
殺さ
right, count me in. Really?
俺にできることなら手を貸そう。お前、意外と熱血感なんだな。
You've got more guts than I can imagine. I'll help you however I can. I didn't know I had such a big supply
だ
myself.
が、俺が手を貸すと言っても、どうすればこの状況をひっくり返せる？正直、俺には妙案が浮かばない。
What do you possibly hope to do about the situation? I have no ideas. Have you made your report about the third plant to the people on the
い
outside?
や、まだだ。だが期限が間近に迫っている。近いうちに報告しなければならない。
The deadline's close. I need to make my report as soon as
本来
possible.
であれば、もっと早い段階で報告しているはずだった。そろそろ不審がられているはずだ。
The original plan had me making my report by now. I'm sure they're getting suspicious. Going by what Ro was saying, I could think of one reason for that. So, would you say you were stalling? You were delaying your report on
な
purpose?
かなか踏ん切りがつかなくてな。
I couldn't bring myself to effectively pull the lever. Now I understood the reason for Ro's turmoil. If he reported on the state of the environment, no doubt they'd clean house right away, but Ro delayed his response. That must mean deep down Ro didn't want to initiate the destruction of the third plant. That's why he was so conflicted. You were trying to save the third plant all along, weren't you? My heart swelled with joy over the realization, but Ro looked
それでもかばいきれるものじゃない。
dispirited.
無
Now
駄
that
なあがき
it's
だとは分かっていたけどな。
not that it'd do any good in the long run, I knew I was just delaying the inevitable. The sadness in his voice sent a pang through my heart.
不用意に肩入れしないよう第三プラントの人々とは距離を置いて接してきたつもりだった。
I tried to keep a professional stance and not get attached to the third plant or the people living
心を
here.
閉ざし決して誰にも触れさせないようにしてきた。
I closed my heart and did my best to avoid
そ
everyone.
れができなくなってしまったのはお前と出会ってからだ。
Then I met you, this 16-year-old girl, and staying distant suddenly became impossible. Me? I couldn't recall doing anything in particular that would have changed his mind about his mission, but Rose smiled softly at me.
何度追い払ってもめげずに来ていつの間にか俺の懐に入り込んでいた。
You kept chasing me down, and gradually you wore down my defense. It was impossible to remain at arm's
まっ
length.
たく大したやつだよお前は。
There's something else, you know that? He's blushing! He put his hand on my head and gently stroked my hair. It felt nice. We're technically treating me like a kid again, but strangely I kind of minded
Duh.
less.
俺は結局何もできなかった。お前と俺で今さら知恵を絞ったところで
Our alliance doesn't mean much. There isn't anything I can do. We're not alone, though. We just need to get the others on board, too. We should get back to the commander and the Blooms and explain everything. I'm sure they'll want to help. It's way too soon for us to declare there's no hope. I refused to quit. I knew we had allies we could count on.
そうだな。お前がそう言うとなんだかそんな気がしてきた。
I think you're right. Somehow even the craziest stuff you say always seems possible. Right. Ro offered me his hand and I took it. Ro and I hurried back to Teta. Oh, was it the picture? Hang on. Wait a second. Am I... I didn't get the picture. I'm getting a normal ending. I called ahead to the Blooms. The commander were already assembled, waiting for us to arrive. Everyone looked tired. I guess no one had much sleep lately. Kaori and the others were slumped in their chairs from exhaustion, and they were clearly
よ
relieved.
かった。
You found
徹夜であち
Ro.
こち探し回って。
We're pretty worn out, beyond tired. Mocha swayed back and forth. She was clearly about to pass out.
よかったら、眠すぎて不機嫌になってますわね。
Mocha's exhausted and irritable beyond belief. Sina was also clearly struggling to keep her eyes open. Thanks for your hard work, everyone.
Yeah.
Glad you two are right. Thanks, it's good to be
ご
back.
迷惑をおかけしました。
Where do I even start? Ro looked awkward, but the commander simply
Yeah.
grinned.
見つか
Don't
っ
worry
てよか
about
った
it.
よ。
I'm glad we
まさか
found
あ
you.
なたにここまで読まれているとは予想
I had no
外で
idea
し
you were so savvy.
それで第三プラントを救っ
Water under the
どうなるか
bridge.
は分かりませんけどね。
I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Then Ro caught everyone up on the situation. He told us all about the creation of the third plant, and then he informed everyone about his decision to have it eradicated. The Blooms listened with somber faces. But the commander seemed totally calm, as if he had predicted at least part of it. The commander is such a more competent than I ever gave him credit for. He and Uncle Yoshima have been looking out for me this entire time.
外の人間にとって重要なのは第三プラントが自分たちにとって利用価値があるかないか。ただそれだけだ。
The outsiders, the only thing they care about whether or not it's the third plant holds something more
環境
valuable.
汚染の度合いと害獣という化け物の存在。これだけで第三プラントはすでに人間が住むべき環境じゃないことは明らかだろう。
The deterioration of the environment, the presence of kaiju, it's pretty obvious the third plant is no longer suitable for humans
そんな環境
inhabitants.
でもどうにか生きていけるように努力している人間の存在なんて外
They
の
don't
人間にと
care
っては
that
関
there's
係ない
people。still living in here trying to get the best, do the
第
best they
三プラ
can.
ントに利用価値がないと分かれば躊躇せず廃棄処分を
The
下
moment
す
it's
はずだ。
confirmed, it'll be
なん
eradicated.
やねんそれ。めっちゃ腹立つわ。人の命をなんやと思っとるん
They don't care there's people here.
なんとも思ってないんでしょう。
It's been made clear they don't care. Haruka was right. We weren't even worth a second thought to them.
外とは異なる特殊な環境のデータを収
To be
集する
clear,
という名目で
I believe the saying is like, you should cut off the hand
だがそれも限
to
界だ。
save the arm. And if you guys were an experiment, It sounds like it's time to cut off the arm. No, wait, the hand. Save the arm. Yeah, see? I kept busy here by gathering environmental data for the outside world, but as for my report, I've been stalling and now I'm out of
外の
time.
連中も
They'll
これ以上
decide. I suppose that means we can no longer
でもこのま
decline.
まいいようにされるなんて頭にくるよね。どうにかできないかな。
Makes me mad that we're suffering because of other people's decisions. None of us were in the mood to sit around and just wait.
外とは交
We
流
don't
があ
have
る
an
わけじゃないか
open
ら
channel
交渉しよう
communication.
にも。
ちなみに
How much
猶予はあと
longer
ど
do we have to wait?
外が何か行動を起こす際は一応俺にも通達されるはずだ。それが明日なのか1年後なのかは俺にもわからない。
If they decide to take action, they'll probably contact me and issue a warning. It might take tomorrow or a year from now. I don't know. In other words, they could attack us at any time. The enormity of the situation left everyone speechless. What can we do? At this rate, we're just going to wind up lying down and waiting for the end. Then a realization hit me. Wait for the end? But we know what they're going to do to us. Instead of waiting, why don't we attack them first? I voiced my thought as soon as possible, popped into my
こっ
head.
ちから
Tackle?
もしかして外に行くいうこ
You
と
mean go
か
to the outside world? Well, yeah. Everyone in this room stared holes into me. I felt a blush start to creep up in my body. I know it's kind of crazy idea, but isn't it better to do anything instead of waiting around for obliteration? I mean, the outside world wouldn't dream of us making a primitive strike, right? We'd have the element of surprise. The way things are now, we won't have a future, so there's nothing to lose, right? I mean, that's the way I see it. We are fighting. Once everything rushed out of me, I closed my mouth and nervously watched everyone's reaction. I guess that's a crazy idea. Everyone must think I'm off my
ええやん
rocker.
その作戦うち乗った
It's a solid plan. I'm in. Huh?
私も賛成ですわ
I am. Sitting around waiting is not my style. A primitive strike seems like a wild idea. Surprisingly, everyone was up for it.
そのためにはうまい作戦を考えないとね
We need a good battle plan.
ちょ
Whoa, we
確か
certainly
に
need
状況の打破には思い切
gumption,
った
but we're
行動
going
を
to
も
do this. The commander tried to calm us down, hoping we'd start thinking with cooler heads.
今の状況より大変なことにはならないと思う
It's not like the situation can get much worse,
い
right?
や慎重に考えてるうちに時間がなくなって
The more time we spend making plans, the less time we can
そ
fight.
れ
Everyone turned to look at the commander. Could he actually have an ace up his
え
sleeve?
と
Got nothing. Aww. Hi, of the characters in the game. It's pretty cute. Did you play today? He gave a weak shrug. It was clear he was tapped out of ideas.
ではこちらから打って出る方向でいい
I'm
ですかね
supposed to settle it. Now is the time for acting. Let's get moving. The decision was made before I could get a word in edgewise. It might be a little late for this, but is it really okay for us to go outside the third plant? I'm starting to get pretty scared. It's too late to voice my concerns. I gotta gather my courage. The commander seemed to have decided that it was useless to stop us. Instead, he looked at Ro.
それで富塚君方法を詳しくは聞かないけど外に行く手段はあるのかい
I'm not sure how this will all go down, but can you clue us in on how to get to the
あ
outside?
ることはありますが
There is a way. Ro paused in thought, then
こい
continued.
つらには超能力があるので俺が想定しているよりはスムーズに抜け出せるかもしれませんね
Since these girls have superpowers, it might actually be easier than it'd normally
それ
be.
ならなおのこと行かない手はありませんわね
In other words, there's nothing holding us back. Perhaps it's meant to be. The Blooms exchanged glances and nodded. Then they all turned and looked at me. We need to go. Everyone's lives are in our hands. I replied with a nod of my own, determined to rise to such a lofty
だがお前た
expectation.
ち外に行くのが簡単でも廃棄の計画を阻止するのは簡単なことじゃないど
Getting
うする
out
つもりなんだ
might be easy, but holding their plans for destruction will be tough. What do you plan to do? It won't be easy, but we have to
私
try.
たちには超能力があるんだからやりようによってはなんとかなると思う
We'll make it up along the way. That's the benefit of having
まっ
superpowers.
たくお前とは思えない雑な計画だな香織
Kaori was literally the one like, we need a plan. And then she's like, we're just gonna figure it out when we get there. Seriously, I expected more finesse from you.
とりあえず計画をブラッシュアップするのは指令に任せるとして。
Let's leave the finer details of the plan to the commander.
それ僕がやるの？
How did I get roped into this?
だってわ
You're the boss.
やってくれますわよね。
Would you please, commander? I wasn't imagining things. All of them were piling pressure on the commander, hoping he'd crack.
はあ、わかった。僕がなんとか考えてみるよ。
I'll think of something extra special for my lovely soldiers.
頼りになる
You're
上司
such a great
や
mentor. Hang on one second. I need to grab something. No, I didn't. Okay. I decided to get water. Alright. That's our commander. You're such a great
もう
mentor.
こうなったらシータの上層部も全部巻き込んじゃうしかないな。なんとか説得してみよう。
If things are this bad, we should probably get Teda's higher ups involved as well. I'll try to get them on board.
説得に応じます。
Let's not get them involved. Will they be willing to listen?
僕の考えだと、おそらく上層部の人間は第三プラントが廃棄される際は外に脱出できる手はずになっている。特権階級だろうね。
If I had to guess, I think they'd be evacuated to the outside world in the event that the third party is destroyed.
お
Really?
そらくね。外としても第三プラント内で権力を持つ者とつながっていた方
I
が
didn't think about
何か
that.
と便利だから。
I doubt the outside world would benefit from having connections to the third plant's most powerful people. I had no idea if the higher ups were really planning to run and save their own skins. Well, it was despicable beyond words. I wasn't the only one who was mad. The others all
でも十
scowled.
中八九、外の連中はそんな約束は保護にする気満々だと思うんだけど、どうかな？
But if that's the case, there's a chance the outside world renegades the deal with the on the deal and abandons
多
them.
分そうなるでしょうね。
That sounds like something they do. Rocha shrugged, as if this commander's suggestion was not only possible but likely.
やっぱりね。上層部には外に切り捨てられて、第三プラントと共に滅ぼされる運命だってことを教えてあげよう。
Well, I'll remind the higher ups what'll happen if the outside world ditches them. They'll be wiped out with the rest of us.
そうなれば、もう他人事みたいに余裕こいていられなくなるでしょ。僕たちに協力するしかなくなるね。
Maybe they'll wake up and get the wake up call. They finally realize our fate is their fate too. They'll need to work with us in order to survive. That's more of a threat than a reminder. I walked away from the others' brainstorming session and approached Ro. He sighed.
まさきさんが折れるとはな。俺も腹をくくるしかないか。
Never thought Masaki would just roll over. Nothing left to do except prepare for what's next. I smiled at his... Oh no, that's not a word I'm gonna say, but I honestly glad Ro was ready to move forward. Exasperation? I did it. It took me a second. We all share the same fate now.
お前がここまで無謀だとは思わなかった。
You really are gung-ho, you know that? His words sounded sour, but his expression was clearly much brighter than before. Alright, we can do this until the bitter end.
乗りかかった船だ。最後まで付き合うさ。
Too late to turn back, guess I'm all in. We smile at one another. We're gonna die. Ro and the commander worked quickly over the next few days. Next few days? Once the higher ups learned about Ro's identity and mission, they got on board pretty fast. Meanwhile, we returned to Tao and explained everything to Liz and Yoshima. They were both pretty surprised by our plans. Liz in particular seemed quite anxious, but they both said they trusted us. I explained things to Ibuki too, of course. I also asked him to refrain from attacking Tada while the Blooms and I were away. Ibuki shrugged and said, I can't control the kaiju, Will. But he eventually agreed on the condition that I'd give him my answer to his question
ヒューガと雪
someday.
並みにもお願いしておくよ。
Oh
その
man.
代わり
I'll tell Hyuga and Yukonami to lay off in exchange. In
必ず
exchange,
成功させて戻ってくるんだよ。
make sure you succeed and come back safe. I miss you, Ibuki. You're the best one. I gazed at Ibuki's face. He actually looked a bit worried and anxious. It was an expression I'd never seen him make before. I realized that he was worried about me. Ibuki?
君の計画は大胆で面白いね。外の土産話を楽しみにしているよ。
Your plan is interesting, that's for sure. Wild too. I look forward to hearing all about the outside. You can count on it. Ibuki, I miss you already. You're the only person I like in this game. A few days later, all of us, the Blooms and Ro, were finally leaving Teta for the outside world. The commander worked especially hard to get everything ready for our departure. He fussed for like a mother hen, worried that we might forget something. I was quite taken aback.
母親かよ、まさきさん。
When did Masaki become a
なん
mom?
か緊張感に欠ける。
He's stressing out way too much
う
over
ちらの
this.
緊張をほぐそうとしてるんやろか。
He's just trying to relieve our stress. Compared to the commander, we were all surprisingly
みん
calm.
な出発前に計画をもう一度確認するよ。
Should we go over our plan one more
外
time?
の人間たちを殺すとか物騒なことはしなくていいから、超能力で第三プラントの実験自体の記憶を消してきてほしいんだ。
No drastic moves on the outside, no killing anyone. Just use our powers to ease everyone's memory of the third plant's experiments.
その時は代わりのマインドオペレートがすごく重要だから、くれぐれも本当に頼むよ。
Kaori's hypnosis skills come in. Kyoria grinned.
もちろんみんなも無理はしないように。
The rest of you don't go overboard. If things go south,
使を
get
急
out
ず
of
に
there.
撤退。
了解ですわ。指令は変なところで心
You
配してる。
worry too
そ
much.
れじゃあ行くぞ。
Let's get this show on the
富
road.
塚君、みんなをよろしく頼むよ。
Please take care of
こいつら
everyone.
を引率するのは骨が折れそうですけど、まあなんとかしますよ。
You're asking me to herd cats. Still, I do what I can. The commander waved us off as we left. Oh my god. Some of the phrases in this. The outside world, I wonder what it's like. The Blooms seemed excited at the prospect of going outside. For a moment, I forgot how serious the mission was and also lost myself in joy. I realized that I was curious about the wider world, not just because it was a great unknown, but because it's where Ro was from. I want to see where Ro grew up. Then I want to pull off this plan and get everyone home safely. None of it was going to be easy, but with Ro beside me, I felt like I could get through it all. I took Ro's hand as he walked beside me. Let's come back together, okay?
帰ってこよう。だろ。
Let's come back home together, you mean? Ro's choice of words made my heart skip and his smile took my breath away. He just said home. I'm delighted me to know that he considered the third plant his home. I gave his hand a squeeze. It's a promise. Hope filled our chest as we walked towards a new future together. Is it going to end here? We're not going to know what happens. Interesting. Okay. All right. That's a weird ending. Flowchart. Yuga, Ro. Okay. So there's another bad ending here, which and I just got the normal ending. We're 93% done with the story now. Okay, let's load. Let's start here. Because I haven't got the bad ending yet. I need to see. No. That's the one. Can't do that. Next choice. Oh, no, wait. No. Yeah, okay, call the others over. Let's see. I can call the others. In the end, I decided to follow the protocol and wait for the others as the commander suggested. It was too dangerous to go alone. I ended the call and let out a deep sigh. This is for the best, really. Now I just need to hide somewhere nearby and wait for them. Then I heard the crunch of footsteps behind me. I turned and saw Ro. I broke into a cold sweat. He must have noticed me making the call and took the opportunity to sneak up
今の
on
通
me.
信は正樹さんだろう。応援を要請していたようだな。
Did you just call Masaki? Should I assume you called reinforcements?
別に言い訳する必要なんかない。お前の選択は正しかった。危険人物に単独で接触するのはリスクが高いからな。
Don't feel obligated to make up some excuse. You made the right call. Actually, it's dumb to approach a dangerous subject alone.
まさかここでお前に会うとは思わなかった。よくこの場所が分かったな。正樹さんの入れ知恵か？
I'm surprised to see you. It's amazing you managed to find my base. The commander figured your base was around here judging by your move.
あの人には参ったな。
I thought I'd covered up my steps. Annoyed, Ro clicked his tongue. His demeanor was deeply unfriendly, making the atmosphere unbearably tense.
大方、ブルームズの他のメンバーはシータ近辺で俺の捜索でもしているんだろう。
If I were to guess, the Blooms are currently researching for signs of me and Tada. I don't know, I'm not even
俺がお
surprised.
前を始末して姿を消すには十分すぎる余裕がある。
Bro, you liked me like 2 seconds ago. This gives me the enough time to wipe your existence off the face of the planet. Ro pulled out a gun and pointed at me. What are you
信じられないっ
doing?
て顔をしてるな。だが最初から言っていただろう。
Why are you
俺は敵
surprised?
だと。
I wasn't lying when I said I was your enemy. I warned you
お
from
前
the
は俺
start.
に気を許しすぎた。いや、許していなかったから応援を呼んだのか。
You've been way too lax around me. No, that's not entirely true. You did call for backup before confronting me. Knowing my fate was probably sealed, I decided I had to at least try to stop Ro. Please, wait. I only called for backup because it's protocol. It's not that I don't trust
そ
you.
うやって自分にまで嘘をつく気か。お前はもっと正直なやつだと思っていたんだがな。
Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself, not me. I thought you were more honest. Ro, please. My voice rang out as a helpless yelp. It didn't look like Ro was interested in
聞いたところ
talking.
お前はだいぶ体力を消耗しているようだな。その分では変身を保つのも難しいだろう。
You look pretty exhausted. It's probably hard to even keep your transformation together right now,
つ
huh?
まり今のお前を倒すのは普通の人間である俺にも簡単だってことだ。
In other words, it'd be no harder to kill you than a regular human. And then he shot me. Pain sizzled through my body before I knew it, knocking me off my feet. It crumbled to the floor. I looked down and saw my legs soaking with blood. He shot me. He really shot me. I was shocked, terrified, unable to believe it. Even the pain didn't quite feel real. My wound was hot, but the rest of me was ice cold. My hand started swimming. My vision faded. Is he really gonna kill me? The last thing I saw before blacking out was the anguish looked on Ro's face. He's smiling. That's not anguish. Fiori and the others found me laying on the ground. They brought me back to Teta just in time. When they found me, it appeared my wound had been mended with emergency first aid. No doubt that was Ro's doing. We continued to scour the third plant for Ro, but we never saw a trace of him again. Sometime later, Teta was invaded by the outside world and was burned to ash. The other colonies, including Tau, suffered similar collateral attacks. I never found out what Ro's orders were, but I somehow knew he orchestrated everything. Are you crying? Is it sad? The third plant was wiped from existence, and even though it was Ro who pulled the trigger, I couldn't help but feel responsible. Done, 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 done. And that's only one of 2 bad endings I'm trying to get. I'm not sure if the other one will be as easy. I think it's this one. I could be wrong. I know he won't shoot. I'm trying to also get another picture I'm missing. You won't shoot. I wasn't exactly confident about my decision. I was trying to convince myself, or more than that, I was just hoping it was true. I gazed directly into Ro's eyes as I prayed that he wouldn't shoot.
お前は
You. Ro closed his mouth after the word. We both stared each other down, waiting for the other to blink. Unfortunately, I lost it when another wave of dizziness overtook me. Not now of all times. The exhaustion on top of my adrenaline-filled blood made my head hurt so bad I could hardly remain standing. Ro lowered the gun when he noticed my knees starting to buckle. Are you okay? I couldn't help but let out a weak smile. I was right. He didn't shoot. He actually worried about me. Not that I had the energy to voice the thought, because my knees gave out from under me. My body was rushed to the ground, barely conscious. I braced myself for impact, but I never hit the floor. Instead, I felt arms encircle my body, catching me. I didn't get this one before. Nice. This doesn't even look... This just looks like she slid over a little bit. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Ro looking down at me, concern written on his face. He must have seen me start to fall and caught me in time. I smiled faintly at realization sank in. I was right. You were never my enemy. Ro frowned at those words. Please don't tempt me. I'm begging you. The sadness in his voice was all the proof I needed that he didn't actually want to destroy the third plant. Why do you want to be my enemy? I am your enemy. But you do not want to be, or not. Or do you want to be or not? That's what I'm asking. But Ro looked away. It's easier to be your enemy than your friend. His pain-filled expression told me it wasn't easy at all. You're lying. It's not easy. The very last of my energy went into forming that sentence. I was utterly spent. You're completely drained. It's all right. You can rest here. You won't go anywhere, will you? I'll be right here. Just relax. Then Ro lifted me up in his arms. I feel really sleepy. I immediately... Blah, 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 blah. Okay, it should be... Oh goodness. I don't know, so I'm gonna resave. I don't know if I can actually change my ending or if I'm gonna have to start over. But I should have all the pictures now. Let's see. Let's see if that was enough. No, this is the same ending. Yeah, this is the same ending, right? Oh no, we're back on normal. Okay. But I got the last missing picture there, so now I just got to get these two choices. All right, let's see. And then we have additional endings, maybe. I say not very confident. Okay, let's see. Because if I have another Ibuki story, I'm gonna be so happy. Because he is the best thing that's ever happened to a video game. I'm pretty sure. I can spell words. Alright. So let's see. Boop, 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 boop. I'm disappointed. I got Ibuki's happy ending the first playthrough, so that did make me quite joyous. But unfortunately, I didn't get this one. Alright. So we're gonna start from the very, very, very beginning and see what choices I didn't make right to get the happy ending. He didn't like me a lot at the beginning, so I won't be surprised. Alright, let's see. I was supposed to thank him, but I thought he'd appreciate being appreciated. Thank you. Ro's eyes widened. If you hadn't helped, that's the exact same thing she said afterwards. That's so messed up. He ran up to me just to say that, and he's like, whoa, why are you here? Glad to see you're getting along. That's the same answer I did. Nothing yet. This one's different. Okay. Oh, he liked that. I felt like I was starting to figure things out, but that probably wasn't what Ro meant when he asked if I'd gotten anything on my visit. Maybe it's best to keep in mind that ignorance is bliss. You said something similar before. What do you mean by it? What do I mean? It seems like Ibuki wasn't the only person filled with secrets I was privy to. What do you think I don't know? And then he walks away. Yep, then he walks away. Okay. Ahem. I want to know more about you. That's the same one. I had one op
変
so
身した
far.
状態とはいえ
I'm
急に
fine
体
outside. The kaiju don't really scare me.
それは良かっただがお前の体調はどうなるかわからないから念のためにテントの中に入った方がいい
That's nice. We still don't know how your body will hold up to the environment. You should get into the tent
あ
just
の
to
中
be
は
safe.
コロニー内と同じように正常な空気が保たれているから安全だ
Listen, Itachi, I get it. It's great in there. It's an enclosed environment. Cool. I didn't know that kind of tech existed. Why are you excited? You literally just said you don't want to go in. Okay. All right. We've had this answer before, which means all this dialogue is the same. Silently use your powers. You liked this more? That should work. I concentrated my energy again while looking at Ro. Our hands still linked. I imagine Ro and I rising as a single body. First, a light jump.
おっと
Whoa. We jumped lightly in unison, and it was enough to send us both into the air. Okay, so nothing really happened.
はあいきなりだから驚いた
Ah,
結構飛ぶ
that
も
was a
の
surprise. We really flew. Sorry about that. Wild. Okay, hang on. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, I see.
次は二人で息を合わせた方がいいんじゃないか
Let's try breathing in sync. Hey, I had that suggestion last time.
頼むぞ
Why are you not doing my skip? Oh, okay, there we go. Ro and I floated. Okay, cool. You don't seem at all hostile. He likes that one more. You just don't come across as hostile. I mean, it's not like something I can believe. Rose smiled wearily and shrugged.
別に俺は誰彼構わず殺して回ろうとか物騒なことを考えているわけじゃないからな敵意を感じなくて当然だ
True, I haven't been running around killing people or planning any dastardly plots, so I might seem harmless enough.
敵が必ずしも敵意を持っているとは限らない敵意があるかどうかで判断していると
That's accurate.
物事を見誤るぞ
Not every bad person acts the same. Don't judge your enemies according to the hostility they show or don't show. So he says, but if that's what he believes, why give me such a warning? I didn't say as much, but I had a feeling that the heart of Rose's mysterious characters lays the warning. Maybe he didn't actually want to do anything that would hurt the third plant. At least that's how I read the expression on his face. All right. Yeah, I got a necklace too. Look at me. He's not an enemy, which I think if I don't choose that one, I die, so. Let's see. Talk to him alone, because if I don't, I'll die. I know you won't shoot me. Oh, okay. I was supposed to say they won't get away with this. I thought that seemed too intense. I thought he wouldn't appreciate that. They won't get away with this. Trying to destroy the third plant for their own single-minded reasons, making you suffer? I don't want this to continue. Rose's mouth lifted in a melancholic
このこ
smile.
とでお前が悲しんだり怒ったりする必要はない
No need to get worked up to the point of tears on my
お
account.
前は優しすぎる敵にまで情けをかけるな
You're far too nice. You shouldn't reveal your soft heart of yours to your enemy. Don't you
俺
know
を
that?
殺したければ殺せばいい
Oh, you have the right to kill me? We had this conversation.
何を言い出すのかと思えば
A threat?
今度は脅す気か
I don't have any powers to lend. It's not a threat. Interested in the story straight, so it's too early to give up. Ro, you have to report back to your findings.
いや
Okay, so let's fast forward because it's gonna basically start sounding the same. You want the third plant to be destroyed after all? At least that's how I wanted him to feel. I really did. Ro gave me a
そう思
bitter
わせたの
smile.
はお前たちだろ
You're to blame.
俺は立場上第三プラント側の人間たちに肩入れしないようなるべく距離を置くつもりだった
I tried to stay professional. I tried to avoid fraternizing with the people here. That was my
自分の
plan.
感情を殺し機械的に任務をこなし 日々を淡々と過ごしていく。そうすれば肩入れせずに済むと思っ
I
た。
tamped down my emotions, focused on my work, and just got through it all day by day. I thought I could avoid forming attachments. Rose fell silent, then let out a long sigh.
それは
Turns
無理
out
だ。
I was fooling
ここにいれば
myself.
いるほど第三プラントで生きているのは俺と何ら変わりない日常を営む人々だと分かってしまったからな。
The more time I spent here, the more I realized that the people living in the third plant are just like me, ordinary people going about their
そ
lives.
んな人々の命運が俺の報告一つにかかっているのかと思うと罪悪感に押しつぶされそうだった。
Knowing that their fates could be sealed by a single report from me, well, the guilt was crushing to say the least.
しかもそこに来て
He's blushing
お
again.
前が厄介だった。
Then you came, and it made it so much worse. Despite Rose's harsh words, he smiled, almost bashfully
何度突き
even.
放しても俺のところに来るんだ。ほだされない方が無理だろ。
You just kept on going after me. It's no wonder I eventually started feeling a bond with you. I never seen Ro look so mellow before. Ro looked at me so warmly, I felt myself start to blush. This side of Ro was so different from the side he usually showed. It made me a little nervous. What should I do? I can't look him in the eye right now. I kept my face turned away from Ro, unable to bear how soft his expression was. I guess I kind of barged in on you, on your work a
それを
lot.
今更聞くか。
Now you realize. His voice was heavy with sarcasm, but still kind. I felt like I finally had been accepted by him. It gave me an odd sense of happiness mixed with a little
もしかす
embarrassment.
ると俺も待っていたのかもしれない。
I think maybe I was waiting? Nervously, I finally returned his gaze. His eyes met
お
mine.
前が2回目に俺に会いに来た時もうここにはいないんじゃないかと思ったと言っていたな。
When you came back the second time, you said you were worried I'd be
あ
gone.
の時俺も自分がどうして移動せずにいたのかよく分かっていなかった。
At the time, I wondered why I didn't move on. I didn't understand my own choice.
だが本心ではお前ともう一度話をしたいと思っていたんだ。
Deep inside, I think I just want the chance to see you again. I cast my mind back. The thought had crossed my mind too. I wondered if Rose stuck around in case I came back. Knowing that wasn't my own wishful thinking made my heart start to beat faster. Geez, for him to say that, it almost feels like he's admitting that he has feelings for me. And this is just her sitting there going like this again because she keeps talking to herself. I had to calm down. Now wasn't the time for this. I tried to tell myself that I couldn't keep myself from blushing. Ro noticed and let out a chuckle. Then he narrowed his
お前は
eyes.
面白いな。一見おとなしそうなくせに
Oh my god.
妙に頑固でいつの間にか俺の懐に入り込んでいた。
You're fascinating, you know? You come off as a sweet girl, but you're deceptively stubborn. You really managed to get under my
お前
skin.
には人を柔らかくするようなどこか不思議なところがあるようだ。
You have a talent for softening people up. It's kind of strange. Ro? At first, he seemed so mysterious, so mature. He kept his distance from everyone except business matters. That's how I once saw him. But now, I wanted to talk with him more. I wanted to be with him, hear his stories, and I wanted to tell him mine. I wanted it
そん
badly.
なお前だから俺は話したかったんだろうな。
Maybe I couldn't help wanting to see
自
you
分が
again.
何をしようとしているのかを誰かに断罪してもらって楽になりたかった。
I wanted to admit what I was up to have someone judge me so I could find
俺自身が
peace.
楽になりたいがためにお前を利用したんだ。
I guess I used you to soothe my troubles. His voice was heavy with self-deprecation, as if he was resenting for the past sins. Repenting, my bad.
情けないな。いい大人のくせに子供に断罪してもらおうだなんて。
Back to referring to me as a child. Pathetic, right? A grown man asking to be judged by a child. It's not pathetic. I'm surprised she didn't say I'm not a child. She was really mad last time. I found myself yelling my answer before I knew what I was doing. Ro's eyes widened. He was clearly surprised by my rebuff. I hate being called a child, even when I know Ro wasn't doing it to discredit me. I just hate being marked as different from him, as if he was trying to put distance between us. I might come across as a kid to you, but I'm not just some silly child who's incapable of understanding your feelings. You get that, right? That's why you wanted to talk to me. Am I wrong?
それは
Well, Ro lifted his eyes, making contact with mine. I felt a rush of happiness that caused me to speak excitedly, sans filter. Telling someone your feelings and asking them to listen, that's not using them. At any rate, I sure don't feel like I was
お
used.
前
Ro's gaze wavered like I'd seen it do once before. It was as if he was crying out for help, but still wasn't sure what that he should accept any was offered. Then he belted out a laugh as if letting go of a heavy
訂
weight.
正するどうやら子供なのは俺の方だったみたいだな
Let me rephrase. I'm the one who's acting like a kid. I felt as if the last wall between us had finally came tumbling down. I smiled
だ
at
がさっ
Ro.
きも言ったように俺には貸せる力なんてない
Like I said earlier, I can't really do anything to help you out.
特別な権限が与えられているわけでもないただ査定をするだけの人間だそれなのにお前は
He said
ま
to
だ
the
何か手があ
16-year-old
ると思っ
child.
ているのか
I'm just the inspection officer. I don't have any kind of sway. Do you have any ideas? Rose said he couldn't intervene, but it sounded like he was willing to help save Third Plant. Anyway, he could. That makes me so happy. If Rose was willing to help, then we still had hope. I have an idea, but it'll take more than just two of us. We'll need everyone to work together. All right, we're going to fast forward because it's going to be some repeat. Let's see. Hi. Ro looked.
人を逃亡犯みたいに言わないでくれ
I'm not a wild animal. Sorry. All right, the commander pointed fake, coughed, everyone back
じ
on
ゃあ
track.
富塚君説
Care to explain? Okay, we're going to fast forward a little bit again because this is just repeating the same conversation we've already had. We needed to
まず
brainstorm.
必要なのは外の奴らに廃棄って判断されないことだよね。そのためにはどんな条件が必要なの？
We need to stop them from deciding to destroy us. How can we make that happen?
外の判断基準は価値があるかどうかの一点にかかっている第三プラントが価値のある場所だ
We know this. No doubt we've worked hard.
実は
All right.
すでにだいぶ引き延ばしています
If I delay it longer, it's going to look suspicioso. So delaying it isn't an option either. If only there was something the rest of us could do. If only there was something here that could benefit all of humanity, not just the outside world. I looked down at my hands and the outfit I wore. Suddenly I realized something. If that's the case, we could... Ro put a finger to his lips. Kaori and the others were frowning. Then they all fell back into deep thought. I was just going to say that our superpowers might have some appeal outside the third plant. Am I supposed to not suggest that? Ro acted as if my powers were unusual, so I automatically thought stuff like that didn't exist on the outside. But Ro had cut me off as if he knew what I was about to say. The glare he shot me was razor sharp too. I wasn't sure why, but it was obvious I wasn't supposed to bring up the subject. It's likely Ro thought of that idea already. I guess it's not a solution to our problems. I gave my head a shake and tried to think of another idea that didn't involve our powers.
第三プラントの価値か。確かに難しいな。環境は悪い。しかも害獣なんて危険な生物までいるんだから。
It's hard to say that the third plant is actually worth. The environment is wrecked. There are dangerous kaiju roaming around. As I listened to Kaori think out loud, I recalled something Rose said earlier. He suggested that the birth of the kaiju put the final nail in the third plant's coffin. True, this place might be useless. But if only we could convince the outsiders that there's still some value here. An idea was taking shape in my brain. I started speaking as it solidified. What about the flower crystals? Everyone turned to look at me. Ro frowned at me, tossing out another idea from left field, but this time he didn't try to silence
推
me.
奨かというと害獣を倒した後に残るあれか
The
それをど
flower
うするつもりだ
crystals? The things the kaiju drop? What do you plan to do with them? I rubbed my brow, thinking hard. Why hadn't I considered the flower crystals before? Because they have not been a plot point in this entire thing. That's why you haven't thought about them. I gathered my thoughts and started to explain. Flower crystals can be found where kaiju live. The outsiders have no idea what they're worth, do they? The only information they have to go on is whatever Ro puts in the survey report. Why don't we use that to our advantage? My explanation was a little clumsy, but Ro and Kaori seemed to get what I was saying.
そうか、水晶化の価値を利用するってことだね。
We lie and tell them it's worth something.
確かにあれは未知の可能性を秘めてる。うまく使えれば。
That might be a loophole. It's true they know nothing about the crystals if we spin it right.
外の連中を騙そうっていうのか。
We try to fool the outsiders? I think it's a pretty good idea, but what do you think, Ro? I looked at Ro. He seemed to be mulling over the
確
possibilities.
かに面白い案だが、問題は水晶化の価値をどう見せるかだ。よほどうまくやらないと外は食いつかないぞ。
It's certainly an interesting plan. Thing is, how do we demonstrate the crystal's worth? We really need to sell it, or won't bite. In that case, maybe we can show them the crystal's effects. We can say the crystals are beneficial to humans, that they increase strength, something like that. We could pretend the crystals simply provide a beneficial boost to people. We wouldn't mention superpowers, so ours would remain hidden.
なるほど。うちらは水晶化を使ったから、こんなすごい動きができるんやでってのを見せて騙そうってこっちゃな。
Oh, Mocha. I get it. We pretend to use the crystals and be like, wow, just look at my powers. We can totally sell that to them.
そううまくいくでしょうか。もしも外の人間で試されたら。
Assuming all goes well, what if the outsiders try the crystals themselves? We can say their effects depend on the innate aptitude of the person using them. We'll have them fooled. We didn't have access to many flower crystals to repeated tests would be impossible. We can say that they're super powerful, but also super rare. We can make them believe it.
確かに。水晶化に関して不明な点が多ければ、それはそれで調査するための猶予も長くなる。
If we pretend the crystals are some kind of mysterious object that requires further study, I can extend my length of my
水
stay.
晶化の産出量は多くないが、現在調査中で人類の未来に有益であることは間違いないとでも言えば、
I can tell them my
外の
studies.
奴らも興味を持つ
My
だろう。
apologies. I can tell them that my studies have determined the crystals, though rare, can be a huge asset to humankind. That'll drum up some interest.
第三プラント内の汚染された大気だからこそ、結晶化した未知のエネルギー資源ということにして虚偽の報告をする。
I'll say the third
悪
planet
くない
itself
作戦だ。
is a decimate wasteland, but the crystals are clusters of a new type of energy. Not bad. Now, Ro was seeing the bigger picture. The Blooms were also clearly on board. The positive response gave me the courage to add something else. We should report our physical data to them at the same time. I think that'll up the credibility of the crystal's power. I also think it'd be a great idea to get Miavia and the others to help us out. Everyone's faces stiffened the second I said Moravia. So weird.
モラビア。どうしてその名前が出るの？
Why even mention Moravia? I had planned to explain that part of my adventure later, but now was a good time. I took a deep breath. The thing is, when I was gone, I traveled with Moravia to her little city. As expected, everyone grew.
はあ？初耳だよ。
That's news. Sorry, I don't have time to go over the details. The important thing is I made friends with Moravia. I need you to know that much.
なんで敵と仲良くなったのかわからないけど、今は事情を聞かないでおく。その代わり、後で絶対説明してよ。
I have no idea we decided to become friends with the enemy, but we'll put a pin in it. Kaori and the others didn't seem to get it, nor were they happy, but they backed off
この状
temporarily.
況でモラビアたちに頼むことといったら、身体能力のデータの提供か。
Do you want Moravia and her crew to help? Do you mean by submitting physical data for the cause? Yeah, a sample of biological data from people who use the crystals. It's going to be a harder sell if there's just 4 of us.
そうだな。サンプルは少しでも多い方がいい。害獣を含め、第三プラントの全てを守るためといえば、協力を取り付けられるかもしれない。
A bigger sample will be better if we tell them it's for the good of the third plant. And the kaiju, they might cooperate. Rose stopped talking and turned to me with a
お前
grin.
も意外と 悪知恵が働くんだな。
You're more cunning than I gave you credit for. Cunning, that's an interesting word to use. I wasn't sure, but I guessed Ro was trying to compliment me.
怪獣たちと
Working with the kaiju sympathizers. Everyone's matching sour expression said exactly what they thought about teaming up with Moravia. I understand why you're not hot on the idea, but if we don't work with Moravia's crew, the plan won't work at all. After all, this wasn't just about us. It was the outsiders carried out their plan. Everything in the third plant would be destroyed. This time, I want them to see how incredible Ibuki's powers are, no matter what it takes. Maybe you should date Ibuki.
わかってるよ。
Alright, fine.
あいつらと協力するのは気が進まへんけど、外の奴らを騙してやろうって作戦は賛成や。
Can't say I relish the thought of working with Moravia, but we have to stick to it. To those outsiders.
そうですわね。
Stick it to those
やってみ
outsiders.
る価値はありますわ。
We must give it our best shot at the very least.
少なくともこのまま外の身勝手で滅ぼされるよりはよっぽどマシ。
It's better than just rolling over and waiting for some outside force to destroy us. Everyone seemed on board with my plan at last. I breathed a sigh of release.
どうやってモラビアに協力を取り付けるつもりですの？
How do you plan on convincing her to join us? I'll talk to her. She'll listen to me. That was my plan after all. So recruiting Moravia was my responsibility. Ro took a step towards
俺も
me.
行こう。お前だけじゃ心配だ。
I'll come along. If you go alone, I'll be worried. What, really? Ro declaration was heartwarming, but then he grinned impishly as he continued.
どのみち、シータで俺にできることは少ない。それなら、お前のサポートに回った方が役に立つだろうからな。
Yeah, but Hyuga hates you, so it's not like there's much left for me to do in Teta. It'd be better to as field support for your mission.
お前が頼めば、モラビアは動く可能性が高い。仮に何らかの交渉が必要になったときは、俺が請け負おう。
Pretend in a different world Moravia said she doesn't care what happens, that she'll accept her fate, so I don't know. I'm sure Moravia will cooperate if you're the one asking, but if she needs persuasion, that's where I'll come in. The assistance was welcome. I smiled and nodded. Thank you. That'd be a huge help. I suddenly realized that the others had fallen silent and were listening to our conversation.
いや、富塚さん、なんや前とキャラ変わってへん？
It's just Rose not like he used to
え
be.
え、雰囲気が柔らかくなりましたわ。
I dare say he's gone a bit soft around the edge, so even the girls were picking up on Rose's recent personality shift.
そこはあまり気にするな。
Please don't think about it too hard. Rose seemed embarrassed to have others point out the obvious change in him. He tried to shrug it off.
僕はシータに残って上
I'll
手
stay here with the higher ups. Okay, we're just gonna fast forward a little bit because it's just
拳で解決？
punch them in the
ワイン
face.
ドオペレートどこ行った？
Use some hypnosis. I guess you've got this all under control.
久々に腕が鳴りますわ。
It's been ages since I felt this pumps. Yikes, they're out for blood.
上層部の人間がどこまで知っているかはわからないけど少なくとも外の存在は認識しているはずだ。
Not sure how much they know it exists. Okay, we're still in the same things we've already covered in the previous story. Ro and I headed straight to Tao to discuss the matters of Moravia. On the way, I recalled how Rose stopped me when I suggested we use our powers. By the way, earlier you shushed me when I was about to suggest a solution to our problem.
さっき。ああ、あれか。
You're gonna suggest using your powers? I nodded. He seemed exasperated. Silly girl. Rude, what's wrong with my plan? And so made me mad, but he just responded to my indignation with a solemn look.
考えてもみろ。第三プラントには超能力を使える人間がいますと、そう報告して終わりなわけがないだろう。
You want to tell them they have superpowers? It's game over.
当然、外は興味を持つ。その結果、お前らは外の研究施設に連れて行かれて、死ぬまでモルモット扱いされるんだぞ。
Of course they'd be fascinated. Fascinated to the point they'd whisk you away to their labs and run tests on you until the day you die. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I had this sick feeling Ro was right, though. The outsiders already thought so little of us. They'd burn the third plant in an instant. It was foolish to think that they'd treat us like humans. And that was no way Kaori and the others hadn't noticed my near blunder. Did Kaori and the others pick up on that and you think? Rose shrugged and replied that they probably had. He left only as a last resort unsaid. In that case, I understood why the Blooms never suggested the idea themselves. They were way too much risk. Yeah. Oh, goodness. But if it was the last possible option for the sake of the third plant, I'm sure he squeezed my arm. No, I'd never let you do that.
俺に諦めるなと言っておいて、いざとなったら自分の身を犠牲にするなんて許されると思っているのか?
Told me not to give up, but you're ready to throw your life away? I'm not the least bit okay with that. I would never be okay with that. His words made my heart pound. His wording is almost like he's trying to make it clear I'm someone special. They made my cheeks grow warm. What do you mean? But Rose only smiled, let go of my arms, and turned to face forward again. Let's go. The fate of the third plant is in our hands. Yeah. My opportunity to press Ro further was gone. I trotted after him on unsteady legs. Oh my goodness. Where's my girl? It'd been a few weeks since the truth came out. I've been so busy. Every day was such a whirlwind. I couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Let's go back to that day. Let's have a flashback instead.
それはすごい計画だね。
That's quite a plan. Ibuki seemed on board with our plan to save the third plant. He was much more interested in its fate now compared to the day I was looking for Ro. So you're interested in that case? We'd like you to play a part.
お前らには散々協力してきたはずだぞ。今その借りを返せ。
Don't do that. Ro, don't even talk. Don't talk to Ibuki like that. I think I've helped you all enough. It's time to repay the favor. Ibuki nodded as Ro backed me up.
構わないよ。寮には役に立ってもらったしね。
Definitely been useful to us.
ただ、一つ条件がある。
But I have one condition.
シータで行われている害獣を生み出すような研究をすべて打ち切ること。
You'll give
そ
me
れを約束して
all
ほしい。
the experimental data Teta has on the birth of the kaijus. It was a predictable request from Ibuki and his crew, and knowing the truth as we did, we wanted to fulfill that promise.
俺の一存じゃ何とも言えない。だが、正樹さんに頼めば上層部に掛け合ってくれるだろう。
It's not for me to promise that, but I can ask Masaki to coerce the higher ups releasing the
あ
information.
の人に任せておけば、お前が望む答えを引き出せると思う。
If we leave it in his hands, we'll get the answer you need. Ro wasn't lying or bluffing. Ibuki seemed to know it too because he
わ
smiled.
かった。ひとまず今はそれでよしとするよ。
That'll buy our cooperation for now.
それにしても、外の人間を欺いてやろうだなんて、よくそんな面白い計画を思いついたね。
I mean, it's going to be amusing to fool those outsiders with a big song and dance.
こいつの発案だ。
It was her idea.
君がそんな大胆な計画を。
You thought of a plan like this? Well, it was the commander.
だけど、元になる案がなければ、計画として練り上げることもできない。
You laid down that
君の思いつき
foundation.
が
Thanks,
この
Ibuki.
そういうことだ。
Learn to take credit. I was admittedly pleased with the praise because
これもま
Ibuki said
た
it.
君の選択になるのかな。ヒューガと雪並みにも声をかける。
So this is another aspect of that choice I asked you about. Well, I'll tell Hyuga and Yukonami. It was a huge boon to have the strength of Ibuki and the others on our sides. Thanks, we're counting on you. We all smiled at each other. Ooh. Since that day, Ro's been so busy. Ro has been preparing all kinds of research documents outlining how the flower crystals had properties that supercharged the human bodies. He enlisted Ibuki, Hyuga, Yukonami to contribute data that proved the crystal's powers. It would undoubtedly seem scientific to the outsiders. In Teta, the commanders worked on getting the higher-ups to cooperate with us. Our plans for deceiving the people of the outside world was going well. The commander was able to hide the fact that the flower crystals were dropped after felling kaiju. That was to prevent anyone from harming them. The outside world ate up the combined reports, data, and Ro's testimony. The plan to eradicate the third plant was scrapped. Ro was no longer to be a spy. Instead, he would stay in the third plant and monitor the ongoing situation. He'd remain here from now on and report back to the outside about the merits of the third plant's continued existence. I'd been subconsciously steeling myself for the day Ro would return to the outside, so when I found out he was staying, I was relieved. After those first few tense weeks, a day came when we could finally relax. I wonder how Ro's doing. I smiled, excited to see him. Ooh. Even now, I was living in Tao instead of Teta. After all, Uncle Yoshima and Liz were here. Rose spent most of his time in Teta, but he also frequently his bases in the wasteland, so he was often close by. Today was a much-needed day off, and we had plans to meet when I told Uncle Yoshima as he waved me off with a smile. I wondered how much my face telegraphed my happiness these days. Up ahead, I spotted Rose's base when I saw the familiar figure standing by the tent. I smiled. Ro! I ran over and Rose stopped messing around with whatever he was doing and looked at me. You're earlier than I expected. I came as fast as I could. I wanted to see you. You just blurt out whatever you're thinking. Then Ro reached out and mushed my hair good naturally. It wasn't like before when he kept his distance. These days, he wasn't shy about physical contact. It made me blush, but I loved it. What have you been up to out here? I've been gathering plant seeds. Here, take a look. Rose showed me a specimen bottle. Some kind of fluffy looking plant was enclosed inside. I see the little seeds. They're under the yellow fuzz, right? But what is it? It's called a dandelion. A dandelion? You wouldn't know it being raised in the colony, but it's classified as a weed. Dandelion's clocks are usually white, though. It could be a spontaneous mutation or some sort of environmental adaptation. Either way, it's a fascinating sample. It looks like you're having fun. I've never seen a yellow dandelion clock before. The land is probably filled with secrets. That's why I intend to continue my environmental survey. Ro really looked like a kid with a new toy. I wanted to help any way I could. If there's anything I can do to make this easier for you, just say the word. Sure enough, Ro had a job for me right away. Can you bring me some dirt from Tao? Could have asked before I came out. Since the environment decay varies from place to place, I wanted a wide sample of data. The more data I have, the more likely I'll find clues on how to improve the environment. I'll bring some with me next time. I'm a bit surprised though. I thought you wouldn't have to do any more ecological surveys, but here you are, carrying on. I used a respectful tone, but Ro narrowed his eyes awkwardly. He's blushing. There's no need to do it exactly. So why are you out here? You even set up your tent and everything. I love to camp. It's a hobby. So then the surveying, just something I do to pass the time. I don't know. I feel weird quitting when I've been doing it for so long. A little something to pass the time while camping, but his experiments seemed quite in-depth. Are you an aspiring mad scientist, Ro? I wouldn't go that far. Thinking about it though, I've been called that before. My family always said I have insatiable curiosity. It's supposed to run in our blood. His family, Ro's voice grew noticeably softer when he talked about his relatives do you miss your
そうだ
family?
な。会えるものなら会いたい。
Yes, I wish I could see them. The expression on his face sent a pang through my
だ
chest.
が、この空の下でつながっているんだ。会えなくたって寂しくはない。
At the end of the day, we all exist under the same sky. It'll
そ
be
れに生
okay.
きてさえいれば、いつかは会えるだろう。その時まで家族に聞かせる土産話のネタでも集めておくさ。
As long as I'm alive, I know we'll meet again someday. Until then, I have to make sure I have some good stories to tell of my return. Rose's expression lifted, and so did my spirits along with it. I decided now was a good time to ask him a few questions I've been holding back. You're close with your family. Do you play with your brothers a lot when you were younger?
ああ、いつも外で泥だらけになるまで遊んでいたな。
We were outside wrestling in the dirt and playing in the mud. Maybe those good memories are the reason why you love the
そうかも
outdoors.
しれない。昔から家の中よりも外にいる方が楽しかった。
Always preferred being outside to being in the house. And I bet you were a big big on gadgets like remote controlled cars and whatnot, right? I looked at the drone that was lying on the ground. Are you just trying to tell him he's a big
こ
kid?
れはおもちゃじゃないぞ。俺は仕事でやってるんだからな。
This isn't a toy, it's a serious tool for work. I couldn't forget how Rose's eyes had sparkled like jewels when he used the drone, but I decided against saying anything out loud. Something told me this would embarrass Ro and cause him to withdraw back into his shell. The drone does have a lot of use, I admit.
俺にとっては超能力の方が珍しいし、便利だと思うがな。
Your superpowers are far more useful and interesting. It must be nice to have
探査機
them.
が建物の上に引っかかってコントロール不能になった時も、お前の超能力があったから回収できたんじゃないか。
When the drone got stuck, we were only able to retrieve it because we flew up there. I almost forgot. I grinned. I couldn't help it. It was one of my most treasured memories. A lot had happened since that day. It feels like years ago. Reliving the memory made me happy. Want to try it again? Can we? He responded with such excitement. My heart soared with happiness. Sure, give me your hand. Ro obediently thrusted out his hand. I took it. And we held each other tight. Ready? Here we go. Using my psychokinesis, I pulled Rose's hand and kicked off the ground. Are you okay?
なんとか。
Hang in there. Ro was off balance for a worrying moment, but he quickly got the hang of things. He kept up with every kick off I performed, and then he
こっちの
blushed.
方が安定するな。
It'll be easier this way. Rose slipped his arm around my waist. That's not easier. He was right. It was way easier to jump, but it was the closeness flustered me. I can feel his heartbeat and the warmth of his body. Having him this close to me is so... I almost lost balance for a second.
まさに空中散歩だ。
It's like walking through the air. His face looked so innocent, I started to feel embarrassed about how distracted I'd been. You're way bigger than any kid. Are you embarrassed? Not a bit. Now that he was done teasing me, I blushed for real. The third plant wasn't completely out of danger. We had no idea what the outsiders were up to. But at the very least, we managed to ease the turmoil Ro carried in his heart. Ro smiled. Right now, that's enough to make it worth all the trouble. Look, they're holding hands. We continued to float upwards with my psychokinesis until we reached the highest roof on the oldest building. There was no need to hold each other anymore now that we had secured footing, but Ro kept his arm wrapped around me. I wanted to stay close as well, so I snuggled up against him. It's a nice view,
だが相変わらず
but the sky is still dark and gray. I guess it'll always be like this. I'd never seen a red, blue sky, and knowing I might never get the chance made me feel a real blue sky. Well, I said red. I was like, it is red. Made me feel a little sad. This sky, it's hard to think of it as being connected to Rose's home in the outside world. I felt Rose's hand tighten around mine. I looked up and surprised. Rose was smiling warmly
そ
down
れで
at
もお
me.
前といれば、
I can somehow
こんな
believe even the
空でも
dark sky will turn blue.
これからも
Oh,
そ
will
して
you
いつか
always be with me? That's
晴れた
intense,
本物
bro.
の
This
空
is
を
a 16-year-old girl you're
二人で見
talking
よう。
to. We can see the blue sky together. Yeah, enveloped in warmth of my beloved, my heart grew full of happiness. He's looking to the future, a future with me. This moment together, staring at the sky, was something I treasured. Before us sprawled a new world of possibilities. Maybe one day the gray, opaque clouds would clear away. Somehow, even a miracle like that felt possible. Okay, I guess. Oh no, we don't listen to the music. Okay. Interesting. All right, time for the bad ending. Let's see. Is it this one? This feels right. Oh no, it's not this one. Three more above it. Okay. All right.
ここで得たもん
I figured things out. I'm cool like that, bro. I want information. You're keeping secrets, you sussy guy.
変身した状態とはいえ急に
I'm
体調
fine. Why is that still the right answer for this one? I'm gonna go alone. It's fair.
いや
Oh, is this a very long conversation? Speak to him. You're contradicting yourself. Which is what I said the first time anyway, so. He says he's not an enemy. Oh, you like that.
お前はまだ
Oh, I hit all the wrong buttons just then. Every wrong button. All at once. Alright. Talk to Ro, otherwise you'll die. Say you can attack faster, which I did the first time as well, thinking I would die. Why are you telling me all this?
お前が
Inner peace. Tired and resigned, he had been holding on to this heartbreaking story for a
俺
long
を殺し
time.
たければ
You can kill me.
いやま
I
だ
haven't reported it yet. In
だ
that
がもう期
case,
限が迫っている報告しないでいるのも
I
そ
have
ろ
to
そろ
make it soon. I'm
自
already
分には何もできな
overdue.
いと分かっていながらい
I
や
felt so
すっごい罪
guilty.
悪感から全て終わらせるのを
I
ずる
couldn't
ずると
start the
先延ば
beginning of the end. He felt guilty. He was stalling. Rose's words were telling me a story that I could clearly envision. So you actually don't want to see the third plant destroyed, do
そ
you?
う願ったとして叶
It's
う
a
わ
pipe dream. I knew it. I knew Rose wanted us to save us. I'm such a fool. Rose's self-deprecating smile was painful to
報
look
告を
at.
先延ばしにしていれば何か状況が変わってくるか
Some
もしれな
part
い
of
と
this still harboring.
お前
Let's explain everything. Oh god, we're still gonna do the Bloom story? Gonna tell the Blooms? There was no doubt.
外の連中俺が報告をしないからしびれを切ら
This
したんだ
this makes no
俺
sense.
も
They're
ろとも第
mad.
三プラントを廃棄する気だ
Okay, so they just come in, got tired, and we died. Instantly engulfed in an ocean of flames. I feel like they could have used this literal photo for so many different endings. It was truly an attack from the outside world. They were likely to attack Teta too. We didn't make it in time. Ro was right there. We couldn't change anything. What could have been done differently? I was overcome by a deep sadness even as my consciousness faded. Calling out the last of my strength, I reached out to him. Ro turned to me, stretching out a trembling hand. Our fingertips never touched. Last thing I saw was the world being swallowed by delicious crimson flames. Dun 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 dun. All right, that's all the endings. We did it. I think. Let's see.
どこに
95%. What? Oh, I need to get this other ending. Oh yeah, there's also this bad ending. I just have to die here somehow. And then another bad ending here. There's so many ways to die in this game. Got all those. Pretty sure for all the roots, I got all the roots. Okay. So that, I know that just got unlocked. Okay, let's... Does it matter? Oh god, is there different bad endings based on what I choose? I don't know, man. Let's go here. We'll do Tokyo. Yeah, we're gonna start Tokyo's story. Let's see. Stop the argument. Let's see, is there another choice after that? Let her go. It says I chose both of these already. Did I die? I died. I died, it did. No, that makes no sense. I don't want to like look up flowcharts and stuff. Maybe it's not Kaori's story then. Let's try Kamui's. Let's see if Kamui gets me something different here. Declare you'll lead the fight. I mean, that acts like it's trying to lead me to a bad... Leave. Well, if you don't need anything... I nodded and then turned to leave. He gasped. Oh wait, am I already in a storyline? Hang on. Flowchart. Did that literally get me to a story? I'm already... That was so quick. Okay, that's not where I want to be. There's too many storylines. Interesting. Okay, maybe I need to start up here. Yeah. We're gonna start here. That's a dead end. That's death. Right? Where am I? Yeah, that's death. So that's this choice. Let's just defeat her. We get one of those sweet crystals. Those are cool. Let's go to the library. Let's go see that blue-haired boy. Stop the argument. I don't know. Fight with Kaori? Wait, am I already in his storyline? Okay, this is fast. Ayume. Let's try Ayume. Ayumu. Interesting. I don't know, because saying nothing is a dead end, so that's a bad ending. So I don't know if there's another bad ending. I have tried both options. He already is in love with us. That's already his story. Interesting. Well, I don't know how to die. I'm at a loss on how to die right here. What the heck? Let's see. There's also another bad ending here. Is there a choice I haven't made? Attempt an ambush. That acted like something bad was happening. I can't save everyone. That also looks like something bad's happening. Oh, oops, I'm about to die. Well, I started to work with Miarvia and her team. As she said, I came to a realization how ignorant I was. I'm no longer the old naive self. I'm fine. Oh! Save Liz, holding that determination, I headed home. Was that? Did I do it? Did I get that other bad ending then? That's the normal? That's so weird. Okay. That's considered, that's not normal. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna click on that, go there. Okay. I still don't know how to get that bad ending. How do I get bad ending number 3 in the Common Root Justice storyline? Ask for help. Let's go there. That's acting like it's leading me somewhere bad. Chem lab. That's Tokyo. Courtyard is Ayume or Kamui? Library. Let's go empty classroom. I'm sure. Oh yeah, okay, that's Ayumu. I don't know. Because this is the right spot, but I only have 3 options. Say nothing literally ruins the game. They die. That's a bad ending 1, right? We died. It's all over. Interesting. Okay, I guess I could look that up. I'm not sure. It could also have something else to do with this. So let's see. My goal was to 100% the story, but I'm at 95%. Oh no. Okay, so let's start here. Ooh, we're not going through the whole our world thing. Oh, don't you do that to me. All right, let's see. Am I supposed to, maybe I'm supposed to 50-50 this. Everyone loves him. He's so cute. All right, now let's go to the rooftop. The girls aren't here. Hi, Ibuki. All right. Hang on. What's my status? 14-14. Okay. Thank you. Go to business. I think that's for the good. Yeah. Flowchart, not flowchart, not flowchart. 28, we're doing it. I don't know if this is working. I don't know. Attack the kaiju. They're just doing 1-1, 1-1 every time. All right. I see smoke rising from town. Oh, maybe I didn't have to do this 50-50. I have to make sure everyone got away. My heart heavy with foreboding. I start running at top speed. Can't pant. I dashed out of the academy and found the streets leading to the dorms in chaos. The buildings are wrecked, but I don't see any injured people. The streets were a mess, but nobody was around. Perhaps they were hiding inside. Not a kaiju in sight. If they're not here, Liz might still be okay, but my chest remained heavy with dread as we ran towards town. It looks as if everyone had evacuated the area. I transformed just in case. This area is a huge mess. The buildings were badly smashed, and that wasn't all. No! There were people sprawled all over the ground. I dashed around. This is terrible. They need medical help. As I looked around in panic, I spotted a familiar face among the fallen bodies. It was Liz. For a second, I refused to believe what I was seeing. I almost stumbled as I ran over to her. It was Liz, not a dream, not an illusion. Hold on, I'll get help. My mind scrambled for ideas as I called out to Liz. Then I sensed someone approaching. I looked up.
こんなところにいたんですのね。探しましたわ。それにその子はひどい怪我。
Why are you here? That girl, she's badly wounded. Did a kaiju attack her? At that moment, all the blooms ran over. Knowing I was surrounded by my capable allies made me feel a bit calmer. She's my friend, and so many others have been wounded too. I tried to explain the situation, but my words got all jumbled up. The others looked around at the mess and nodded to indicate they understood. Or maybe they were trying to be
わかってま
reassuring.
すわ。でも動く前に役割を決めた方がいいですわね。
I understand, but we must ascertain what happened here before we can actually
なら
act.
私は町に残っている害獣を倒してくるよ。
I'll remain in town and fight the remaining
うちも
kaiju.
行く。残りの3人は怪我人の世話をしたってや。
I'll go with you. You three should help the wounded.
じゃあ私たちは怪我人の保護を最優先に動くよ。友達のことは心配だと思うけど。
We got our work to do.
あんたも協力
I
して
know you're worried about your friend, but we got work. Of course. I was in total agreement, but I couldn't stop myself from gazing back down at Liz in my arms. Then I heard someone call out to us. Oi! Commander! It was quite shocking to see him outside the command center since he usually didn't leave.
遅れごめん。
Sorry, I'm late. The others looked as surprised as I was. Let's just check our flow chart. This is starting to feel familiar. Okay, no, we're on a totally different story. Interesting. The others looked as surprised as I, but they quickly remembered the urgency of the situation and gave the commander a
彼ら
status
と元
report.
が町にいる害獣を倒して残りのメンバーで怪我人を保護しようって話してたところや。
Haruka and I are going to handle the remaining kaiju. The other two are going to tend to the wounded. Other two? There's 3 of us.
的確な対応だね。救急車両は手配してあるから、怪我人を見つけた人はその場で合図して。合図のあった場所に車両を回すよ。
Great decisive action. The ambulances are on their way. I'll direct them to anyone who's hurt, so make sure to signal when you find
なら
someone.
怪我人を見つけ次第通信機で連絡を入れるようにしますわ。
Then I'll use the comms whenever I
い
need
い
to
ね
report to
それ
someone.
で行こう。ところで、その子はもしかして君の友達？
Is that your Tomodachi? The commander seemed to notice that I was clinging to Liz protectively, though I hadn't said anything about her condition. She's my best friend. It looks like she got tangled up in all this. Now she's badly hurt.
親友。そうか。
Your best friend, huh? I understood that. As one of the blooms, I had responsibilities. I couldn't just cling to Liz, but I was afraid for her. The commander also seemed strangely conflicted and kept looking at me and Liz.
ねえ、もう行ってもいい？
Shouldn't we get a move on?
なあ、もちろん。よろ
Of
しく
course,
頼ん
we're
だ。
counting on you. Everyone set off. On Haruka's words, I stood up knowing I too had a duty to perform, but the commander stopped
君
me.
はここにいる怪我人を守りなさい。救急車両が来るまで害獣が襲ってこないとも限らないからね。
You stay here and protect the wounded. There's no guarantee the kaiju won't return before the ambulance get here. I understand. The commander's tone suggested he was thinking of more than my concern for Liz. But before I could ask him if there was a problem, he took out his phone and got caught in a call. I turned my focus back on Liz and the other wounded. Done. The others guided the ambulances with the commander's help. They returned as soon as they were finished.
私が連絡したところには全部救急車両が来ましたわ。
All ambulances have arrived at their destination dispatch
私
locations.
の方も終わったよ。ざっと街を一周してきたけど、怪我人はもういないと思う。
I've combed through the town. I'm confident all the wounded have been accounted for.
お疲れ。うちらの方も終わったで。
Good job, we're finished
町に
too.
残ってた害獣は全部倒したはず。
We disposed of the kaiju who were still hanging around. The commander stopped talking on his phone long enough to look our way and nod.
上層部からも連絡があったよ。もうコロニー内に害獣の反応はないそうだ。
The higher ups just gave me confirmation the kaiju threat has been taken care of. We all breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then I saw my opportunity to speak up. Excuse me.
あれあんたはずっとここにおったん？で、あんたの友
I
達も
still
おるやん。
have my friend. I'm just clutching her. You're still here? Wait, that's your friend. How is she doing? Mocha's question emphasized something concerning. Liz hadn't been taken away by an ambulance. I was afraid I was to leave her side. tended to her wounds by the commander said it'd be better if Liz stayed behind than go in one of the ambulances. I threw the commander a worried look, which he met with an unusual serious gaze.
この子を助けたいよね。
You want to save this girl, right? I didn't even need to consider my answer. Of course I do. Why would you even ask me such an obvious question? My tone was defensive, but Kaori and Haruka spoke up before the commander could reply.
まさか
Commander, you can't possibly.
考えてるの？
Is she gonna turn to a magical girl? What are you gonna do? The two of them frowned, matching expressions of bewilderment on their faces. Kaori, Haruka, do you know something?
なんなん話が見えないんやけど
I don't. What's going on?
私にもさっぱりですけれどこの子の友達が残された意味が香織と遥にはわかるってことですの
I have no idea either. Kaori, Haruka, can you tell us why her friend has been left despite her wounds? The commander looked at Mocha, Sina, and me. He took a deep breath.
これから話すことは3人にとってはショックが大きい内容だと思う。
I'm about to tell you something that might
ど
become
うか
shocking
落ち
to
着
the
い
three
て
of
聞いて
you.
ほしい。
Please listen calmly. The commander explained that people who are wounded by kaijus turn into kaijus. To say it came as a shock was putting it lightly.
嘘やんそんなの信じられへん
I can't believe
私
it.
だって信じられませんけど香織と遥のその反応
I can't, nor can I, but Kaori and Haruka, neither of you seem surprised. Did you two know about this? Haruka, Kaori made no attempt to hide the truth. They nodded calmly.
私たちは子供の頃から研究所にいたからね
We've been in the research district since we were kids.
自然とそういうものだって。
We've always known.
ああもしかしてうちらが今まで戦ってきた怪獣って
You're
元
saying the
人間だとか言うんやないやろな
kaiju you've been fighting this entire time, you're telling me they used to be humans? My hands flew up to my mouth when I heard Mocha's revelation. Kaori and Haruka and the commander looked away.
そんなじゃあ香織と遥はそれを知っていて戦っていたって言うんですの
You fought them despite knowing the truth. The entire group fell silent. There was nothing more to be said, nothing more to be done. We just stood in awkward group. I'm upset about the whole thing too, but I still need clarification on something. I clutched Liz's hand. She was cold. She was out cold. Then I turned to the commander. Is Liz gonna turn into a kaiju? Can we stop the transformation? Everyone turned to the commander, clearly wanting to know how he'd answer my
So,
question.
今さらこんな話をしたってことはこの子の友達を助ける方法があるんやろ
If you're bringing all this up now, there must mean there's a way to save her, right?
私もそう思う。今この話を持ち出したのには何か意味があるんでしょ？
My thoughts exactly. There must be a reason why the commander brought it up out of the blue. The commander looked at me for a moment, then spoke in a quiet
も
voice.
ちろん意味はある。僕自身は害獣化を止める方法がわからないけど、それを知っていそうな人物をここに呼んだよ。
Ah, there's a reason I can't do anything to stop her from shifting into a kaiju, but there's someone I know
みん
who
なに
can.
はこの子と一緒にその人の話を聞いてもらいたいんだ。
I'd like all you to stay here with Liz and listen to what he has to say. You mean him? Oh no, that's not who I thought it was gonna be. Sina was looking at someone behind us. He turned and saw a familiar face. Ro? Ro was another person who, like the commander, I rarely saw outside the command center. I couldn't hide my surprise. Ro knows how to stop the
つ
transformation?
まり彼はただの後方支援じゃないってこと？
So he's more than our support staff then? Haruka and Kaori seem to not have expected Ro to know Ro, and we're just as shocked as us. Ro slowly continued to walk towards us. As he stared in bewilderment, he came to a stop in front of the
呼び出した
commander.
時にも聞いたけれど、ここで答えをくれないか。君は人間が害獣になるのを止められるかい？
I asked when I called you in, but I appreciate an answer now. Can you stop the transformation? Ro blinked calmly, never dropping his cool facade as the commander interrogated
な
him.
ぜ俺にそんなことを聞くんです？
Why asking me that?
それは君が害獣側と通じていると思っているからだよ。
I know you're in contact with the kaiju. What? You can't say these things to Itachi like that. I had been quiet up until this point, but I couldn't hold back my exclamation when I heard the commander say that. I wasn't the only one who was shocked either. The other cast wide-eyed, suspicious glares at the commander and
ちょ、
Ro.
待ってや。つまりこいつは敵のスパイだってことな。
You're saying he's a spy? He works with our enemy? Ro remained calm, even as our emotions flared around him.
こんな風に面と向かって言われるのは想定外だったが、正樹さんの読みは正しい。確かに俺は害獣側に通じている。
I don't appreciate the sudden inquisition, but Masaki isn't wrong. I am indeed in contact with the kaiju. Kaori and the others didn't bother to look at the commander for his reaction. Instead, they dropped into battle stance. I wanted to join them, but I couldn't leave Liz. I moved to stand protectively in front of her.
敵確定だね。
Make no mistake, you're our enemy.
となると、
You just found out the kaiju were people, and you're just mad about
もっ
that.
と
That's
前
a
に
bit
分かって
sudden.
たら対処もできたのに。
But why didn't you say something, Commander? We could have dealt with him ages
そうです
ago.
わよ。よりによってこんな時に。
This is
今はそ
hardly
れど
the
ころじゃあり
time
ませ
to
ん。
bring it up now. Commander Ro, would you both please explain what's going on? What's the meaning of this? Ro wasn't denying it, which meant he was telling the truth. Only one question remained. Why were we learning this
分か
now?
ってる。ちゃんと説明するよ。だからみんなも冷静になってほしい。富塚君はおそらく逃げたり攻撃したりしないから。
I understand. I'll explain. Don't worry. I need you to all calm down first. Ro won't run or try to attack you. We were all looking at Ro again. Indeed, he was as stoic as ever. He just stood there, totally at
これも
ease.
正樹さんの言うことが正しいな。そもそも俺には攻
Masaki's
撃する
correct.
手段がない。
I'm not here to pick a fight. Ro lifted both hands up on either side of his head as if to show us how not to had no intention of attacking. We all remained tense, but we couldn't attack an enemy who wasn't putting up a fight. I believed you don't mean us any harm. Just answer this. Can you stop Liz from becoming a kaiju? I held my breath as I waited for his response. Ro nodded slightly.
方法は知っている。
I can. I know a way. Really? Liz could be saved. I gazed at Ro with wide, hopeful eyes. I could sense Sina breathing a big sigh of relief next to me. The tension seemed to drain from her
それ
body.
じゃ、この子の友達や怪我をした町の人たちを助けることができるんですのね。
Oh, Sina, you're so sweet. Then that means we'll be able to save her friend along with all the other wounded people. Ro nodded, but just as we started to feel relieved, he said something that shocked us to our
ただ、
core.
害獣化を防ぐためにはモラビアの協力が必要になる。
But Moravia's help is vital for stopping the transformation. Hearing the name of our enemy caused us all to instinctively tense up again. Ro doesn't seem to be lying. If he really means it then, Moravia, so you're telling me that we don't have a choice but to receive help from the kaiju? The commander remained calm as if he was expecting Ro's
まあ
answer.
そんなところだろうと思ったからこそ富塚君をわざわざ呼び出したんだけどね。そ
I
れなら急
figured
い
that
で
much.
害獣側にコンタクトを取ってほしい。
That's why I called Ro here. I need you to get in contact with them ASAP.
待って。元はといえば、こうなったのは害獣のせいなのに、その害獣の仲間に助けを求めるっていうの。
This whole thing is the kaiju's fault, and now you're saying we have to turn to them for help?
そうや。そんな。怪我した人たちも。
They're the whole reason this happened.
そうですわよね。害獣になんてさせたくないですけれど、だからといって諸悪の根源を頼るなんて。
I don't want people to turn into kaiju, of course, but I loathe the idea of being indebted to an enemy.
納得できないよ。
It doesn't sit right with me either. The others mumbled their disapproval. I wasn't even sure I could accept the terms myself. I understood how everyone felt, but I looked down at Liz's battered form and found I couldn't completely agree with them. Time was running out for Liz, and we were wasting it debating the issue.
リョウが僕を呼んだ理由はこういうことだったんだね。
It's Ibuki! So this is why Ro called me here. Huh? A new voice interrupted our discussion, and I turned to see a certain young man standing there. He looked so familiar, but his name eluded me. He looked at me and smiled.
僕はイブキだよ。モラビアと言ってもいいかもしれないけれど。
My name's Ibuki, but you can call me Moravia if you like. Moravia? Before any of us could process what he was saying, Ibuki gave a small He shifted into Moravia before our eyes, and then right back to Ibuki in a flash.
信じてくれたかな？
Do you believe me now? Which one's the real you?
どちらもだけど、あえてならこっちだね。
Both are the real me, but for now I'm Ibuki. My question didn't seem to faze him at all. He had the relaxation air of someone who could afford to be confident because he knew he could never be bested.
あんた敵地に一人で戻ってくるなんていい度胸だよね。それとも私たちを簡単に倒せると思ってるの？
You have some nerve coming back here by yourself, or do you really think you can take us on so easily? The others seemed to share my line of thinking. Our eyes stabbed daggers at Ibuki, but he never lost his mild grin. It was as if he couldn't sense our ear. Ibuki shrugged, and started speaking again.
僕は呼ばれたから来ただけだよ。亮が面倒なことになりそうだって言うから戻ってきたんだ。
I was invited, so here I am. Rose said things were getting complicated, so I decided to come back.
でも僕に用があるのは亮じゃなくて君たちの方じゃないのかな？
It isn't Ro who needs me, it's all you, isn't it? Well, Ibuki was right. It was just as Rose said, we needed Moravia, Ibuki's help.
揉めてたみたいだけど結局僕の力を借りるの？それとも戦うの？
You seem uneasy. Do you want me to help you, or do you want me to fight you? Ibuki scanned us, his head cocked to the
僕は
side.
戦ってもいいけど君たちが本当に憎むべきなのは害獣じゃないと思うよ。
I don't mind fighting you, but if you want my opinion, it's not the kaiju you should be projecting all your hate and anger
こ
towards.
の意味彼なら分かっていると思うんだけど。
I think he knows what I'm getting at. Ibuki dipped his head towards the commander, who stood with a Tao expression.
そうだ。僕には分かっている。それに多分、香りとはるかにも分かるはずだよ。
You're right, I know, and I'd go as far as to suggest Kaori and Haruka know too.
知れ。
Commander. I had no idea what Ibuki meant, but Haruka and Kaori were pale. His words clearly resonated with them.
なんなんまた二人だけ知ってるって
You
やつ
kept
な。
more secrets from the
もう
rest
いい
of
加減に
us?
はっきりさせたいですわ。
I've had enough, come clean. Seems like Mocha and Sina also were in the dark about whatever this is. Does it involve the research district? Ibuki looked from Haruka to Kaori's bloodless faces to the confused faces of Mocha, Sina, and myself. Finally, he sighed.
ねえ君たちって亮も含めてだけど隠し事が多すぎるよね。
All of you have far too many skeletons in your closet. That goes for Ro too.
僕に敵意を向ける前にお互いのことをもっと話した方がいいんじゃない？
Work on your communication before you turn your anger on me. He might be onto something. The deadlock between all of us was frustrating indeed. I looked down at Liz and realized there wasn't a moment left to waste, so I spoke up. Ibuki, please. The only thing I want is to help Liz. It's not easy to ask for help, but I'll shoulder all the responsibility for whatever happens, so please help me save her. Ibuki started walking towards me. Kaori narrowed her eyes, then cried
謝
out.
っちゃダメだよ。もっとちゃんと考えて。その決断をするなら後戻りはできなくなる。
Once it's done, it can't be undone. I know that. But how can I keep thinking about this when there's no time left for Liz? Asking the kaijus for help might just lead to disaster, but I don't know of any other way to help her. I don't know. I don't have time to feel conflicted about helping Liz. Kaori swallowed, and Haruka touched her shoulder. Sena, Mocha, and the commander all exchanged glances, then
君
nodded.
の言い分は正しい。ここで何より優先すべきは、今助けられる命を助けることだよ。
We need to focus on the lives that can be saved. Commander. His agreement meant a lot, and upon hearing it, Kaori's shoulders slumped as she let it go.
それにあんたを追い詰めるべきじゃなかった。
You shouldn't be so
一
harsh.
人で避難を受けるなんて言わないでくださいな。私たちそこまで薄情じゃありませんわよ。
Please not say you shoulder all the blame. You know yourself. We're not that heartless, you know.
そうや。目の前で傷ついてる人がいて助けたいって思う気持ちなら痛いほどわかる。
Mocha. We know what it's like to want to say someone in front of you that's in
だ
trouble.
から今からやるのはここにいる全員が承知でやることだよ。
You know, to be
例えば
united, even if it turns out to be the wrong choice. Her smile said it all. I wasn't alone. They were there for me. I smiled a little. Everyone, thank you. Kaoria nodded briskly before turning to Ubiki and staring
そう
him
いうわ
down.
けだから あんたを信用したわけじゃないけど、私からもお願いする。この子
You
の友
imagine
達
me
を
so like I
害
don't
虫に
care.
させないで。
So that's where we're at. We don't trust you, but we're relying on you nonetheless. Don't let our friend turn into a
おかしな
kaiju.
動きをするならすぐに私たちが止める。ここは敵地なんだってことを。
If you try anything cute, we'll be on you before you can blink. I like that they think they're strong enough. Ibuki absorbed everything silently and then knelt down beside Liz. Oh. What are you going to
抗
do?
体を打ってあげる。これを打てば害獣にはならないはずだよ。
I'm giving her an antibody shot. It'll stop her from becoming a kaiju. Ibuki pulled out an object that looked like a syringe from his coat. He brought the needle close to Liz. Liz is breathing. As soon as Ibuki slid the needle into Liz's arm, her labored breathing immediately calmed. She's gonna be alright now?
ああ、大丈夫だ。
Oh dear, hang on. She'll be fine. It was Ro who answered me, not Ibuki. He was looking at Liz's face closely. He then checked her pulse and announced that she was stabled. I felt like I'd much rather have Ro helping us out instead of Ibuki, who was almost a stranger. Excuse me. Ibuki is the love of your life. Calm down. Well, at least Liz won't turn into one of those kaijus. I hadn't forgotten about the other wounds who needed help, but I just wanted to think about Liz for a moment. I know it's selfish of me, but I can't exactly ask Ro or Ibuki to save every single person who's hurt. But apparently I did a poor job hiding my
せっ
dissatisfaction.
かく助けてあげたのに、あまり嬉しそうじゃないね。
I just saved your friend's life. The least you can do is pretend to be a little grateful. I lifted my head and quickly denied Ibuki. It's not that. Thank you so much for saving Liz.
本当に？喜んでる？
So you are happy? Of course I am. I didn't feel like explaining my discontent, so I made my voice as perky as possible. I cringed inwardly at the shrill sound and blushed. Ibuki looked at me, clearly entertained.
喜んでくれてるのは間違いないのかな？
You
だった
certainly
ら
seem
何か
happy.
見
In
返
that
り
case,
があると嬉しいんだけど。
I'd appreciate an award.
ちょっと何言い出すつもり？
What are you suggesting? Kaori jumped in, clearly thinking the conversation was about to go somewhere wild, but Ibuki's response was
僕
surprising.
はただ答えが欲しいだけだよ。
I just want an answer to the question I asked you. Do you remember the question? I shifted through my memories, but couldn't recall Ibuki asked me anything. However, when I remembered the Ibuki was also Moravia. Who deserves
答
the
えられないな
world?
ら、この世界にふさわしいの。
Who deserves the world? That time you asked me to choose humans or kaiju, is that what you're referring to? Ibuki grinned widely, pleased that I
そう
remembered.
その質問だよ。君から答えを聞きたいんだ。
My question, I want to hear your
で
answer.
も今すぐにじゃなくてもいい。答えはそこの人たちと話をしてからでも遅くはないからね。
Don't feel pressure to give the answer right now. Tell me after you've spoken with your friends. I've got nothing but time. I looked around at the others, and it was true that there was still a great deal we needed to sort out amongst ourselves. I don't know if talking to them will guarantee that I'll be able to come with a decent answer.
そんなことはないよ。君ならきっと何かしらの答えを出してくれる。僕は
Nonsense.
信じてる。
You'll find an answer one way or another. I have faith in you. I wasn't sure Ibuki knew me well enough to be so confident in my abilities. Still, his praise seemed genuine. With that parting remark, Ibuki turned to go. Nobody tried to stop him. I looked around and everyone's faces as they all watched him departed. They must be thinking pretty deeply about what Ibuki told them. He had way too many secrets. He hadn't even started bringing them into the light. I wasn't sure what Ibuki's words meant really, but they were powerful enough to make us all stop in our tracks. Okay. Liz was still unconscious by the time we got her back to the dorm safely. We all reconvened on campus. Normally we gathered in the command center, but given the topic of our discussion, we decided to stay away from the research district. Ro was present at the gathering too. I had half expected him to run off once we uncovered his alliance with Kaiju, but apparently he
俺
didn't.
はここで黙って話を聞いている。 先にそっちの問題を片付けたらどうだ？
I'm just here to observe, first and foremost. Why don't you sort out your issues? Let's check the flowchart here. Where are we? We're still here. There is a bad ending. There is a bad ending. There is a choice. It says I haven't even unlocked all the photos. Interesting. He then leaned against a wall, arms crossed as if to punctuate his unwillingness to contribute.
そうだね。それじゃ、お言葉に甘えさせてもらって、
Let me
まず
start
研
off.
究エリアで起きていることを、
I can explain what
僕から
happened in the research district. Kaori and Haruka nodded quietly as the commander broached the
私
subject.
たちだって全てを知ってるわけじゃないし、それでいいよ。
Even we don't know everything about it, so I think that would be
みん
best.
ながどう思うかはわからないけど、香りの言う通り。私たちも知らないことの方が多いんだ。
I don't know what everyone else is thinking, but Kaori's right. There's still a lot we don't know. Mocha, Sina, and I exchanged glances before nodding.
でもそれも育った環境が違うからですわ
You're
よね。
raised differently. This is feeling all familiar. Once the commander composed began. Oh, goodness.
人間の害獣化は
Turns into kaiju. Kaiju created intentionally. Yeah, we know that. That's horrible. Turning humans into kaiju? Why would they do such a twisted thing?
環境改善のた
Happened accidentally. Yeah, we know this. This is all
作る
stuff.
というよりは育てるという方が合っているかも。適性は生まれた後の訓練によって伸ばしていくものだから。
It's more accurate to say that we were raised rather than engineered. The process includes training the carriers on long after the birth. Relation dawned on me that Kaori and Haruka took over the explanation. Humans adapted to the environment training. Doesn't that all refer to us as well, to the
って
superhumans?
ことはうちらも害獣になる可能性があったってこと？今の話だとそうなると思うんやけど。
There's a chance we could turn into kaiju? Because based on what you just told us, it sounds that way. I can't say it'll never even happen. No. I thought of all the... Are we gonna turn to kaiju? That'd be cool. Neither Karui nor I knew they were actually making kaijus. We just thought it happened by
私
accident.
たちだってさすがにそこまで知ってたら自分の存在に
If we knew, we would have questioned it. I looked at the despondent commander and my next words trembled. It sounds to me like kaiju are actually a success story. They can live and thrive in the outside world.
成功例って言うなら息吹じゃないの？あいつは人間らしい理性を持ちながら害獣側にいる。
Ibuki seems like a success story. Everyone's eyes widened.
香りの言う通りだよ。伊吹はおそらく過去に研究エリアから逃げ
Ibuki's the one that
昔
escaped. I hear it
相
way
当
back.
能力の高い子供がいたと聞いている。他にも一人逃げた子がいるらしいけれど、伝え聞いた特徴から予想すると
I heard somebody else escape. I assume that's Yukonami. If that's the case,
ますます害獣と私たちの境目がわからなくなってく。
I get why they decided to be kaiju. Yeah. We would have wound up on their side if our paths and lives had taken different turns. Ibuki and Yukonami, a twist of fate, was all that kept their futures from being our futures. Made my knees weak.
私
Something's bothering me. Raising her hand.
私は生まれた時からじゃなくてあるきっかけから被験体になって超能力に目覚めたんです。
I was not
Mocha
born
も
with
そうですの？
superpowers. Something happened and I became a test subject. Does that same thing happen to you, Mocha? Sina gazed at Mocha with wide eyes. She
そんな
nodded.
感じや。うちの場合はコロニーの外で死にかかってたのを助けられて、その過程で超能力に目覚めたんやけど。
Something like that happened. Half dead.
そうやないよ。まあ詳しいことは勘弁して。気になってる。ええ。
Sina shifted her gaze to me.
そうなるとあなたは不思議だと思って。害獣に襲われたのに害獣化もせずに超能力に目覚めたってことですもの。
Instead of turning when you got superpowers, huh? I thought back to the kaiju incident that kicked everything off for me. Those were two ways of becoming kaiju, being altered as an embryo and then nurtured from birth onwards, or being the victim of an attack. But even Sina brought it up. I forgot that I'd even been hurt. That attack is what introduced me to the blooms. But the commander didn't seem surprised that I got superpowers instead of turning into a kaiju. A hand landed on my shoulder as I tried to make of everything. When I looked up, my eyes met the commander's
こ
calm
こから
gaze.
先に話を進めるなら、みんなも正体を明かそう。
If we're going to continue this conversation, then I need the girls to reveal your true
この子
selves.
の事情はこの子自身よりも多分僕の方が知っている。でもそれを話すなら全員腹を割らないとフェアじゃないよ。
I think I know more about her background than she does herself, but I need you girls to come clean before we talk. It won't be fair. Their true selves? I was sinking into a myriad of confusion, but the warm hand on my shoulder soothed me. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
わかった。みんなもいいよね。
Alright, is everyone cool with this? Sure.
こうなったら隠してもしゃあないもんな。
No reason to hide anything now.
そうだね。
Right. After making sure I was a good headspace, Carrie have reached a consensus. It's Tokyo! Kamui! Mahaya! Ayumu! Suddenly, the girls vanished and 4 strangers stood in their place. I blinked and I believed my eyes. What? It seemed as though they de-transformed as I watched, but the 4 people standing there were now different people, not the girls I knew. Tokyo? Koda? Kamui? Mihaya? Ayumi? How? Wow, weird. They said it in the same order? That's fun. My eyes had witnessed something incredible, but my brain refused to accept it. Tokyo stepped up as I tripped over my words.
そうだよ。俺たちは超能力を行使すると、その副作用で女
Yeah,
性化するんだ。
we turn into girls when we use our
俺が香り
superpowers.
で、そっちがセナとモカとハルカ。目の前で見てたんだから、わかるよね。
Well, I guess you know for yourself. You saw it. This had been the most shocking day of my life. My aching brain was going a mile a minute. I saw it, but seeing something and actually believing it, well, I'm just a little shell-shocked, that's all. Kamui sat down and clutched his head.
どうせ正体明かすならもっとかっこよくやりたかったんだけどな。
Forgetting to pull back the curtains on our true selves, I wish it could have been a little cooler.
例えばこの子のピンチを救う過程でバレちゃうとかさ。
Like revealing our identities while saving her from certain death, something dramatic.
どうせバレるならそれ相応のエピソードっていうか盛り上がりが欲しかったのにな。
We could have done something epic, something with pizzazz. Mihaya rolled his eyes at Kamui's
何ですか
disappointment.
それ。黒歴史の上乗りがしたいってことですか。
Are you trying to gloss over the fact that we hid our identities? No.
それはだいぶ痛いことを
I
認
get
め
it.
ます。
I'd be embarrassed for you. Mihaya nodded.
言っとくけど。
まあ、
I admit I feel a bit awkward
僕も
too.
居心地が悪いことは認めるよ。この状況で
異常って何？別に騒ぐような
I'm not at ease. I'm just making a
そうい
DVD
う
of
冷
it.
静なところが時雄の長所だし短所なんだけどね。
I burst into laughter before I could stop myself. The other 3 glared at me, clearly
俺
irritated.
たち、あんたのために正体を明かしたのに笑うとか。
We revealed our true selves and you're laughing? Still laughing, I wave my hand to indicate the misunderstanding. No, I'm not making fun of it. It's just that I'm so relieved. Nothing really changed. You're still the same girls I know. It was just thinking how lucky I am to be part of such a great team. Aww.
いい。
本当だね。
Glad she's smiling. Yeah, I get it. Witty banter. Commander, I'm ready. Tell me everything you know. The commander nodded.
わかった。それじゃあまずは僕とヤシマ先輩の話から始めるよ。
Professor Yoshima. Professor Yoshima, do you mean Uncle Yoshima? You mean
知って
him?
るも何も。僕と彼は環境適応プロジェクトの上司と部下。
He was my mentor. The commander went on to tell me my parents were test subjects and the experiments they endured. The first generation, you mean my mom and dad were the first test subjects for the genetic engineering project headed by Uncle
事実だ
Yoshima?
け見ればそうだ。でも、ヤシマ先輩は二人のことを被験体だなんて、東
Yeah,
郷とサナ
he gave them names, he treated them as friends. My parents had been formless in my memory for a long time, but now they started to take shape. The commander explained that my mom and dad were raised in a lab as test subjects. They had no human freedoms to speak of. I kind of learned this already. Were they happy?
僕には幸
They
せそう
seemed
に
to be
見えたよ
happy. They had Professor
Yes,
Yoshima and they had you. Tears started to well up in my eyes. Kamui spotted them and flew into some tizzy.
まさきちゃん、何泣かしてるのさ。せっかく笑ってくれてたのに。
What, making her
ご
cry?
めんって
I'm not trying to make her
僕も
cry.
別に
I'm
泣か
telling her all this. Compose myself. That's okay. I'm just crying because I'm sad. It's just overwhelming to hear my mom and dad loved me. I don't remember ever feeling that. I pulled my pendant out of my pocket and clutched it tightly to my chest. I could feel my parents' love.
そっか。物心ついた時にはご両親はもういなかったんですね。
Your parents were gone by the time you were old enough to know anything. Yeah, that's right. My first memories are being raised in the orphanage.
それにしてもブルームズに入るまでよく見つからずに
You had a low profile taboo.
第一世代の被験体で行方不明になった2人がいるって噂なら聞いたことがある。でも子供
They went missing. I heard that the two were very
かなり
promising.
優秀だったと聞いている。
You lose your powers when you fall in love. I
そ
get it.
の通りだよ僕はヤシマ先輩から頼まれて2人をにご両親が亡くなってヤシマ先輩がシータを離れた後はより一層注意してたはずだった。
あの日ってこの人が害獣に襲われた時ですよね。いつも
I chuckled. Yeah, this is not new. Oh, this would be great if I was seeing some revelation, but all this is stuff like they've already delivered this 100 times. No doubt. Struck me odd that Ro was narrating how Ibuki felt when Ibuki wasn't even present. You sound pretty sure about it. How
それ
come?
はお前の友達に与えた抗体を作らせたのが伊吹だからだよ。
Buki made that antibody shot that you used to save
あ
your
の抗
friend.
体はお前の細胞から作り出したものだ。前々からお前に、そしてあの日、俺にた
It's my blood. I knew that too. This isn't new. Yeah, we get it. It's my blood and Ro. Where do you get off just casually saying things that are obviously going to upset her? Kamui, you are still the man. Like, I love you.
倉森先生
You think there's more? Indeed. This is so
Masaki-san.
much. I'm not learning anything. I don't know.
第3プラントの外
Yeah, third
い
plant.
や、ちょっと待った。そもそも
What's the third? That's us.
Sure.
We are the third plant. And there's a map. We're there. We're in Japan.
今はそれを
Rose finally stiffened. Okay, we're not learning new stuff. This is just rehashing a bunch of the old, but a lot. Oh my goodness, so much talking.
僕が富塚君と話すよ
No, talk to Ro. I don't think we can do anything to change this. In that case, I think of a place I'd like to go. Oh, we're in the classroom.
なかなか的確な提案ですね。確かにここには一般の生徒は来ないし、先生もあまり顔を出さないですから。
でしょでしょ。それに俺、生徒会室って一回入ってみたかったんだよね。
Always wanted to go inside the student council room. I never had to until now. Yep, come on, Mihaya. Don't sound so unenthusiastic. With the way everyone was joking around and having fun, it almost felt like life was normal again. How I wish that was actually the case. So what do you think we should do now? We can't just sit here and do nothing. You know, the higher ups are up to, not to mention the people from the outside world. Okay, so this is like the true ending. I get it.
害獣の正体が人間だって知ったから。
This is trying to answer all my questions because I kept saying like all these stories, these overlapping, everyone has sad lives. Liz died. I really didn't think Liz should die. Ibuki, are you going to send an email to your uncle? No, you're just going to look at it. Maybe you did. I got an email. The next morning, I checked my emails. As soon as I woke up and a response from Uncle Yashima, I immediately started to read it. What he told me was surprising to say the
この
least.
タイミングでお前が全てを知ることになってよかったのかもしれない。
I live with Ibuki. What?
とはいえ一緒の場所にいるからといって私は決して人間を襲う異物
Just because I'm here doesn't mean I'm on their side. I'm
か
not
つ
an
て人間
enemy.
を害獣化するような遺伝子の研究に関わっていた効果これが
I did this.
お前に会いたくても会えなかった
That's why I could never see you. Needless to say, the email left me stunned, but soon after another feeling began to is with Ibuki and the others, and it might be possible to come to some kind of understanding with them. But there was no one I trusted more than Uncle Yashima if I agreed to lend a hand. I put out a call to the others to gather at the academy. I was bursting to share the news. That's the same. Hi, my uncle, he lives with Ibuki, and now we're going to talk about that for 20 minutes. I think about that too, especially about Ibuki and
僕もだよ。一歩間違えば。
could be like them. Oh my goodness. I'm going to keep fast forwarding because honestly,
そ
this isn't new. I know everything. All right. Continue to save over Yukonami. Grand finale. We should ally with Ro. He's not our enemy. He told us everything yesterday and didn't try to hide any of it. He's a man of integrity. We should conduct ourselves the same way. I started to talk. Yeah, we're just gonna trust him. We're gonna do all the endings. It's fine. We're just having a discussion. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Komori stepped in. Rose seemed to be his usual self. I enjoy that they're letting me decide everything. They're like, here, random girl who, I don't know, just exists. Is this the world where you don't end up with somebody romantically? Man, there's a lot of story here. If I wasn't tired, I'd probably be doing it, but it's almost 1 o'clock. Oh my gosh, she gets a photo at last.
慣れただなんて本当？
Superpowers? You used to be just a regular girl. A lot of scary stuff has happened. Girl, you deserved that photo. You deserve more than one photo. You deserve a story of your own. I wish you would have ended up with somebody if I didn't end up with them. Like in Rune Factory. Oh, look, we're here. We're gonna go see Uncle Yashima. There he is. Oh my god, they're so pretty. Look at this group of people.
それはこちらも同じかな。ああ、今さら誰が誰でっていう紹介はいらないよ。
I'll connect dots.
大体の話は聞いているけれど、君たちに協力するかどうか答え。
Do you have an answer to the question? You want to know who deserves the world, humans or kaijus? Take a deep breath. I think they both do. Ibuki clearly wasn't expecting that. Eyes wide. I thought I was going to get to say that. Why do you think that? Because now that I know kaijus used to be humans, I can no longer think of them as two separate, distinct life forms. So I believe the world belongs to both of them. That's my answer. That was my own sincere truth. Hyuga, stop being angry. Hyuga sounded angry. Hyuga, calm down. Trust each other. We've been fighting this whole time. What if I lose suddenly and you attack you?
裏切るのは僕かもしれない。それでも君たちは協力してって僕たちに頼む。
Yukonami was getting that. I'd already considered the very possibility, but I wanted to trust him. Yeah, it's fine, Yukonami. I get it. You're just a cutie boy who wants all the attention. It's okay. Yuka scowled.
もちろん。
This is what a grand finale looks like. Everyone gets together, but you've made me like trample through all these stories to get here. And it's a bit exhausting. I have friends who will support me every step of the way. flower crystals, but how do we use them? Think of those cores. They're concentrated forms of energy. Using one will greatly amplify your powers. The trade-off is that you put quite a bit of strain on your body. You could use the way for BQ though, the crystal would be a major.
なるほど。
Alright. It gave me a crystal. Following the revelation, we talked for a few more hours before deciding to return to Teta. Thank God. We just skipped that. Uncle, listen. You're really fun. I thought you were an enemy. They kind of made you look like one. A few days later, Ro came to us to inform us about the exact when the outside plan was to attack. We got back. I picked the bad option. Headed a short distance. Let's see. Are we still on the first part? Because this is wild. This is wild. I'm just gonna fast forward this. I love looking at Ibuki all the time. He's my favorite person in the world, but if you're going to seduce her, at least wait until we're done. I still can't say. Oh my god. Tori leapt to my rescue when she saw how uncomfortable I was. You shouldn't be uncomfortable. This is the most beautiful man in the world. Including everything inside you. It's only natural that I thought injecting your antibodies into the kaijus might get something moving in a preferable direction. Or my DNA. Oh. Seduce? He would never do such a thing.
どうかな。でも今の言い方だと
I'll save the moves for after the fight. Oh, Yukonami. The enemy has reached the shores. Oh, am I amplifying all these people? It seems to be working well. I saw the others all nod as I released Kaori and Ibuki's hands and then let them get going. I feel stronger than usual. Sina closed her eyes, testing out her foresight while Yukonami punched the air. Bring on the bad guys. Good luck, everyone. You too. It made me glad to see Hyuga make a small connection with Kaori and the other blooms. The others all dispersed to assume their positions. I turned to Ibuku, who remained beside me. I wanted to ask him a question that lingered on my mind. Aren't you going to turn into Moavia?
僕は変身しようとしまいと能力に差はないからね。君と一緒に戦うなら、伊吹のままでいたいなって思ったんだ。
Transforming has no effect on my powers. If I'm going to fight with you, I think I want to be Ibuki. I see. Ibuki's reply made me think of that awkward conversation we had earlier, but this was neither the time nor the place. They're coming! Fro's words, Kaori began to use hypnosis. I got him. Fighters, aircrafts had been caught by hypnosis. Oh man. They're expecting Sina to move. They're about to fire missiles. Mocha used sap to steal the ability of the kaiju Ibuki had brought along. She then dashed over to Haruka. Here we go. Seems evil. Alright. Burn! Leave this to me. Take this. No problem, but some may slip through like last time. I'm ready to go.
勝手に行動するな。3人で動くように決めたはずだろ。
Don't dash ahead, we agree to go together. I watched the three of them turn headlong. Do.
無理しなくていいよ。まだ次の敵は来てない。
Still have enemies. Ah!
そろそろ
I think I've reached my limit. We've used our powers too much.
どうやら
Oh no. Are we all gonna die? Wait, is this the bad ending? Am I on the bad ending? No, I'm still on the top. Everyone's gonna die. We can't stay. Before the fight began, we all made sure to put flower crystals in our pockets. One by one, everyone withdrew them and
ど
nodded.
うやって取り込む
How do we use them?
やってみたことはないけど自分の体内に取り込むイメージで同じように水晶花を胸に
Never done it before. Good luck. In an instant, the crystal melted into Biki's chest and disappeared.
うまくいったね。
That worked.
ずるいよ、いぶき。僕が先にやろうと思ってたのにな。
I want to be the first one to try. Yukonami also pressed the crystal in his chest, and I prepared to do the same. Despite watching Ibuki's demonstration, I was still filled with doubt. Nevertheless, the crystal dissolved into my chest without incident. At first, nothing felt different. Then it began to feel warm, spread from my chest to the rest of my body. I feel like my powers is billowing up inside me.
すごいな。疲れが消えたぞ。
Oh, my exhaustion is gone. I'm ready for another round. Okay, so we're just absorbing
だ
crystals into our bodies. Classic. We joined hands. Aww.
これならやれ。
え、
集
We're
中。
doing it. We're making this happen. Light began to leak through my closed eyelids, growing stronger and stronger. The others all opened their eyes as well. A dazzling light swelled from our circle along with waves of heat.
2時の
Doesn't
方
the
角から
plants
複数の戦闘機が来るよ。
I estimate they'll be here in 5 minutes.
外の通信を傍受したぞ。
I don't want to. I don't need that.
じゃあ
We'll help them with everything we got. I unleashed augment. As instructed, I could feel energy crackling around me and turning into pure heat against my
全
palms.
員このエネルギーを敵が向かってくる方角に押し出すようにイメージして。
Visualize their destruction, but this light, it's so heavy. Or that's how it feels anyways. The light had no form.
全員で息を合わせ
We
よ
all
う。
need to breathe as
Ignore.
one. Ready? Uh,
いい調子だ。
it's working. It's Hyuga! Aw, Yukonami.
2時の方角敵に向かって
Beautiful.
一直線に。
Tokyo. Oh, look, there it's me. Oh, wow. Shot towards the target like an arrow. Oh, wow. A bright explosion swelled the sky, then everything fell silent as if someone had turned down the world's volume. Did we do it?
レーダーには何も映っていない。前期、退けることに成功したようだ。
Looks like we wiped them all out. There was a moment of silence, then we all gasped and released and collapsed onto the
これ
ground.
で終わったんだね。
It's over. Phew.
しんどかった。
で
We're gonna
す
start
ね。
turning to kaiju.
本当のことを言え
Oof.
ばここで終わりになるかもしれないって覚悟してたんですけど、
I was prepared for us not to make it out alive. You were?
だってどう考えても不利な戦いだった。
Stacked pretty high against us. Alright, let's see.
その中には害獣も入ってるってことでい
I
い
mean kaiju
今
too.
更そんなこと聞く
It's not the time to
一応
ask
ね
that.
もしかして戦いが終わったら手のひらを返して攻撃してくるかもしれないでしょ。
Now the fight's over, you might attack us, right?
そんな元気ないよ。っていうかそんな元気があるやついるの？
No one has energy for that. Who could after this?
大丈夫って思ったけど立てないな。こんな
I'm
に
totally
力
fine,
使
except for the
った
fact
の
that I can't
初
stand.
俺も無理だ。でも、
Me, now that you mention it, I can't seem to feel my legs. A shadow fell over where I was sitting on the ground. I looked up and saw Rose standing above me. Do you need a hand? I'm okay. I think I just need to sit here a little bit longer. I fought along. You fought along with us, after all. Oh my goodness, my eyes. It's because I'm so tired. That's why I shouldn't be playing still. Rose sat down looking a little awkward. Tokyo noticed his discomfort and grinned.
またみんなで
Shall we hold
それいいね。
hands? Yeah, let's strengthen our bond. Everyone burst out laughing. A few days after the battle, I was headed to the research district, which I now knew like the back of my hand. Flowchart. We're on the happy ending. We did it. We're on happy. All stand there talking together. Thanks, you two are lifesavers.
東京と伊吹は 放っておくと何も食べずに研究を続けるから、君が来てくれると助かるよ。
Okay, and Buki won't eat unless someone's feeding them. How, with how focused other research they are.
食事はあれば食べるけど、なければないでそれほど気にしないんだけどな。
I eat if food's in the vicinity, but I can't say I noticed its absence. Tokyo and Ibuki were oddly similar, which left both Hyuga and Ayumi groaning over their antics.
気にしろよ。まったく。
We'll start noticing. Either eat those lunches or I'll have to force feed you some. You mean you're cooking over in Tao?
まあ。
Well,
おい。
it's too early for lunch break. Let's keep going a little longer. Are we trying to figure this out? All right, we have to evolve too. We have to achieve it. We need to respond. Augment is going to come in handy, isn't it?
でも今はまだゆっくりしていて。
You should go visit Yukonami and the others too. Okay. Okay, we're just having a good time. Oof. I'm trying to finish it, but my eyes straight up won't stop watering now. I'm cheating now. Aww! Eye contact with Ibuki. I'm gonna turn this off and see if it helps, but I had it on because it's so dark in here. I need to scan around this room. This is beautiful. Look at Hyuga. I've been waiting to ask him something since the battle. Did I give you the right
あ
answer?
の質問に正解の答えなんてなかったのかもしれない。でも少なくとも僕は今のこの世界が好きだよ。
I like the world we're living in. I see. Yeah, I do too. Oh no. Gracie, don't force me to listen to this song. It doesn't like it. Fragment Future. Okay, well, I had no intentions of continuing to play this forever.
わかりやすい。
But I'm sleepy. I'm 98% done now, which means I need the bad ending here. And then the other ending from the grand finale, which is here. But if my eyes are watering, then that means it's time for me to sleep. So let's see, how bad is this? Oh yeah, it's real red. I'm gonna go to sleep. So I would plan this to be my last one, but I might do like a small one with basically my recap on the story and how I feel, because I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. We'll do an overview and maybe get that last story. Maybe revisit the grand finale since I was getting a little too tired to go through it. But thank you so much for joining me. Have a great night.